this instructional map that was dotted with stars. We'll get into the map later on. When
because this is a part of more of her regression.
Yeah.
She just remembers bits and pieces of this, but this is one of the key evidence to shows that, if you really want to get into it, that it could actually be real. But it is also, again, it's about sort of the nature reality of how they try to make us think about the universe.
Mm-hmm. Right. And if you are an alien and you are listening to this episode, I'm sure that you are. If an American does, or anybody asks you where you're from, say Cleveland.
Cleveland.
Always Cleveland.
So Betty, as she was leaving, she said, "No matter what you do to me, one day I'm going to remember all of this." And she gets back into the car. Barney's there waiting for her. The leader said, "All right, you should probably wait until we leave."
But then he asks her, well, you'll see in the regression, he's just like, okay, all right. Because that's literally how he behaves with her. She'll be like, you're funny, okay. Well, do you want to watch us leave? And she's just like, you bet I do, Clark. She's just like, okay. So she watched it, and he said, basically, you watch it. This is more of the regression thing, too, where the ship just kind of flipped like a ball and then glue just started glowing and then zipped up into the sky.
So Barney, while Betty was having these dreams, he was working nights and he was never at home while any of this transpired, while any of these dreams transpired. So she started talking to him about the dreams, and he said, "It's only dreams. Fucking drop it. Stop talking about aliens." Barney wanted to put this entire thing behind him, and it is important to note that Barney refused to read her dream accounts, refused to listen to him, but he did overhear Betty talking to a guy about part of the dream at one point, because one of the really big things that people use to say that their hypnotherapy was actually effective and that it was actually true is that it was done at different times, it was done in different places, and they hadn't really discussed any of this stuff beforehand because Barney just did not want to hear it.
He refused to. And the other thing, too, is a thing we did forget is that when they were dazed, when they came back after the abduction the first time, Barney actually had the idea of like, hey, why don't we, you want to tell me it's happened, okay, let's both draw a picture of what we saw and then show it to each other. And they both drew the same exact cigar-shaped craft with lights on the side of it and the two red fins on either side of it, and that will also serve as evidence that they both saw something.
Yeah, I mean, and it's got to be tough being Barney. He's working for the United States Postal Service.
Barney's in a lot of pressure.
Long nights, and then next thing you know, you got to go back to your wife every single morning with the alien talk. Never a fun breakfast.
Maybe it helped their sex life, though.
Well, I don't think so. Because
I'm a pound that UFO at your ass.
Yeah.
Pam.
Yeah, don't work around the perfect circle of warts, honey. When you're trying to blow me, it'll be difficult.
Oh yeah. So that's part one of Betty and Barney Hill.
Now this is definitely the more informational side. And next week we're getting into some of the deeper parts of probably because of the nature of this incident. There's a lot of details. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Absolutely. Betty and Barney Hill, I didn't know there was so much to this story.
There's so much more to the story because we got to get into the hypnotherapy.
Right.
We've got to get into the reaction, the worldwide reaction to this, and we've got to get into one of the most important parts and possibly the smoking gun, the actual star map that was shown to Betty, or supposedly shown, allegedly shown to Betty while aboard the spacecraft.
And then it's all going to conclude with Barney getting his U.S. Postal Service badge for 150 days worked straight. He never missed a day.
Never missed a day.
Yeah, never missed a day. Died of a stroke at a young age.
Okay.
Yep,
so you want to have a vacation.
Also showing an alien's odd fascination with the distinctly human phenomena of jungle fever.
Oh, okay. Jesus, what is wrong with you?
It's not okay anymore, Henry.
Oh, it's not?
No, they decided it was bad.
Oh, okay. I did not. I truly did not know.
I was talking to
you and Jackie. There's just so many things that you don't know about racial slurs.
It's it's a Zabrowski block.
There was a black guy who told me that I had it because I was talking to a black gal, and I was just like, "We're in Brooklyn." And there's no jungle.
I want to say a thank you to a listener who sent us something really nice. This guy, Jesse Rooney, sent us some homemade keychains, some Last Podcast on the Left keychains that he mailed out to us. He included a really nice letter along with it, and he also made me the coolest possible housewarming gift. He made me this nice little placard that said Home Sweet Home on it, but Home Sweet Home was written on 3 separate pieces of human ribs.
So that's illegal, I think, but that's okay.
Now, you can legally get human ribs.
Okay.
Yeah. All you gotta do is find a skeleton.
They're all over the place.
You can't make a skeleton, but you
No.
can find a skeleton.
Yeah. So thank you, Jesse. It's hanging in my apartment right now, and I very much appreciate it.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and speaking of fans, you guys are fucking great. Go to join the Facebook page. Follow us on Twitter at LP on the Left. Follow Henry Loves You, Ben at Ben Kissel, me at Marcus Parks. Go to iTunes and be sure, if you haven't subscribed to Last Podcast on the Left, go to iTunes and subscribe, rate, and review. These things really help us out a lot. If you want your Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/Last Podcast on the Left. $25 domestic, $40 international, and Heil Geen, everyone.
Yeah, let's do a hail yourselves.
Hail Satan, my sweet prince, and hail me. Send me some poutine, man. Send it in the mail.
You want to be sent Putin? Poutine?
Yeah. Poutine.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's a sloppy good time, my friend.
Oh,
It's French fries and gravy.
oh, perfect. That sounds awesome. And let's all do a magustalations.
Magustalations all the way up to fucking Tau Ceti. Come pick me up, aliens.
They're never gonna.
No.
Man, I know.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In Austin, Texas, there were a series of brutal murders in the years of 1884 and 1885. The mystery remains unsolved. Today, we look at one of the first serial killers that operated in the United States, known as the Servant Girl Annihilator. This is Red Web. Hello again, Task Force. It is Trevor Collins and Alfredo Diaz coming at you with it's a pretty strongly worded name for this character.
It felt like you dropped multiple bombs on me here.
Yeah, hit me with it.
One, Austin, Texas.
That's where we're at.
That's where we're at. Two, the first serial killer?
The first, at least known,
right? Yeah, exactly.
Serial killer kind of patterns happening here, yeah.
Wow. I didn't even think about, like, going back to the first one. Like,
yeah,
never
right?
crossed
Well,
my
at least
mind.
in the U.S.
Right, exactly. Where it's like, well, I mean, everything starts somewhere, somehow. And, yeah, sure, it might just be in the U.S., but it's still very intriguing to know. And then the name, the Servant Girl Annihilator?
Annihilator just seems so extra.
Jesus. Like,
yeah.
Who came up with this so brutal?
Well, maybe we'll talk about this. Let me break this down. We're going to talk about some of the crimes, some of the victims, ending with the general patterns that were noticed. And then we'll move on to the general public reaction, the response to how all that went down. And then, of course, as always with a true crime episode, we're going to the investigations.
Yeah.
And then the theories that purport to answer who this person was and maybe perhaps what they were after. One of the theories I think is very interesting. And we did a whole episode on one of these characters.
Oh.
So, and they're going to crop back up here in the theories. I'll leave you with that little titillating piece of information.
All right, I'll tell you whether or not I guessed correctly. Just like what? My mind is racing 50 different ways already just because of everything you dropped on me.
Right.
But another thing that's coming to mind is, what did this person do to gain that title?
Exactly.
Right? Like, and we'll dive into it.
It's
I'm
a pretty
sure, but,
heavy
like,
title.
That's a hefty title.
Right. And so that's a good place to say, as with most, if not all, true crime episodes, you're going to have yourselves your trigger warnings for brutality here. Focus in on the victims, the pattern of who the victims were. It's in the name, Servant Girls. So just want to give you a fair warning. If this isn't your beat, don't worry about it. We got plenty of other mysteries to cover for you, and most of them aren't true crime, if that's not your speed. But let's talk about this case. Near and dear to the heart of Texas, Austin, Texas, the place that we are recording this show in now, the place we live, going back to the late 1800s to the United States' first serial killer. The night of December 30th, 1884, 25-year-old Molly Smith and her boyfriend Walter Spencer were attacked with an axe in their bed as they slept. The next morning, Smith's body was discovered outside her employer's home on what is now known as 6th Street, where she worked as a cook.
What?
Oh, yeah. This is right in our backyard, baby. 6th Street, Dirty 6, with all the bars.
That's the party street.
Oh, baby.
Oh, God, never got cleaned up, huh?
Yeah.
Still
You never would have known.
What do you mean, Jesus, Christian?
Take a walk down to 6 this Thursday afternoon and tell me what you
It's very ratchet down there.
Oh, man.
You're not wrong.
There's some ratchet there, and then they know how to party. They got everything in between. And and for that reason, I love it. But I witnessed from afar, personally.
Yeah.
It is interesting because the first I had heard about this case was, I believe, not an Amy's Ice Cream. That's a pretty local fun joint, but it was like a frozen custard place across from the convention center. I haven't been there in a minute. What's that place, Christian?
Who the hell is telling you this at an ice cream shop?
So one of friends of mine. Because I believe that this was like one of the locations that one of these things went down. I'm like, you're telling me as I'm sucking down on some nice froyo, looking at Where's Waldo pages, that something went dirty down here. Like, Chris, do you remember that place that
across from the convention center?
Yeah, it's froyo, and in the counter there, it's like they have
Christian, you know that place.
You know that place. There's so much. Here's the thing: they have so much accoutrement.
Aficionado.
It's like a Bennigan's. It's like a Ruby Tuesdays. They got tons of crap all over the walls, tchotchkes, and then if you look in the table, they've got like just little like knickknacks and toys and stuff. And then there's an I Spy list of like, can you find all the plastic cowboys? Can you find 13 horseshoes? And it's all
What's your favorite joint, Christine?
Yeah, we've been there.
My
once.
hangout spot. Dude, I am Googling desperately.
It is. It's like is it Barry? Hold on. I'm gonna go to maps.
I looked up froyo. I looked up ice cream. I looked up custard.
Imagine someone's
nothing.
like, "Here you go, little boy. Here's your ice cream cone with the ice cream scoop." By the way, did you know that?
On this site 100 years ago.
Okay, well, maybe I've dreamed it, or maybe they just closed down and they don't exist anymore. I swear it used to be around here. Man, where was... Okay, Task Force, whatever. We stopped recording for a hot second just so we can look into this. Task Force, this is where I have to activate your eyes and ears, people that know Austin. I know my girlfriend Barbara, Jeff, he would know.
You're not thinking of like a TCBY, are you, over by campus?
I don't know, man. You go inside. The place is like really small.
Dude, you can literally bring
look at
this
the-
man inside the place and he just go, I don't know, man. Like, maybe. I think this is it.
There's so many things on the walls. There's like no froyo place is just littered with trash all over the walls. This place is.
Dude, this man's lost his mind. And all it took was a froyo place.
Christian, I don't even know where you're from. But you don't even live in Austin. You guys aren't helping me out. Gaslighting me.
It's gonna keep Trevor up at night.
Hold on.
Man's not gonna be able
I'm
to
calling
sleep.
Jeff.
Now he's using a lifeline rope.
I'm calling Jeff. Jeff, my coworker, he's been in Austin for a long time.
Jeff is not gonna know.
I pray
Jeff's
to
gonna
God
know
he's like,
this.
what are you
Jeff's not
talking
gonna
about?
know. Like, I don't know. It's big.
He forwarded me to voicemail. I'm going to have to tweet this the moment it all comes to light. You guys are going to feel like such goobers.
How am I gonna feel like a good? Wow, it existed.
Okay.
Like, look, and I'm like, yeah, and there it is.
Yep, you proved us wrong.
Listen, all I know is I stood on the footprint of a crime and I ate ice cream all over that place. That's all that matters. That was the only point. Then we got distracted on closed businesses.
About a froyo place.
This place didn't survive quarantine. All right. So as a reminder, we got Molly Smith and Walter Spencer and, met an unfortunate end on December 30th, 1884. The next morning, her body was found on 6th Street where she used to work as a cook. Spencer survived the attack and a bloody axe was left behind. So Walter Spencer being the boyfriend. In March, servant women started reporting intruders entering their rooms at night, or at least attempting to enter their rooms at night. Sometimes they were attacked, but many times they survived their injuries. 5 months later, on May 7th, 1885, yet another young African-American cook and a mother of 3, Eliza Shelley, was found dead in the same room with her children.
Jesus.
Brutal. So these two crimes were connected by the targeted victims and the killer's weapon of choice, an axe. And at first, they were known as the Austin Axe Murders. Only a little after 2 weeks later, though, on May 23rd, Irene Cross was found murdered in her bed on East Linden Street. She was yet another young servant. So now we have 3 people murdered with a similar weapon in similar fashion, and then in between the first and second that are connected, you have a series of women in the same service industry experiencing potential break-ins, attempted break-ins, some accruing injury throughout that time period. So certainly an unsettling time to be in Austin, to say the least.
I mean, like, just imagine there was a serial killer. This sounds ridiculous, but like going after gamers.
Yeah, man. I mean, any pattern that develops like that,
right?
You know,
and like if you
is
just
spooky.
if you just fit into that pattern, it's
Right.
just like, oh my goodness, right? Like, it's just terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, if a pattern like that emerged, I don't know if I would feel, I don't know, like I don't know if it makes it better or worse in a morbid way. Because imagine if it was completely random. When we talked about the Zodiac killer, it was a very similar thing.
Yeah,
it was random at that sense.
At that point, are you more? You mean right? Do you take solitude in the fact that like now you be more aware and on your guard, or does that throw you just for a loop and you're just terrified the whole
Feels
time?
like a rock in a hard place kind of situation.
But yeah, I couldn't imagine like the way that they're feeling, and I'm very curious to see if there's any evidence or what the testimonials are like for the people that survived.
Exactly. I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned that, because in the same year, we're still going through some of the cases here. In August, you have Clara Dick, who was attacked and luckily survived. So we have yet another person who, once again, fits the kind of pattern of this person. And we'll recap by talking about all these, macro level patterns. But we have somebody else.
You might have mentioned this already, but like, what is the person attacking with? Like a knife?
An axe.
Oh, that's right, an axe. That's right. That's right, an axe.
But I mean, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, some of them will.
Boyfriend, girlfriend. The girlfriend got attacked by an axe.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning though, and I'm kind of jumping the gun. Some of these potential attached crimes involved a knife. So it is up for, interpretation, I guess, if this person stuck with an axe or if they also used other weaponry. At the end of the month, though, on August 30th, an 11-year-old girl, Mary Ramey, and her mother, Rebecca, were attacked in their room.
Jesus.
Mary, unfortunately, did not survive and was found outside. Rebecca Ramey also worked as a servant where her and her daughter lived on Cedar Street. On September 28th, an African-American couple, Gracie Vance and Orange Washington, were murdered in their home behind Gracie's employer's home on Guadalupe Street.
These are all streets to drive around.
These are all very common streets. These are all happening in, around, or bodies are being taken to their place of work. So it's almost like whoever's perpetuating these crimes is basically saying, it is specifically because of the work you do. Because remember that the first body was brought back to the place of work outside.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Also, very bold.
Mm-hmm.
So far, it seems like they're targeting people of color.
So far, it seems like it's mostly women of color. There was also Orange Washington, the husband, and also younger servant women. Seems to be the kind of demographic, as it were.
I mean, it also just seems like, and anyone adjacent too, right? Because the children are getting hit as well. Oh, God, that's brutal. So it's just like, oh, you happen to be associated with this person? Cool. Like,
it's very sick, to say the least. In this situation, the husband was involved, but in a previous situation, the other 3 kids were just left with the body. And I'm not going to shy away from it. So again, trigger warning here. Gracie Vance, when found, was almost unrecognizable from the attack. She had also been dragged outside to a stable on the property. So clearly, whoever's doing this is doing it with great intent and a vicious intent at that.
Purposeful intent.
Mm-hmm. And then on Christmas Eve, you have Sue Hancock, who was found in her backyard by her husband before midnight after a violent attack, and she would unfortunately pass away due to these injuries only a few days later. One more case I would like to talk about. Just an hour after Hancock was found, Eula Phillips's body was also discovered in her family's backyard in the wealthiest area of Austin at the time. Hancock and the Phillips were the first white victims and the last known victims by the so-called servant girl annihilator.
But also servants still.
So in kind of wrapping it up, and if you were kind of skipping through some of the gruesome nature of those cases, let's just kind of wrap up the kind of observations that surround these cases. The victims were all killed in the same brutal manner, unlike anyone had ever seen up until then. They were all in the middle of the night while the victims were sleeping, primarily with an axe, to your question, but sometimes with a knife or an ice pick.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Many of the attacks occurred on nights when the moon was full or at least very bright. That could be, your so-called moon madness, or it could be just for the sake of being able to see at night. Yeah. The crimes seemed to grow more violent with each victim, and most were taken from their bedrooms to the outside after being, in another trigger warning here, sexually assaulted.
Oh my God.
So yeah, these are pretty brutal cases happening here.
I mean, I see why this person has the name that they have.
Mm-hmm.
That is wild.
Right.
And to take them to their place of work.
Take them outside or take them to their place of work.
Right.
Like it's a very charged in many ways act that's happening. Yeah, let's dive into kind of the Austinites' reaction around this, because as you can imagine, this going down. I mean, from one year to the next, it started December 30th, 1884, and swung all the way up to Christmas Eve and Christmas time, 1885. And then that seems to be the last case. So there's a lot of intention here is what I'm seeing.
With how brutal everything was, and then you said, this still happened in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine, like, being either the police or the sheriff or whatever, and you're trained, you know what I mean, and you have experiences, you take in other people's experiences, you read about other experiences, and then to see a murder, and then another one done the same way, then another, like, that's gotta set you back, right? To be that first, I mean, now you join the police force and you go, okay, there are serial killers, but back then, right, I guess the mindset was like, oh, maybe there was one murder out of passion, or one murder because this person was angry at that person, etc. And like, people they weren't some
like
sort of like beef with each other. Someone would die, and then that would end that kind of like line. But then you see this when you go, oh, there's someone out there that's going to continuously do this, and I don't know how many times.
Right. The pressure's on. When, where, why.
Right.
Can you stop it? Can you figure it out before it happens again? All of
being
that.
that first person trying to take that on and like experience that for the first time must be insane.
Yeah, man. Hats off. I mean to the authorities at the time, especially considering, to your point, I mean, this hadn't been seen.
Right.
Especially in the Americas, but locally. Like, so you're just thinking of local Austin authorities just doing their thing. There's normally a pattern to everything that they have come to know.
Yep.
And then they're facing this.
Right.
Unprecedented.
Yeah.
Spooky times. So many Austinites around that time, given the fact that it happened at night, started dubbing the killer the Midnight Assassin because of how easily they slipped in and out of homes without being seen or heard. Citizens couldn't believe one person could do this, and they suspected that it must be an organized gang that was involved or that there was some other intent behind this. Because again, remember, you said it well, that this is unprecedented.
Right.
So they're looking for solutions. This must be an organization. Of course it has to be.
Organization.
What one person could do this or would want to?
Or my mind would go like, how do they know each other? Are they a part of something?
Right.
Like, right? Where it's like maybe it's loose ends being tied up by an organization.
True.
But to be like, there's just one person, they've got like an MO and they're just following through on it. And it's just like, oh, okay, there's one sick bastard out there. Like,
right. Ooh. Man, I'm just having like waves of empathy right now because that's just like rough. But, and as we kind of covered, most of the victims, in fact, the central entity, I mean, obviously there were surrounding victims, right? The husbands and kids and whatnot. But really, at the end of the day, most of the victims were young African-American domestic servants and women at that. So they were also called the servant girl murders because of that nature. And the killer was the servant girl annihilator because of that and because of the brutality shown in these crimes. And this was a term coined by the author O. Henry in May of 1885. So the murders sparked fear in the growing Austin, known then as the Athens of the South. And as a result of the crimes, neighborhood patrols began and the police force increased by 50 people.
Wow.
Doesn't sound like a lot.
No, but I mean back then,
but it goes to show just how,
how smaller scale life was back then.
Exactly.
50 people.
Now you might have a whole department that's 50 people.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have hundreds flooding the streets if there's something like that. Mm-hmm. Opposed to like, we got 50. Beefed it up
a little bit. Now, another reaction that makes a lot of sense is that saloons started to close at midnight. There was a curfew at the same time saying, get home. For me, sunset would be curfew. If I can't see around a corner,
if I can't see,
I'm out.
Gone. You know what I mean? I'm just going to stay inside.
Or does that matter?
Weapons I don't know.
They're breaking into bedrooms, man.
Yeah. I mean, have a weapon at that point.
So people coming to Austin from out of town were stopped by the police and sent away depending on their reasons for visiting. That was another thing that started happening, which is very safe to say. You want to kind of filter the people coming in and out, so you keep an idea of, are you involved with this? Is it someone outside the town? Is it someone inside the town? Some suggested lighting up the entire city, and in 1894, the famous Moon Towers were installed partially in response to the murders. So the Moon Towers, you have definitely seen, but let me give you a little bit of Austin history. So the Moon Towers are these big, they almost look like antennas, and they've been built around. So there's one kind of in the one I know is in the MLK neighborhood area. Mm-hmm. I've driven by that so many times, and it looks like this little antenna scaffolding, like a radio tower, but not as tall. And then at the top now, I believe there might be powered lights, but originally it was supposed to be a light to capture and rediffuse moonlight back out onto the street.
Oh,
that or maybe I'm misremembering. I think it was basically to be a false moon. So as I mentioned, it's got a scaffolding to it. We can post a photo on our Twitter page at RedWebPod, but here's kind of like a look up it just for you, Fredo. It looks like the scaffolding of a radio tower. It's not as tall. And then at the top, the reason why they call them Moonlight Towers is because they put a bunch of like high-powered lamps, and these are supposed to light up a full big area. And so it's kind of like a false moon, hence the name Moon Tower. There's still a few around to this day. I don't know if they're being lit up. I don't remember.
And that was the reason why they were installed?
It was partially the reason why they were installed 10 years after this all started.
That's true, because, I mean, it wouldn't be something... It seemed like it went up with haste, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I don't believe someone just went, we should construct this. You know what I mean? Like, this is probably something that people have been thinking about doing and adding in, and then they went, okay, now we need to accelerate that because...
Yeah, it'll help with situations like this. But to be fair, I mean, that was 1894. So 9 to 10 years after this all kicked off, 8 to 9 years after it kind of subsided a little bit. But yeah, I mean, they're still kicking it. I don't know how many moon towers you'd need after having seen one to really blanket the land with light, but they didn't have enough. I'll just say that.
Oh, because it continued.
No, it wasn't that it continued. It's just I don't think that they will definitely light up a big area, but just like
Right, but like
spots.
how big is that, right? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
not
on top
that
of
big.
that, like
trees blocking
what-
it.
right,
Streetlights
exactly.
do more for light than
exactly.
these
I was
things,
about
yeah.
to be like, also, how do you get around the trees?
Yeah.
Like,
But anyway, I mean, that is in part one of the solutions, although it probably had other motives for those going up.
I would assume.
But now that we kind of know the patterns and the reactions of the city, I want to talk about the investigations. Obviously, then we'll move forward with the theories as to who this could have possibly been or what grouping it could have been. So at the time of the servant girl murders, the concept of a serial killer, as I mentioned, didn't really exist. It was very strange to the American people. There was not much in the way of a formal investigation, and of course, as we've established in many episodes prior, no DNA testing at this time.
Yep.
Sniffing dogs were used to find suspects, and police tried to identify footprints and shoe prints near the bodies. However, it appeared that the killer removed their shoes before attacking, likely to create less noise and or evade the police.
I'm curious to know, I mean, I guess like the victim's scent they'd give to the dogs, and then the dogs would trace down the victim's scent if it was still lingering.
Yeah, it's
Right?
unless you found a piece of clothing that you thought wasn't the victim's, then you could be like,
right.
But yeah, I mean, you maybe have them get a sense of the scene and then see if they can't chase it down anywhere else beyond the scene. It's one of the few tactics, I mean, they had, especially when
Yeah.
normally they diagnosed after the fact, caught somebody and put them
Right.
away to prevent
I mean, the
further.
minute you said sexual assault, my mind went to, okay, DNA. Nope, not yet.
Right.
Not yet.
Mhm.
We're not there yet.
Not
so.
there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this. We've talked about this a lot in terms of just like, I couldn't imagine how much easier it would be to get away with stuff during those, like, the further
Right.
back you go, right? Like,
Right. Taking advantage of trustworthy people that don't lock their doors in a time where this
Yeah.
kind of thing doesn't happen. It takes a very
No.
ill
And
mind
then-
to
exactly.
conceive.
Then
But,
you do it, and it's like, well, you don't leave any footprints. You don't leave
Well,
any
here's the
traces.
thing.
Like,
No shoe prints. Took the shoes off to,
Right,
to be
there's-
silent. But then the thing is,
there's still.
sometimes there were bloody footprints left at the scene.
Oh.
And that gives you the ability to maybe, if you can find suspects, maybe compare foot sizes, maybe compare toe prints. But who knows if they're actually going to be able to
Right.
see. I don't know when fingerprints really came on the
It's like,
scene.
show me your toes.
Give me those toes. Another thing though that often happened or sometimes happened was that the weapon would be left behind.
What the?
And again, this is certainly before
Whoa.
DNA and fingerprint testing.
Yeah, because you'd never leave that behind
Right.
these days. Like,
Right.
someone was like, the murderer left the weapon behind.
Like, I don't need this anymore. Maybe you have the dog sniff it down and say like, it smells like
Maybe.
mothballs. Chase this down to my grandma's attic. You know,
Like what?
mothballs. You know the smell of mothballs, but you don't know what mothballs are? I'm sure you know the smell. Everyone knows the smell.
Christian, what's a mothball?
They're like
Like a cheese puff?
How'd you
I mean, I wouldn't need it. Essentially, they're like
How would
these
you describe
really
it?
potent smelling. They're little pellets that, you know, a reason why they're attributed to the elderly a lot is because moths, certain kind of moths, would eat fabric. And so if you wanted to chase those moths away, you'd load up like your wedding dress and a bunch of other old clothes in a trunk with mothballs, hence the smell on the clothes. So that way it would scare away. It's kind of like to discourage moths from eating their clothes and nice things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like little pellets kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah. To prevent moths from like chewing holes through clothes and
Yup.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Eating your silkwear and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so maybe the dogs were sniffing down those like axes and who
Right.
knows?
Try
you know?
anything.
Anything.
Try everything.
Another wrinkle, though, to these investigations, as you can imagine, is that police investigation records were not always kept. Not that they were kept well or kept poorly; they were just not always kept. It was a simpler time those days,
Yeah.
and with filing and like. You didn't have the ease of access of electronics and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
a lot of things are done manually.
Mm-hmm. But all of that said, there were some similarities between cases that definitely assisted with the search for the person who would be called by the reporters the Midnight Assassin, right? Obviously, they're understanding that there are trends between the victims, the locations, the way the crime was handled and taken out. And so from that, they were able to maybe start building a bit of a profile of who they were looking for. Many Austin residents and the police force, remember, this is late 1800s, not validating the way they went about this, but this is the fact of the matter. The folks at the time, in reacting to this, just assumed, due to the nature of the victims, assumed it was just an African-American man that was perpetuating these crimes. Or they assumed that it was some sort of infighting with the African-American community to deal with. A lot of baked-in problems there.
Yep.
And as you can imagine, when Eula Phillips and Sue Hancock were killed, much more attention began being placed on the case.
I bet there was.
Yep. Very charged topic right there. I'm not going to steer into it too much, but as you can tell, the people at the time were a little more passive on it until
White neighbors and
being involved.
It's like, wait, hold on. This person's out here killing white people. Like, we got to figure this out.
Now that
Yeah.
So the police force seemed unable to find the killer, obviously. So the mayor, John Robertson, hired a private detective agency from Houston to help, though they were also unable to solve the case. The partners of the women who were murdered were some of the main suspects, as you would imagine in many crimes of this nature. So you have Walter Spencer, the partner of the first victim, Molly Smith, who was arrested in December of 1885 after 2 days, was then finally acquitted. Eula Phillips's husband was also convicted as a, quote, copycat killer because of Eula's alleged infidelity. So that would have been his motive, apparently.
Right.
Though he had some injuries from the attack as well, and people had a hard time kind of getting by the fact that if he was attacking somebody, would he injure himself to feign, innocence, or was he also attacked?
This wasn't out during that time, but you pull a Scream 1 situation there.
It's true. You got two people as one person.
Yeah.
So despite having those injuries, though, from the attack as well, despite kind of them being allegedly on fidelity and allegedly a copycat killer, he was in fact imprisoned for 6 months before being released. It seems like in that day, you just arrested the person that you were most suspicious of. What do you do when people are being killed? I suppose you jump on it, but...
Jump on it. Look,
messy, but...
you take color out of the picture, right? It's not... If you're in a panic to try and figure this out, and you're just like, these are suspects, do you lock them up? Maybe you go, okay, that's a way to test to see...
If they stop.
They stopped or anything. Granted, I'd do a house arrest or something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Something way lighter.
Right, because you don't want to violate rights.
Exactly.
But then also, if it's an organization, does it still continue?
Yeah.
Does that get that person back out?
But these are unprecedented times, so you kind of just try and figure it out as you go along.
Yeah. And kind of continuing with this trend was Sue Hancock's husband, who was also arrested. The only difference here is after the attack, he didn't have any injuries, unlike Phillips did. But there was a letter written by Sue, and I have another trigger warning here, that spoke of her husband as abusive. But her daughter, or their daughter, I should say, argued that he was not the killer, and he was subsequently acquitted and released. So definitely gets a little muddy. Definitely, some other problems surfacing. It's hard to tell if any of them were or were not guilty.
That's a whole nother investigation in itself.
Absolutely.
Though. Yeah, you're specifically trying to lock someone up for these murders.
Oh yeah. They were as they should be desperate to find the perpetrator of these crimes.
Yeah.
And in the end, about 400 men were arrested during 1885. Yeah. In relation to these murders.
400?
Yeah.
Okay, they were just locking up anybody.
That's like a person a day.
Holy
plus some.
Hell, dude. And it didn't stop.
Not until the final 1 or 2 crimes there in December of 1885. And that's a question of, did it stop because someone was arrested? Answer, no, because no one, by the end of all of this, even to this day, no one has ever been definitively connected to these crimes.
Oh, man. You gotta think that, that's a button you don't want to press, which is locking up a ton of people. But like to think that if you do press that button, it gets you somewhere. You know what I mean?
You'd hope, right? If you're going to go to that length, you'd hope that, it's a, what is it? It's like a glass the planet thing. It's like a salt the earth. It's like just a blanket move to try to stop something even more heinous from happening.
It's a big, hugely messed up move, but you go, okay, lesser of two evils.
Mm-hmm. Hello, the task force. How you guys doing? Just wanted to speak a little bit more to the cryptid pin set and the hoodie that I mentioned earlier in the episode. They are planned for February 15th. The hoodie may get delayed just due to shipment challenges that are out of our control. We just can't control the whole world, and if we could, we would, and we would make you bring us all the Cheetos and double stuffed Oreos. Thank you very much. But yeah, keep an eye out. We'll let you know on Twitter if that does get delayed. Otherwise, they're going to be there at store.roosterteeth.com, just like we promised. And then you can represent the task force in all those different ways that you do. Also, something that might be new to a lot of you in the task force is RTX. That's a convention that the company that we work for, Rooster Teeth, holds every year. And this year, with all the safety and health precautions possible, we are finally able to do it live in person again. That will be happening July 1st through 3rd in this year of 2022. And we would love to see you in person. We'll have so many different panels on all the different content that we make. We'll probably have some behind the scenes of Red Web. You can come ask us questions, probably do a task force annual meetup like we did last year at the digital RTX. It's always a good time. It's one of the favorite things I get to do in this job is finally meet you all in person, talk about what we're doing in the content, whether it be here on Red Web or over at the other part of my job at Achievement Hunter. But yeah, you can get those tickets at rtxevent.com. They are all there ready for you now. And I really look forward to seeing you. But with that said, I want to talk about some of the fantastic sponsors that make this show possible. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by Babbel. It's that time of the year for setting new goals. Top of my list is to continue learning a new language. That's right. I have been able to speak at a kindergarten level Christian in French. So if you ever have a toddler that speaks French, you can have them come my way and I can talk about colors, shapes, and sizes. And I'm doing it all with Babbel. Babbel gives you bite-sized language lessons that you can use in the real world. That's why I'm actually using Babbel, so that way I can... It's more fun. It's kind of addictive the way they gamify learning language. It's not memorizing cards and words and conjugations of verbs. It actually has made me feel a lot more confident in my ability to speak French, which is something that I like to do at home with my girlfriend. We know just a little bit of French now, but thanks to Babbel, I am learning a lot more. Other language learning apps, I should say, use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel, those lessons were created by over 100 language learning experts, so you know you're going to get the good stuff. Babbel lets you choose from 14 different languages, including the usuals like French and Spanish, but then there's also a little bit more fringe ones that aren't as common on other apps, such as Russian, Turkish, or Indonesian. Plus, their speech recognition tech helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. So right now, when you purchase a 3-month subscription to Babbel, you'll also get an additional 3 free months with your subscription. That's 6 whole months for the price of 3. Just go to Babbel.com and use our promo code of RedWeb. That's BABBEL.com. Use code RedWeb. Babbel, language for life. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by The Jordan Harbinger Show. Want more podcasts to dive into conspiracy theories, cults, and scams? Not to mention unique stories of extraordinary experiences? Well, look no further than The Jordan Harbinger Show. Jordan interviews people with fascinating stories and specialized knowledge. We're talking North Korean defectors, actual spies, and even FBI interrogators. The show also covers topics far beyond those. Jordan's archives of episodes include technology stories like deepfakes, telepathy, and preventing a superbug epidemic. I'm looking around right now, and I feel like that is very timely. Ultimately, he's done episodes in all kinds of topics, in experimental psychology, and just all different walks of life. So if you're interested, Jordan's a great interviewer, and he's able to pull insights out of his tremendous guests, and they're both entertaining as well as informative. So if you like that combination of what we do here on this show, I think you're going to like what you have over there at the Jordan Harbinger Show as well. Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations, or search The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in boy, IN as in Nancy, GER, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. And with that said, let's get right back into the mystery. But that's essentially, I mean, we've talked about a few true crime cases like this. The Zodiac Killer, Jack the Ripper, and then there's a couple others that are eluding me in this moment, but handful of cases like this. And some have more information than others. It's just, I think due to the nature of this one being in late 1800s, that's pretty much what we know about this case.
Damn.
And like I said, again, no person has ever been definitively attached or attributed to these crimes.
Right.
And
so the person just got away with it.
got away. So let's talk about some of the theories, the people behind this case, or perhaps any groups behind this case. Now, before we get into the theories, though, it is worth mentioning that this, again, happened years before H.H. Holmes or Jack the Ripper or what have you, other cases similar to this. And despite being kind of the first of that nature, the servant girl murders passed into obscurity, especially compared to something like Jack the Ripper, which is much more well known. It's much more infamous.
Yeah,
in that
I mean,
sense.
I've never heard of this at all.
Yeah. Modern researchers, though, have essentially reignited the interest and the investigations into this case.
I love that. Well, yeah, why wouldn't you take modern day gadgets and just theories and the
new techniques,
reapply
reapply
and
them.
Apply that.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked out for cases in the recent decades. Why not recent century? One of the more famous examples is the author of the book Midnight Assassin, named Skip Hollandsworth, who goes into pretty good depth about this. But despite all the ongoing investigations now today, looking into what went down and trying to uncover more information, there are some theories out there as to who the killer could be. And I mean, they're as good as they can be based on the information known. So let's talk about the first case. So the first theory I want to talk about revolves around the idea of voodoo. This theory essentially addresses it in the organized group setting rather than saying it was an individual.
Right.
It's kind of a loose finger point at the idea of voodoo. Now, I've seen voodoo in pop culture a lot. I know like a criminally small amount about voodoo, so I want to kind of read a little bit from Wikipedia about what it says, a conglomerate of information around it, because I want to give some credence to what's going on here. So voodoo is a religion that originated in West Africa and has many subsets that have spread throughout the world, including the United States, most famously in Louisiana. It is regarded as a diasporic religion, a religion of peoples that have been displaced. And on a macro level, and this is where I want to quote Wikipedia, quote, voodoo cosmology centers around the voodoo spirits and other elements of divine essence that govern the earth, a hierarchy that range in power from major deities governing the forces of nature and human society to the spirits of individual streams, trees, and rocks, as well as dozens of ethnic voodoo defenders of a certain clan, tribe, or nation. Essentially, patterns of worship follow various dialects, spirits, practices, and songs. Specifically, regarding the Louisiana branch of voodoo, if you will, there are 4 phases to a voodoo ritual, all identifiable by the song being sung. You have the preparation, the invocation, the possession, and the farewell. And so with that very quick, up-to-speed kind of information dump, I want to get back kind of to where the theory is coming from. So a lot of the older African-American residents of Austin at the time theorized that the killer was involved with voodoo, and the reason why they kind of think is because they perpetuated these crimes consistently without being caught, and they even theorized that because of their powers within voodoo, that they were able to become invisible, to escape being caught, and to be able to silently break into places. Yeah.
I think it's interesting the fact that, this is a time where there was a lot of racism.
Sure. A lot of lack of understanding of one another. Yeah.
And to think that there are also people of color that are like, well, maybe it's not, this person going on this racist spree. Maybe it's, another person of color using voodoo in order to, kind of complete whatever they want.
Right. Whatever motives they had behind these crimes. Yeah. Another reason why the African-American community in the area started thinking that too is it was something they were more familiar with, of course, but also the fact that this person or persons were able to enter residences at night without being noticed, especially when some of these residences had dogs that were kept outside.
Oh.
Not necessarily as watchdogs, but certainly would act like one
Right.
if somebody unfamiliar at the middle of the night woke them up, busting into a place. The fact that these dogs and the people, the residences, didn't notice them
Weren't
slip
alerted.
by is another reason why they thought that voodoo tactics were being used to almost stifle their footsteps, not only to be silent, but become invisible, to basically lower their profile in a certain
Damn.
way. And the reason why I wanted to give some background on voodoo is because, there's a lot of, it's used a lot as
It's used in a lot of
a
different ways,
plot device
especially,
in
yeah.
pop culture. And so I wanted to give it its due, credence on some background, and that this theory isn't just coming out of misunderstanding and just coming out of the woodwork. There is some, mysticism to it. It is a religion of magical and mystical practices, right? But within those realms, and for those who believe in its power, that's where this theory kind of comes from. It's very interesting, especially given that it is in the South and in the late 1800s. But it's just, I think it's another natural attempt to solve something that is so dark, so sinister, and so, why would anyone do this? This is literally the first crime of its style. So people are just kind of like,
what is happening? How do we,
Right.
How do we put this into a category?
Right.
And
right.
when it feels like the category doesn't exist yet.
Right. So that's the theory number one. I don't think these next two theories actually preclude it from being a part of it, but they aren't mentioned. So let's move on to theory number two. The second theory now that I want to talk about is the one I was kind of teasing at the beginning. So before I get into it, there was a very similar case to this that we've discussed in a previous episode, and I've mentioned two of them now, but what was your guess at the top of this episode that this person could have been?
Jack the Ripper.
Yeah. Well, that's where we're headed.
Oh, is it?
Theory two is that this was actually Jack the Ripper, or at least the same person, the same unknown person.
This was like their true beginning.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because, Jack the Ripper, a lot of those cases, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, was in London, right? In England.
Yes.
And so this would have had to revolve around somebody who could make it back and forth. Because then there's other theories, just jumping back to Jack the Ripper, that they did what they did there and the murders stopped in England because then they came to the New World and continued them here or lived out their life with that, here. So this kind of throws a little wrench in that idea, but, some people still theorize that the Servant Girl Annihilator and Jack the Ripper are one and the same. Both
go after females.
Yeah, it's true. Both violently attacked lower-class women in the middle of the night, and the Christmas Eve victims seem similar to the night when Jack the Ripper attacked two women within 45 minutes in different areas while evading any witnesses. It's the same kind of way of handling it, I guess.
Right, the technique. In a sense.
It's like, boom, something happened, slip through the city unseen quietly to somebody else, boom, another crime happens.
What is the year difference between the two?
It's a very good question because the Jack the Ripper murders happened in Whitechapel, a district of London, in wait for it, 88.
Oh.
3 years after these ones went down, giving you ample time to, if you were to do something like this,
set up, get situated.
Get familiar with a place.
Oh man, it's an interesting theory.
Ooh, yeah.
It's very interesting.
How else to escape the pattern than to just leave? They're like, this is a pattern that never has happened.
Right.
I'm going to establish this pattern, and then I'm going to leave.
Yeah, and then I'm gone.
And then I'm going to do it again because I'm a sick, ill person, Jack the Ripper.
Oh man, that is so interesting.
And then they escape back to maybe the Americas as a
to
theory,
familiar land. And
so then suddenly you have all these, your past is just cut off every time you transfer countries. Like in these days, your paper trail is just burned.
That is
you can make up your own history. I'm Harold Boyson.
It's not a crazy theory.
It is not.
It is not.
So especially with some of the similar occurrences and the trends in the victims and all of that. So to reiterate, these servant girl murders ended only 2 years before the Whitechapel murders began. So, it's possible, man. That's super possible. And then it also kind of continues to shrink the pool of people capable because, at that time to move back and forth like that would cost you a pretty penny.
It costs you money.
So we have servant girls being attacked, servant girls being, tend to serve people at restaurants in some sense, but also serve the wealthier people. And so then you start to build a case for, is there a wealthy individual here that has a huge gripe with this, so to speak, lower class grouping of people, that they take it out on them, and then they flee the scene and kind of do a similar thing in London. Man, that's spooky in a way.
Dude, it is. I mean, back then, man, I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if that was the case, it's just how crazy and how easy it was back then to just do something as over the top like that, and then just get away with it, go somewhere else, do it again. Like,
Yeah,
nutty.
it's wild.
I like that theory a lot.
Yeah. Well, there's a sub-theory within this. Two sub-theories, in fact.
Okay.
One is about a man by the name of Maurice. He was one of the suspects of those many 400, and he was a Malaysian cook at the time, only known as Maurice. He worked at the Pearl House, a place which almost all of the victims lived nearby. So essentially, this is establishing a familiar ground. If he's kind of... That's something for the police to do. They want to figure out, is there a commonality between all these places? And
A lot of
Maurice...
times you go with what's familiar, because especially if you're doing something as extreme as this, you want some sort of comfort and
the area.
sense of like the beats, the repetitions and the motions of the places and the people.
But he's also working in this industry, and he's also in striking distance from a lot of these, locations where the crimes happened. And soon after the murders, guess what?
What?
Maurice moved to London.
Oh.
And then in November of 18...
damn.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Look, it most likely is not, but it's just...
Poor Maurice getting thrown under the bus.
Spicy theory.
It is very. And so in November of 1888, the Austin American-Statesman reported on Jack the Ripper and compared it to the servant girl murders. And they theorized that Maurice moved to London to evade detection and to continue his alleged crimes. So even in that moment, when the Jack the Ripper crimes were still happening, the servant girl crimes were fresh on the mind, people at that time were already theorizing this very thing.
Yeah, during those times.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Another sub-theory revolves around Jack Maybrick, who was another suspect for the Jack the Ripper, and author Shirley Harrison theorized that Maybrick was the individual behind all this because of his traveling work as a cotton merchant. Not much else to be said about this individual other than the potential, right?
Right.
Locations and times.
Their job allows them to actually travel.
But man,
their alibi.
You're right in that Maurice might have been unfortunate. I'm sure you could find a lot of people that moved from Austin to
that traveled over there and whatnot. But boy, that'd be insane.
Oh yeah.
If just connecting such two big moments in time like that, and connecting it to one person. Oof.
I mean, it's only natural when this is essentially the first and second crime spree of its caliber, of its type.
Exactly.
You're just going, it's got to be the same person. You hope it's the same person because clearly it's factually happening. And you hope that it's not a new epidemic.
More people, right.
Don't be given those ideas. But, I mean, we've lived a few more decades than them, and we've seen that, yes, more people are willing to do it now. So, I don't know. Let's move on to the third theory, revolving around Nathan Elgin. This theory stems from a PBS show, History Detectives and James Galloway of UT Austin. They actually introduced Nathan Elgin as a suspect. So Elgin was born and raised in Austin and might have known the city very well and possibly knew where to evade detection. He was 19 years old at the time of the murders, and in early 1886, Elgin dragged a woman out of a bar and was subsequently shot by police, and he died the very next day, 1886. Remember, these crimes ended at the end of the year 1885, and it is possible that his death is why these murders ended.
Oh.
That maybe he was caught in broad daylight doing something similar to his crimes, and that the police, for lack of, just given the situation, decided to take him out, and then the crimes ended.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's so many people you could look at during that time where it's like, they passed away. Maybe it stopped. Or they moved, so maybe it was them.
Yeah. I mean, so far that's coincidental. But this next piece of information is just, I mean, it's definitely coincidental, but man, if it ain't some sort of smoking gun of some, it just, it whiffs, man. It's got a whiff.
I mean, you're using the terminology of smoking gun. That's a big one.
I mean, you tell me. I don't want to vilify somebody on coincidence, but
yeah.
Now, this man's died now. They noticed that this guy's got 4 toes on one foot. Well, wouldn't you know it, but the footprints that they found at some of the crime scenes had a very similar 4-toe pattern, meaning that either this guy's missing the same toe or he's done himself in by taking off his shoes to be silent, left some bloody footprints, and that missing toe is the same missing toe, That's what I'm saying. It's pretty massive. But here's the thing. Nowadays, you can't just say that and be like, yeah, they're the bad guy. Because, it's totally possible in the late 1800s to be missing a toe from gangrene or something. But I don't know. It's been chalked up to as coincidence.
Yeah.
And I will leave it as factually that. But to me, it's just, I guess I'm desperate for a solution. I'm desperate for an answer, given the nature of everything.
Same toe from gangrene. Oh, that's...
Yeah. Do you ever wonder how, and you don't, how many toes have been lost to history because of ingrown toenails or someone picking at their toenails and it snags, bleeds, and gets infected, and then they lose that whole foot?
Just because medicine wasn't as updated back then as it is now. Yep.
Now we got the liberty to just hack at our toes, just get in there with toe knife and just dig away.
We got our own little...
Man, life is beautiful. But
imagine what it's like in 200 years where modern medicine would
toe
be
lasers. You got toenail LASIK.
God, I wish you could just lay in a pod and then you'd have doctor would pull up a
menu,
3D wiring of your body and just shift through the layers, and if there's anything that's bothering you, they could just...
You don't get in a pod. They go... Beep, 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 beep. Well, they scan you with a highly radioactive gun thing.
The pod is doing the work. The pod is all encompassing with the radiation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As I can see, I just scanned you, and it seems that you've taken a huge dose of radiation.
Would you...
Sir, was it the pod? No. Couldn't be.
Would you live 50 years, but in perfect health and
And then kaput?
Because say that was the trade-off for the medicine, right?
Yeah, I'd rather live 50 strong years than 50 blah years, if that's the question.
Well, I mean, not saying your years are going to be blah. I'm just saying
I'm going to die at the age of 50?
No. What I'm saying is at the age of 50, you die because of all the radiation that kept you clean slate in terms of
if I had a different family
your back's not giving you issues.
Right,
there's no cancer came up. It's able to cut off cancer, but the radiation essentially gave you until 50. Or naturally live until 80 or 100.
Yeah, naturally maybe. That's not a good payoff.
That's why I said 50 because I was 50 might be enough. Christian, you live until 50?
What's that?
Perfect health, living until 50.
To the age of 50?
The age of 50, but say modern medicine is able to keep you...
Tell a 25-year-old they're over the hill. Tell me how it goes.
Yeah.
Midlife crisis at 26.
Yeah.
That's
modern medicine is able to keep you in perfect condition, no deterioration, no injuries, no problem.
But it poisons you with radiation.
But, right, there's the radiation poisoning, and so you would die around 50 years old. Or just naturally live until 80.
Yeah, versus just what...
naturally
now.
living
I want to
until
interview the person that says I'll take that deal. But then again, it depends on your family history.
I mean, also the 50s guaranteed, but then just depending on how well you take care of yourself and your day-to-day life, I'd rather take that and just live.
Yeah, eat your green
healthily.
beans.
Yeah, and I can live
these
beyond
gentlemen
50.
are saying drink your milk,
eat some vegetables, do some workouts. And then you
That's
don't gotta worry
tough.
about 50.
Here's the thing: I don't think equipment of that caliber would be allowed.
No, it would not be allowed at all.
Yeah. So,
Well, there was an article recently about the there's pods.
are you talking about in Switzerland or whatever?
Yeah,
those assisted suicide pods.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole different conversation.
a whole different thing.
But yeah, eventually medicine's going to be, you don't need to lay in a pod and scan yourself. You just have biometric clothing, a watch, maybe a chip implant that sucks your blood a little bit periodically.
inject me with nanobots. Let them go in and just
You ever read the book Prey by Michael Crichton?
no.
Ooh, it's interesting. It's about nanobots.
Oh,
It's about nanobots that basically rapidly evolved and become like a hive mind with one another, and they
oh god.
can like move around in a swarm. And,
Oh god.
Yeah.
And that's so that you can control people. That's Skynet.
Ooh.
All right.
Well, Task Force, you know what? I'll leave you with that question. Would you live to 50 perfectly fine, no arthritis, no bad back, no thrown?
nothing.
You got
There's
Wolverine healing.
So many young people right now, they're just like, no way.
They're like, I'm already like that.
Yeah.
Well,
Life's amazing.
life is amazing.
And then you have people that are like in their 40s going, and then you
They're
have
like,
people,
what's life after 50 look like? you
Yeah,
know?
what's for me? Come on. Like,
I don't know.
What's 30 more years, maybe, really?
I bet like 10% of the people would be like,
Majority,
yeah,
I don't think would.
no way.
I think it's a big chunk of your life taken away.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, this is kind of the wrap up to this Servant Girl Annihilator. A very morbid case, very intriguing case, kind of being an
Visceral.
Austin local now.
Yeah,
Wild though. I you know,
it's intriguing from a lot of angles.
Yeah,
One,
being the
just
first one of this
being
guy.
the first one, and then the location,
Yeah.
and then the icing on the cake is just the theories tying it to Jack the Ripper.
Oh, yeah.
like that came out of left field, and I was like, oh man, like maybe there's I guess there's a theory of Jack the Ripper or whatnot, and then there's a couple things that kind of make it line up, and I go, oh, that is spicy.
Yeah, I mean, it's very morbid, but it's also morbidly, like, it drives a morbid curiosity in me. And part of it is also just the desire for closure on something this dark. But, you know, as always, it's just one of those cases we may never know the ending of.
No, I mean, even if you do, right? If
What do you-
was the person passed away by now?
Right,
Like-
right. It's tough, but that has been the Servant Girl Annihilator Task Force. Thank you, as always, for listening. Did you know, by the way, Fredo, you can Task Force can give us a 5-star review on Spotify. I didn't know you could review on Spotify now, but you
didn't
can.
either, but I was told that we were being flooded with 5-star reviews,
Yeah.
and we cannot thank you guys enough.
Yeah.
This little thing we started during
This little old
quarantine from a
thing.
distance
Mm-hmm.
has become this task force.
Absolutely. You know, we've got a lot of ideas on the docket. You know, I think we're going to do a live show. Our company here, Rooster Teeth, is doing a podcast tour, and obviously we're part of that. So, you know, stay in tune sometime this year. I think we're aiming for sometime around October.
Yeah.
Just due to the nature of Halloween and whatnot. But, you know, we're going to try to come to a city near you guys. So honestly, the more you listen, the more it's polling the data. We've looked at the data, and we're looking at which cities listen the most, because this is kind of a test to see if this works out, if we can do more of these. So that's another way. If you want,
thank you for the love and support. And like
Yeah.
Trevor said, we're looking to like how we expand it and how we do this in video form, make bigger, better things, and
Mhm.
maybe see the task force in person. So keep an eye out. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Just
Bigfoot coming at you from behind. Wow.
Well,
Gotta keep an eye out. Stay
see,
nimble at the task force.
That would be unfortunate. But in my mind, I'm thinking like we're gonna have to go somewhere spooky again at some point, aren't we? Aren't we? Aren't we?
We're gonna dive
It's just
into
kind
it.
of naturally where this show takes us, doesn't it?
Yeah. All right. Well, Task Force, Fredo, see you back here on Monday. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
Oh, chimpanzee that!
Oh, you'll like this one. What I've found is found out like a lot of monkeys' names. Like that's how I found out about Oliver.
Yeah. What do you mean you found out a lot of monkeys' names?
Well, there's a lot of monkeys out there, and you think they're just called monkey and what have you, but they're all given names, right? So this one that I found about, bit of a weird name anyway. It's actually called Crap. Its name, right? And
so they're not born with those names. It's not like their parents give them those names. You know, they're just chimps. Yeah.
Well, this one, right? And
it's called Crap.
Yeah, I know. Right, but do you know what it's famous for?
What crap?
Yeah.
No.
Go on.
Is it involved with this show?
It the first monkey to have its name tattooed on its head.
Yeah, again, I will say not by choice. There is no way that a chimp would go down to Camden Lock and go, are you a registered tattooist? I am, yes. Yeah, it's the cleanest, yeah. Go, okay,
Can I have a look through your book?
Can I have a look through your book? I'm looking for something quite gothic, but, I'd like, you know, what's your name? Crap. Oh, I'm not sure I can do that because you're not drunk, are you? I haven't had a drink. I've had some Mbongo, and that's all. But no. What are you talking about? The first monkey to have its name tattooed on its head. What are you talking about,
There's got
Carl?
to be more information. Don't tell me you're leaving it there. There's got to be more information.
That was it, and then I read it thinking, well, that's weird, because that means there's loads of monkeys with tattoos on their head, if that's the first one.
No, it could be still the only one.
The first and only.
Yeah, but would they report that?
What do you mean, would they report it? This isn't the Washington Post you're reading. This is mentalists who do websites about themselves every day.
What? There's got to be a third
Why is that
to
news?
that story.
Why is that news? How did you come across that?
Well,
First nut monkey with tattoo head. I mean, what are you talking about?
But why did it have its name tattooed on its head?
No, it didn't say that. I mean, yeah, I know, it's mad, but he didn't say why.
Was that enough for you though? Did you feel satisfied having read that? Did you not have other
I mean,
questions?
there's no way that is in the Guinness Book of Records. There's no way that is cited in the Guinness Book of Records.
I just read it as like, what a weird name for a monkey, and then, ooh, you won't have that on your head.
What would be a good name for a monkey?
I don't know, anything but that.
Dave.
Ted. But what do you think of that then?
Well, I don't know what to think about it because I don't know what you're telling me. I don't know that that's news. I don't know that it's true. I mean, I don't know where to start with that. Oh, chimpanzee that!
Right. I don't know how recent this was.
Oh God. 17th century.
But it happened in Hackney, right? If you're outside London, that's in a place in London. And it's this monkey that's going about Hackney, nicking DVDs.
Even the monkey didn't go for videos. Even the monkey knew. Well, there's no point in getting on VHS.
But Brad, you're on VHS.
You're having a... Throw it back.
Right, and there's a girl called Lisa who works in our office here, right? And I mentioned it to her because she lives in Hackney. I said, you familiar with this? And she said, oh, I remember something about it, which annoyed me. The fact that a monkey's running riot, but she didn't know the full story, and she lives there.
What do you mean a monkey? Do you mean a chimpanzee or a monkey?
I don't know. Is there a zoo in Hackney? Is there a zoo there? I don't know what sort it was, but it was like.
Is there a zoo in Hackney?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
So, right, get on with the story.
So anyway, yeah, it's been robbing stuff, and the other bit that really puzzled me, right, is the fact that.
And you're not easily puzzled by monkey news.
They took fingerprints. What do you think about
that? Well, they took fingerprints, presumably because they didn't know it was a monkey to start with.
No, they did. They saw it, nicking stuff, and they said, get fingerprints. So that means there's more than just one doing it.
I'm going to have a heart attack.
He had to fax them to Interpol.
Yeah. We know that is, yeah. It's Brian the monkey. Yeah.
So sorry, I don't understand. He was stealing DVDs, specifically DVDs.
DVDs, I think it said watches and stuff.
What, breaking into homes?
Yeah, in Hackney. Maybe.
Are you sure it wasn't a kid with a mask on?
No, seriously.
How was he breaking into homes?
They're good,
up the drain pipe. They're good, aren't they? They're good, aren't they?
But how would they do that?
So is that the news?
Well, that's how much do you want?
Is that monkey news?
For this week.
Well, I don't know that it's true. Again, I've got nothing.
There was other stuff. There was another story that I found about a monkey, but I would like to know from someone if in Hackney if do you know what I mean? And I missed that one on Crime Watch, which would have been good, right? But there was another story about one that kept getting on buses, not paying its fare, and just sat in a corner reading the paper.
Reading the paper, Carl. You're an idiot.
But that wasn't in London.
You're an idiot.
That was in America.
It wouldn't read the paper. Why would it read the paper?
Because it was its way of sort of going, oh, well, if I'm reading something, maybe the inspector...
The inspector won't notice my hairy hands.
Oh, Carl, you're such a fool!
Well...
Pillockton. Carl,
We've just had a news flash that an infinite number of monkeys in Hackney are nicking an infinite number of typewriters.
Yeah.
We don't know what for. At this stage, we've got no more information.
And they've taken back an infinite amount of graduate on video. This is rubbish. Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news night.
Excellent. Good. So we'll sort of get some monkey experts on maybe next week to dissect it.
Right. You ready?
Yeah.
Right. There's this monkey. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's called Jack.
Yeah.
Right. I got pally with this bloke who worked in a railway station.
How? Pen pals?
I don't know. I didn't say all that. I'm
Internet,
just telling
internet.
you. I'm shortening
Chat
it.
rooms on the internet.
I'm shortening it. So, anyway, he's helping him out all the time. It's this fella's job, right, to sort of make sure it's safe for the trains to come in, that sort of thing, right? But he's always working on his own, so he's got his mate Jack in with him, right, this little monkey. Yeah. And, you know, they're having a good time. They share lunch together and stuff like that. Anyway, it gets to a point when the fella whose job it is, right, starts getting old. And Jack, the monkey, starts getting more involved.
Presumably this is a chimpanzee as opposed to a monkey, you mean? When you say monkey, it's generic term, you mean chimps usually, don't you?
Yeah.
Go on then.
So, you know, he's clocking the fella doing his job, and he's thinking, I can do this, right, the monkey.
I love it.
Yeah. He's helping out, he's pulling down the levers and stuff, so the train's sort of coming on the right lines.
Sure, yeah.
He's clocking it, he sticks his head out the little window, see the trains coming and that.
I hope British Rail are listening.
Yeah.
Right? In the end...
Oh, yeah.
The fella whose job it is, he lost a leg for some reason, couldn't work anymore.
Lovely.
Gave Jack the job.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
The railway company are happy with that. I'm sure they interviewed a number of people, but he was the best monkey for the job.
And that's good, isn't it?
Well, it's not true.
Right, once again.
Well, it's not true. Don't hand Steve a piece of paper that someone put on the internet who is probably a bigger mentalist than you. That's not proof. It's not true. At no point did a railway company give a chimpanzee the job of signalman.
It was ages ago.
What?
Steve, when was it? It was
before trains, probably.
Well, it's in the 1880s.
Yeah.
According to this piece of paper, which is what you've based your monkey news on. Now, of course, I think ITN and a lot of the news channels, they tend to get lots of independent confirmation of their news before they give it out as fact. But you've got an email from someone, so let's assume that's real. It says, for this, Jack was officially put on the railway payroll, earning 2 cents per day and have half a bottle of beer on Saturday. That's what we pay you, isn't it?
He doesn't even get the beer. Oh, dear, he's not allowed to drink, are you?
Someone emailed in, actually, and said, Carl, some years ago, did you die? And they took your face and transplanted it onto that of a chimpanzee. It would make a lot of sense.
I've never seen you. He always has T-shirts right done up and long sleeve. I bet he's hairy under there.
Yeah.
I bet you are hairy because you have to shave right up to your eyes. You're one of them, aren't you? And I can see the growth, and it comes out the top there. Are you really hairy underneath?
I'm pretty hairy.
Are you really?
Well, what's up with that?
You're a humanzee, aren't you? That's why you're fascinated with them, and why your IQ is sort of about 80. I think you might be. Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news. Carl Pilkington.
Brilliant. Nice to have. I haven't read that for a couple of weeks.
Go on then.
All right. So, is that this little monkey?
Oh yeah.
He lives in Morocco.
Right. I'll just warn you now. You're on thin ice from last time. Okay. So make sure. Is this real?
It's been.
Don't say anything stupid. Think about it. As you're saying it, think to yourself, oh, is that true? Do monkeys do that? Do they think like that? So, go on then.
So anyway, yeah. So there's this magician in Morocco, right? He's got a little monkey working with him, right? The way it used to work, magician used to do his thing on stage, do a little bit of magic. People loved it. Then the monkey came out, had a little cap, walked around the crowd and stuff, got the money, had a good little team thing going on, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, the monkey's name was 86.
Right.
Because back then there was so many monkeys, it was like, oh, what names? Do you know what I mean? What names do you use? What do you do? So they just named them, right? So this little monkey.
What he had 86 other monkeys. What?
No. It's just that because a lot of monkeys were sort of working back then, helping magicians out, you know, doing bits and pieces, busking, what have you. Just
well, Rick, you know how there's so many...
Why would there be a confusion with that? If he only had one monkey, where's the confusion? People would go, oh, I'm not going to go and see that. I want to see 86. He's the better monkey. Do you know what I mean? What does it matter?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, why do they need... where was the confusion? With people going to the circus and going, what monkey are you going to go see tonight? I don't know. It wasn't a billing, was it, with a monkey?
But, Rick, it's just the same with humans. You know, there's so many humans now that we can't give them names anymore.
Yeah,
they all
exactly.
have to have numbers.
Exactly, yeah. There's so many humans, you know, with 5 billion people. We can't give them names. It's impossible. But, you know, with a few monkeys
anyway, number
working...
122, go on.
So, anyway, there he is.
86.
86.
With his hat.
With his hat, walking around, getting the money.
Yeah.
Anyway, the magician sort of, you know, thinking about moving on. Because in Morocco, he'd sort of done all the tourist traps.
Sure.
So he had a word with the monkey, said, how about we...
See?
No, let him continue.
Think.
Let him continue.
He didn't have a word with the monkey.
Let him continue.
So what do you think about going over to Spain?
Yes. Sure. So the monkey was in agreement?
So he said, all right, go on then. Right, so they get in the car, and like the magician knew he'd have a bit of a problem on his hands because you're not meant to take monkeys out of the country.
Yeah.
Right. So he thought, right, what I'll do, I'll get a car. Right.
Right.
Stick the monkey in a boot. Right. Get on the boat and hopefully sort of, you know, stick it in some luggage and what have you.
Yeah.
We'll be over there, we'll be earning big money, everything's going to be great. So the monkey was like, brilliant. So they get in the car, they're on the way to the boat, and pull over at a petrol station. And just before filling it up, he opens up the boot and he goes, "You all right?" And then it's like, "Yeah, it's sound." So he leaves the boot open so it can breathe and get a bit of fresh air whilst it's filling up. Goes in to pay the money.
Yeah.
Pays the money. Goes, "I'm just paying for the."
Right, this monkey is not going to drive away in that car, or we're never doing this feature again.
Carl, what happens? What's number 86 up to?
So 86. So
that's the ending, isn't it? That's the story.
Come on, let Carl finish the story.
It better not be.
Brilliant. You're gonna love it. Right. So he's in the petrol station, and he's going, right, I'll pay for pump 4. And the fella says, what are you talking about?
Pump 4, isn't that a monkey? No. Sometimes I use numbers for monkeys. Sometimes I use... No, I mean pump 4.
Sure.
So he says, what are you talking about? There's no car at pump 4.
Right.
Keep going.
Sticks his head out of the door.
Yeah.
The monkey's giving it some. Went over to Spain on its own.
Steve, I don't know what to do.
Hang on, let's just get a couple of the facts right here.
What do you mean, couple of the facts? Right, there are no facts.
So number 86. Number 86 he drove to Spain.
You are honestly, Carl. You must know.
It was an automatic.
Right, Carl. You must know that is shit. There is no way a monkey.
That's the thing with this
feature. He gets stopped at customs.
It's mental.
How would he get through customs, Carl? Has he got a passport?
No, he was sneaking about because he didn't have a passport.
So he parked and then snuck through.
Do you want the facts?
Let me see it. Right, I'll examine this, Rick, and we'll play a record.
Play a record because I can't. That's nearly as bad as the armed robbery. Right, go on. Yeah. Play a record.
Because we've covered so much in the monkey world, right? The fact that we've done a monkey that was a sort of half man, we've done a monkey that got a decent job in a train station. Can you think of any of the other?
Well, that's just some of the great monkey news from the past.
That's what I mean. So that's what you got to compete with. So even though this is quite amazing,
just tell us.
Another monkey's got married.
Oh, not another monkey getting married.
What do you mean?
It's got another one. You know, it was knocking about with some woman monkey for a bit.
A woman monkey.
They decided to, you know, get married.
Yeah,
they did.
What do you mean they decided to get married?
Was it pressure from her parents?
They had a good do, and
a good do. I love the spread. I love that peanut vol-au-vents.
Yeah.
Celebrated in a pub, and then they both went off to the cage at night. That's what I mean. Even though that is quite impressive,
But
because
it's not true. Or it's a joke. It's nothing. It's not.
on a Nova website, official sort of news website.
2 monkeys have married in Romania after a whirlwind romance. Well, that's
After a whirlwind romance.
God, yeah, a quick one hanging onto the rope. Yeah. She was in the tyre.
Yeah.
He saw it.
Yeah.
He went, "I'll have a go at that." They go, "We got to marry her now."
Yeah.
Her parents came in and said, Did you just shag my
He was in
daughter
a
the
zoo
tyre?"
knocking one off. She went, "I can do that for you."
Yeah. Yeah. Guests say the monkey bridegroom was scared by the number of people attending the wedding and refused to get out of his cage. But his bride was,
Not bloody Hello Magazine again.
No, it wasn't. No, I think it was like last minute nerves.
Right,
like,
right,
you
right.
know,
Legit, yeah,
I'm single
second
now.
thoughts.
It's like, you know, it's the big step.
Yeah.
But his bride enjoyed every minute of it. She was loving it.
Yeah,
she
sure,
looked lovely, by the
sure.
way. She looked lovely.
Yeah.
The
Did she look
newspaper
good?
reports she only appeared to have problems with her veil and dress. Do you see, you know, this is... The guests
I hope they didn't ruin it like Anthony Turner and maybe get sort of sponsorship PG tips or something.
Totally, with strong plum brandy, so they got them drunk as well. So they carried on the celebrations at the pub, and the bride was taken to her new husband's cage at night. I apologise. Play a record.
Come on now.
Oh, chimpanzee that! Monkey news, earlier than usual.
I'll have to save this link now. Monkey news. We've done a lot of stuff, right, on monkeys, and most of it has been
Is bollocks.
no, has been like happy stories.
Oh, is this it's not. Is this going to be like our tune? Our monkey tune. Simon Bates, and welcome to our monkey tune.
No, but do you know what I mean? We've done stuff about a monkey that robbed a bank.
Yeah. Why is that happy?
He had a great life after that. Right.
What, Marbella?
Yeah. Right. We did the one who saved someone's handbag in a railway station.
We've had a lovely marriage, couple of marriages.
Couple
Couple of monkey marriages.
Yeah, yeah.
There was the one who got a job in a railway station.
Yeah, the hairdresser.
The one who set up a business in Spain.
I don't even remember that one. But, I mean, I'm willing to believe that happened. Go on then, Carl.
But anyway, yeah. So today's isn't that happy really? It's about some monkey. I think it was a chimp.
Who's an ape? Go on.
It tried to. I mean, the story sets off at a sort of a weird thing.
Yeah.
It's something about he went to Russia to do some business.
What are you talking about, Carl?
It jumped past that bit though. It didn't start there.
What?
Do you know what I mean? It didn't tell you what he was doing. It just said, "There's this monkey went to Russia
to do some business,
do some stuff,
I don't know.
bit of monkey business." And anyway, didn't work out.
So, they were furious. We wanted a surgeon. You send us a monkey.
Anyway, ended up being homeless.
Oh.
No,
So
joking.
it's taking a turn for the worst.
What? Couldn't even get into like a tree hostel or anything like that.
That's the problem. And
God.
ended up homeless. Got in with some tramps.
I don't know where to start.
Come on.
Yeah, so he's knocking about with some tramps and stuff. You know, sharing drink and what have you around a little fire. They broke into some home, not sort of squatted.
Right, so
into
I'm not
the flat.
homeless anymore.
Problem was, yeah, he had a roof over his little area he had.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, this is good. This is, we're having a good time. This is sorting me out."
Yeah.
He had his
He said
mate.
that in Russian, though.
What was he eating?
I don't know. It didn't say. But they're in this house.
Well, he could only be eating sort of like fruit, nuts, vegetables. I mean, they classically sort of don't eat pork pies and.
But they've got
drink
McDonald's
coffee.
in Moscow now, so
Sure.
you probably turned down on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, there was a bust.
What? I knew this was
There was a bust in the flat that they were squatting in. All the other tramps sort of knew what was going on, legged it, left little chimps out there, got arrested. And they thought it was a real fella at first. They were like, get him, he's obviously just a scruffy bloke who hasn't had a shave and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hasn't shaved his back for a while.
Or his face.
Yeah.
His head.
Yeah.
Got him down the station. And the boss was like, "What's going on here? We've got a monkey here." He was like, "What?" So you arrested the monkey?
Well, so the arresting officers hadn't noticed all the way to the station that he kept slipping out of the handcuffs and was going for the entire journey. They didn't notice till they got there. What, did they put a hood over his head maybe and just like, you know?
I don't know. I'll give you the story if you want. There's the headline.
What is it? What's the headline, Steve? I don't want to see it, but...
The headline, this is once again from supposedly reputable news organisation Ananova, homeless monkey arrested in Russia.
Did you read on, or did you see the headline and make up that whole story?
Most of it is there.
What isn't there? What bit isn't there then?
No, I think you know. Steve can have a look over it, check it out and stuff.
Point out the embellishment for me, Steve, will you?
Well, what it doesn't say is that the police didn't realise it was a monkey.
That's what I was guessing. Really? That they got it back and said, "What are you doing? We've got a monkey," and they go, "Yeah, yeah." Oh God.
There's some more monkey problems in the week. Have you seen the Alfords advert with monkeys in?
No.
There's a new advert out for Alfords selling bikes and stuff.
Yeah.
Got some monkeys in it. It's caused an uproar.
Why?
People are saying it's dressing them up in tracksuits and that is
taking the mickey out of Manchester.
It's not nice for the animals and that. So there's been loads of complaints.
Will they get a
about
free
it.
bike or something? Do they? I imagine.
I think they kept the tracksuits.
Yeah. Where's the monkey news?
It's been a bit quiet, hasn't it? I've been.
What, in the
keeping
last
an eye
3
out.
months?
Okay, there was something that I found last week about one that was in an old people's home. It escaped from some zoo. It was wandering about. It was enjoying itself, and then when it got to the night time, it was like, "Oh, what am I going to do?" And the first place it came across was like this old people's home.
Yeah.
Went in there. I think it was there for about a week and a half without anyone realising.
No,
No, it did.
No, so the helpers and the nurses and the social workers and the matrons and all that, they thought, well, Mr. Sanders looks a bit hairy. But I mean, that happens, you know, it comes out your ear and your nose when you get to about 70. And he stooped over, yeah, of course he has. He got bow legs, yeah. And he eats more fruit, of course he does.
Well, that's when they realised.
Why?
Because someone in the kitchen said, "Hang on a minute, getting through more bananas than we normally do."
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Right then, so there's this monkey, right?
Right.
In Canada. It's in a zoo in Toronto, I think it is. His name's Pascal, right? And what happened was all the people in the zoo sort of said, you know, what can we do? Sort of spice the day up a bit, right?
Yeah.
So they left.
Embellishing. No way this is a news story.
Let him do the news.
Okay.
So they left.
Any dates?
Just let him read the news, all right? You wouldn't interrupt Moira Stewart.
It was about 2 weeks ago.
No, because she always says today, so you know it's news. She doesn't say, right, there was a monkey, right?
All right.
In Canada,
Come on,
right?
mate, just finish the
Okay.
news. We'll be all night.
A couple of weeks ago in this zoo in Canada.
Right.
Jesus. They got a camcorder.
Right.
And they said, let's leave it for the monkey to have a play with, right? So anyway, they passed it around.
Won a BAFTA.
And a couple of chimps and that were rubbish at it. They were like filming the floor and all that, and the fingers were always in shot and stuff like that, right? But anyway, there was this one chimp called Pascal, right? Who
annoys me that he calls them monkeys, though. They're not monkeys, they're apes.
He was a dab hand at it, right? He was like filming stuff, really good shots, you know, sort of nice mood and that. He used the lighting properly and all the rest of it.
No, he didn't.
This is the news. What are you talking about? This is the news.
So Steve, anyway, it's so annoying. You know it annoys me so much. Things like that. He was a dab hand. He was doing really good shots. It really annoys me.
Let's hear the news.
Anyway, right. So he started at night, like when the zookeepers went home. He started filming like other monkeys on the go, like whilst they were at it, right? And he was filming them and what have you.
The Ron Jeremy of the zoo.
You know it's going to end up on the web.
So anyway, the zookeepers came in the next day and it's like, let's see what shots he's got. Anyway, he's got all this, like, you know, all these monkeys at it and what have you.
So, this is honestly, you don't know what this is doing to me, Steve. Can I stop him now?
So they thought, like, actually, there's a few monkeys who aren't at it enough. Do you know what I mean? They have problems and what have you. So let's give them the videos.
That is so untrue. This is so untrue. It's so untrue that it was filmed by a monkey. It's so untrue.
Rick, I don't know who to believe.
Oh, God, you're talking so much shit again. You must know that's not true. There's no way.
There's a load of tapes out.
Look at me. Look at me. Don't keep talking. Look at me. Yeah. You must know that's not true.
Can we just hear the end of this news?
You had a go at me last week because I didn't have the full story. I've got the full story. You're still not happy.
There is no way that by chance, what should we do? Let's give him a camcorder. That could happen. Right. He then films him at it. That might happen. It might happen, but I don't think he'd keep the camera still. Two, they go, hold on, no, this is good still. This is good shit. This porn's good shit. Anyway, look at that. He's got us a lovely shot. Yeah.
So
this is ridiculous.
Let me just recap because I lost my way there. So the monkey has filmed the monkey porn, and now they're showing it to the other monkeys.
Is he directing? Can you hear him saying stuff? Can you hear him go?
It's just like, you know, Chimp Pimp 1, 2, and 3, and all the rest of it, right? But anyway, so they've got all these other tapes because what happened was they said he's quite good at this. And the animals are happy having him around because he's not a human. He's just one of the gang. Do you know what I mean? So they started putting him in with other things like, you know, ostriches.
Right.
And
talking shit.
There was and do you know they have a problem with pandas in him out there filming a bit of. Where are you going?
Honestly, you really annoy me. There's no way this is happening.
Can we just hear the end?
Why can't he just find a real story about a monkey?
Let's hear the end.
The end is really that he's going to China. He's filming the pandas and what.
No, he's not. They wouldn't send a monkey director. They would not send a monkey director.
So, Monkey News, if you've only just started listening to the show. Oh, you poor fool. Monkey News is where Carl reports for us all the latest monkey activity.
A headline or a word or someone he overheard in a pub and then totally embellishes it and makes it ridiculous and impossible. He believes it, though. He believes every word he's saying. Let me say that. When you hear this, whatever it is, I haven't heard it, twaddle, remember, Carl totally believes it. Go on.
Right, so anyway, I think it's in LA this happened. Right.
I think. Why does he think?
So these people are in a restaurant having a lovely meal.
Is one of them short and hairy, but it goes totally covers from top to bottom in a spacesuit, so he didn't know it was a monkey?
It's not one of the customers, one of the waiters?
So they're having a lovely dinner, probably one of the best sort of dinners they've had, right?
Yeah.
So the waiter comes over, and it's like, you know, can we just say that I had a lovely meal and that?
Right, it's the chef.
Of course it is. Can we see the chef?
Yeah.
So can we just, you know, see the guy who cooked it?
Of course.
Yeah. Short fella, hairy.
So the waiter said, to be honest, the waiter said, look, he's busy, you know, he's got meals to cook and what have you. He hasn't really got time. He said, it'll only take a minute. He said, no, I prefer, you know.
So this is a restaurant in LA that serves brilliant food.
I'll pass your message on and what have you, right? So
so he sends for Monkey Pierre White.
So it's a bit odd. Anyway. So they go out, right? They go out to the car and they notice the kitchen door's open.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, of course they do, because they're going to discover something that I don't know.
So
they're going to this just out of interest, this where did this chef train before we see him or reveal, you know, what he might look like or like to eat.
So anyway, so they pop their head in and think we'll just nip in and go, you know, love fruit salad or whatever. Yeah. So they stick their head in.
We better see the human chef.
You never guess what?
Go on.
Monkey stood on a chair, right, cooking veg. Right, so anyway, so they're like, what's going on here?
What do you mean? What do you mean he's cooking veg? What is he doing with it?
Well, he's stood on a chair by the cooker and he's chopping stuff.
Oh, he's chopping as well now. He's just veg, isn't it? Yeah.
It's got a little, you know, he's got the bosses in there. They're like a bit shocked. So he's a bit panicking because he's got this monkey working for him. So they say to him, "What's going on? We didn't know this is what's going on. You know, why have you got a monkey cooking stuff?" So he said, "Well,
incidentally, a monkey, I should point out, who probably doesn't need instructions from its girlfriend."
Oh, forget it.
What else you got?
Monkey news.
Yeah. What? Let's do monkey news.
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Oh, we may as well have some monkey news.
Let's have some monkey news.
Do some monkey news. You made enough noise there, Rick? You want to?
Sorry, but sometimes I like to move around, lounge and that, and at the mic.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's have the jingle. We've not heard it for a while.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news, you
Right. I haven't read this through properly. So
Oh,
I thought- no, I'm just
assumed that. Right. What do you mean you haven't read it through
well,
properly?
basically, right, it's about problems with chat rooms and that, right? A lot of people, it's like the new way of meeting people and that, in it now, chat rooms. You get on there, you can
Right,
have a chat.
if you say someone was having a meeting with someone, they
Please
wanted to
don't
meet.
preempt it.
Right, okay.
Please don't preempt it.
Right, there is not an animal in the world that
Right,
can
it doesn't
operate
matter.
and
Do you want
understand.
to know the story? You
And
said that
did they get
monkeys-
married? It was 3 months later. She realised, oh, there's a lot of bananas gone from my fridge.
See, what annoys
I
me
want
is,
a
though,
divorce.
This is what annoys
Bobo.
me. You say that monkeys can do Shakespeare if they're given the time.
No, that's
Let's-
not it.
Let's not get into the
It's
whole
a
Shakespeare and
philosophical
monkeys.
conundrum.
Please, let's not get into that debate again. We'll be
It's
here all
about
night.
It's about
yeah.
infinity.
Right, so this one. Then.
Oh.
So this chat room, right? And the thing is, with chat rooms, you have like a big boss who's looking over it and making sure nothing dodgy is going on.
Right.
Right. So certain keywords come up and
Who's that,
sort
Dr.
of thing.
Zayas?
Right. So anyway, they were looking over it, trying to look for dodgy stuff, but they kept coming over like really strange things. Like instead of saying, "Do you want to meet in a restaurant or bar?" Right, it'd be like,
Do you want to meet in a tree?
"What tree do you want to meet?"
Right, okay.
Are you shooting
That's
off?
the end, yeah.
I'll see you later,
Seriously,
mate.
that's gone
I'm just going to listen to the end of it anyway.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot if you believe that shit, honestly.
No, I'm just telling you what's online.
Let's hear the rest of it.
How you're nearly you're ill. You're nearly okay. Well, I don't know the PC term for this, so I really apologise. You're nearly retarded in some aspects.
Instead of sort of saying wear something sexy, they'd say make sure you bring plenty of bananas. and
Right,
stuff
you're
like
talking absolute. Okay.
Are you making up the monkey news now because you can't find it anymore?
And instead of saying should we get married, they're saying how swollen and red is your arse?
Do you
You
wanna look?
stupid fool.
Do you
No,
wanna
that was
look?
me.
Right, it's that time again, isn't it? Monkey news.
Yeah, monkey news.
Sure, monkey news.
Right, if you're a new listener, this is where we do a bit of monkey news.
Oh, imagine him giving his chance on a news programme,
Yeah.
like News Night Review or News at 10, over to Carl Pilkington. Yeah, all right. Monkey's gone mad again. Go on.
Right, we've done quite a lot of good stuff. The one that sort of kicked up most of the fuss was probably Ollie the monkey.
I love the fact that they're all monkeys. He's a chimpanzee.
Well, right.
It's an ape.
Well, today, right, we're looking at one that's it's called Coco.
Oh yeah, the sign language one.
Well, what I've read about him is he speaks, right? Highly educated.
Yeah.
Photographer.
Carl! Carl!
Right.
I love the fact that when he gets a gifted ape, he has to look up to him. He realises that he is superior. I love that.
Right.
Oh.
And it also likes going on computer chat rooms.
I can't take this anymore, Steve. I'm going to be sick. Oh, God.
Which, right, that's pretty amazing.
You know, if an infinite number of monkeys are in an infinite number of chat rooms, they'll eventually type, which is your favourite episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Exactly, yeah. Carl Pilkington, you're an idiot.
But the thing is, right, you're saying about the infinite thing again, about monkeys, if you put them in a room with a typewriter, they'll come up with Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I'd sort of agree with that, right, with monkeys who can't do other stuff, but this one I reckon's going to be busy taking pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
I think monkeys that are boring...
Is there a boring monkey? Would you ever have a chimp and you'd go, Suzanne would go, I've got your birthday present. And it's a chimp fella. He's about a sort of like a middle-aged chimp.
No, I'd love it. I'm talking
Would
on
you ever
behalf
go,
of
I'll tell you what, Suzanne, that one's boring.
No, but I bet the monkey would get bored, I mean. Do you know what I mean? The monkey would be bored. I'd be loving it. I'd love to have a little monkey, right? But what I'm saying is...
You really would, wouldn't you?
If you buy him a camera, he'd be happy again, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah, but that's just it. You wouldn't get him... It's like... If you can do other stuff, you don't want to do the boring stuff.
Forget the typing. Forget the monkey's typing. Talk about this monkey that's a photographer.
No,
what
but
you
we are in a way. I'm just saying that would be happier monkeys that have got nothing else to do, if they can't take pictures and that, and they can't go on chat rooms.
They're happy to sit in a room typing away for infinity, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But he's got maybe a little exhibition to put on.
Do you think...
Do you know that most chimps and apes and monkeys still actually just live in trees? These are in laboratories and zoos and things. You know that's not the norm. These monkeys walking around sort of chatting and riding bikes.
Yeah.
You know, that's not natural.
Exactly.
No, I know, but it's...
If you left a bike in the jungle and then came back a few years later, there wouldn't be monkeys riding around on it. And a book. If you left a bike with a book in the basket, right, and you went away for 10 years and you came back, there wouldn't be a whole new transport system and schools.
No.
They'd eat it. They'd throw it round and eat it.
All right, then, so what you're saying is you can't... You see, what I think is, right, and don't take this the wrong way in that, right, Stephen Hawking.
Yes.
Right? Now, he had a bad illness. Now, I wonder if he'd be... I wonder if he'd be as bright as he is if he didn't have that.
Right.
Because he's had time to sit down, he's like, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
They've gone and give him a book. And he read it. I like that. Give us another one.
Yes.
He's got a lot of time on his hands.
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is, monkeys... Yeah,
right.
This one here, Coco, which I think was a gorilla...
Right.
Right? That wouldn't have been happy on a little keyboard, just doing that all day, because it'd be going, well, I could be out taking pictures.
Sure.
Play a record!
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Play a record!
Yeah.
Done.
You're an idiot!
There it was. There's the catchphrase. Once more.
He is! He's an idiot!
Bit of monkey news that's been sent in.
Right.
Gareth in Catford.
Right.
Good work, Gareth.
Basically, it's about this monkey.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
In the jungle.
Yeah.
It's got a gig at an hairdresser's.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's got itself a nice little job going in an hairdresser's.
As what?
It gets people sitting down. And what it does before the people have their hair cut, that it sort of sits there. And it goes through people's hair, makes sure it's clean, and people are loving it.
Right, backtrack.
So it's a pet monkey. It's nothing to do with it getting a gig in an hairdresser's. It's a pet monkey.
It's not working at Monkey and Guy.
Yeah.
No, seriously, it's in there. I think it might have started off as a job, and then.
So what does it say? It says junior £15, stylist £35, monkey £63.
So I didn't quite follow. It's in the jungle.
It was wandering about.
Right.
Maybe it did.
But it looks good. Its hair looks good. Someone thought, hang on.
Yeah, but never ever. You see, people make that mistake with hairdressers anyway. I always say, well, if the hairdresser's got a good haircut, go to where he's going.
Right.
Right. Because that's what I thought when I read it about having a good haircut.
How often do you go to the hairdressers?
Well, not that much anymore. But I used to always think that.
Yeah.
You used to go to a bloke who told me had his shack on a railway bridge that used to shake when a train went over.
Yeah.
Because it was £2.
Yeah, but before that, I've never had that much luck with hairdressers. Before that was another place, sort of, these sort of wannabe gangster type people.
Oh yeah.
But they'd, you'd go in
What
for
do you mean by
haircut.
wannabe gangsters?
Well, sort of just petty crime stuff. You'd go in for a haircut and then you'd walk out with a video recorder. Do you know what I mean?
You don't have to take it.
No, but they'd sort of spend ages flogging you that whilst cutting your hair. It was their thing. It's like, right, sit down, you alright?
Yeah.
Oh, you
So
know.
for the weekend? What do you think of? Maybe a Sony.
Yeah. So that's when I stopped going there, because it was like, just what a haircut. I don't want to be hassled.
Which one said that you had the hair of a Chinaman?
It's the fella who worked in a railway station haircut.
Well, he should know. I mean, he's been around a bit, clearly, if he runs a shack next to a railway station.
So,
can we just go back to Monkey News for a second?
So anyway, that's all, yeah.
I didn't quite follow why he's still his salon is in the jungle, or where is it?
No, he was doing what he does in the jungle, right?
Right.
He's walking about. He wanders into the hairdressers.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have him on, like, as a job straight away. He was just there.
He was
and
just
people said,
training,
this is nice. He's sat there picking the nits and
Carl, I don't know where to start.
Then
it's just it's the embellishment. You don't walk in. He walked from a jungle to an hairdresser's. I mean, you're an idiot. You really are an idiot. I'd love to see you try and get a job in an hairdresser if there was another monkey up for it. You'd never get a job.
So he was good at that. People said this is relaxing. Apparently, he had really nice hands, soothing, right on people's heads. They said, let's put him on the payroll. So
let's put him on the payroll. What do you mean?
No, I'll give you that.
Okay, this is the news item, is it? Customers are queuing up to have their hair done at a salon in the jungle by a monkey. Judy, a pigtailed macaque, has a reputation as the best exterminator of head lice in Concane. She is so good, some customers fall asleep under her gentle touch. Regular Amporon Chekema said, Judy's hands are so soft and gentle, I really feel I can relax.
But you know that is doing what it does naturally. It's looking for, like, salt and stuff in the hair.
Yeah.
And nits. It's not on the payroll. It doesn't complain about when it gets deducted at national insurance.
It's not part of the union.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But a good monkey news, you know, backed up with good tabloid journalism.
With solid evidence there.
So
now I think maybe we should start marking the monkey news, Rick. I don't know what you think. Giving it marks out of 10, maybe. For both interest and validity.
Well, for interest, I'll give it 7. For Carl believing that there was something to this monkey, thinking it had a job and getting paid.
That it was also doing kind of perms.
2.
And colouring.
2.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Now, what it is this monkey, right?
Yeah.
Don't know where it was. But there's a bit before the monkey anyway, right?
Jeez.
Is this... No, listen.
Shoot me.
Right? It's a bank. There's this bank, right? Busy bank. Normal day, everything's going normal, right? Busy bank, people going in, doing what they do, seeing about mortgages and stuff.
Yeah.
Everything's normal, everyone's happy, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's quite busy one day. Fella comes in with a gun and a balaclava on.
Up to no good.
Right, I'll tell you now, Carl. If this fella turns out to be any ape or monkey-related species, you're never doing this again. I'd never... so just, if you want to finish it, it's at your own risk. But if this fella who robbed the bank turns out to be a chimpanzee, that's the end of monkey news.
All right.
Okay, let's hear the end. It's a lovely day in a lovely bank. Everyone's happy.
Everything's normal.
A man comes in the balaclava.
Man comes in.
Is it a man?
Starts waving a gun around.
Shut up, Rick. Let him finish the story.
Starts waving a gun around.
Yeah.
Right?
Up to no good.
So everyone's thinking, oh, God, you know, wish I didn't come in here, it's not going to be a good day.
How tall is the man?
Shut up. Let's hear it.
Everything, you know, oh, God, and he's telling everyone to get down on the floor.
Yep.
In what, in English? In English?
Yeah.
In English?
So.
Yeah.
So everyone's panicking, everyone's getting on the floor thinking, this is it, this is, you know, it's all over.
Yeah.
Just when you think, you know, it's all bad news.
Yeah.
It's all bad news. Doors swing open. Little monkey wanders in.
God, it's worse.
Shut up, Rick.
Little monkey wanders in, right? The robber's like, what's going on here? He's telling it to get down on the floor. I don't think it was taking any notice.
No,
right?
it was just busy asking for coffee.
It runs in. I don't know if it was kind of withdrawal or deposit or whatever. It wanders in, right? Goes up to the robber.
Where did it come from?
Shut up. Will you let him finish the story and then ask questions? That's only fair.
Okay.
Wanders in. Runs up to the fella with the gun, takes the gun and the bag of money off him. Everyone's like, yay, you know, we've been saved. Then the monkey starts backing out with the gun and the money.
Shut up! Sit down and finish.
I'm not having this.
And it does a runner with the money and the gun. No one's seen it since.
You are an idiot. I mean, you have said some stupid things in your time. What are you talking about?
It's a story that happened.
No! What are you talking about? What do you mean it backed out? It came in, was it an accomplice? Was it an opportunist monkey robbery? What are you talking... Think, Carl! Think!
I know it's mad. That's the idea of monkey news. We're telling people how monkeys are pretty, you know, they're mental.
Yeah, they're up to no good.
What do you think? They've never seen the monkey since. What, did he have a getaway car waiting? Did he swing his way to freedom? Where was this? There's no details. Don't talk rubbish.
Well, Steve emailed it in. He's got it off the net. And the funny thing is,
can I see it? Have you got the information there?
Yeah. The funny thing is, it wasn't just him who sent it. I had that a couple of times. So a few people obviously read the story and said, you know, that'll be good for Monkey News. It doesn't say anymore. It doesn't say if he went off to Spain. It doesn't say, you know, what, you know, if he's on Crime Watch.
Yeah.
It doesn't say any of that. It's just saying that's what he did. That's the story. And that's what Monkey News is about.
I've heard that they're making a movie version with Phil Collins. So I look forward to that and Julie Waters.
So that's this week's Monkey News. If you got any, you know,
Well,
anything
no, don't bother.
in your
'Cause
town.
that's the end. No, that is the end. That's the end of Monkey News. No more Monkey News. Sorry, what was the Monkey News? Quickly.
No. We got to save Monkey News. We'll have to do that when we. Is
it quick? Is it quick? Going into the record.
What, the Monkey News? Is it quick?
Yeah.
I can tell it to you quick.
Quick then.
Right.
Jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee that. Go.
Shambles.
Hurry up!
There's a monkey in India, right? On a railway station, waiting for the train. No, don't mess about, because I've got to get through it quick. There's monkeys sat there, and this robber nicks somebody's handbag or something, goes running off down the platform, the police are chasing him, monkey steps in, trips the fella up, pins him down, police come and arrest the fella.
He tripped over the monkey. Okay, play a record.
He didn't.
He tripped over the monkey.
The monkey was waiting for a train. He tripped over.
Oh, chimpanzee, that Monkey News, you
Right, well, this Monkey News story, right, it's about, this fella, a couple of fellas in Texas, sort of running a farm, right?
Just because they're definitely fellas. Well, how tall are they?
Can we just let
okay, they are human beings. These two are human beings.
Time's against us.
They're running this farm and that. And anyway, so they're outside getting the cattle. And he turns round, right?
It's just that cow's...
Couple of monkeys walking about. So he knows what's going on, right? So anyway, so it's in Texas. They don't know what to do with the monkeys. There isn't a zoo. It's fairly barren there, isn't it? You know what I mean? Not much going about. So the other fella who runs the farm with him says, look, we need a bit of an hand. Right? So, said, let's teach them some stuff. And the monkeys were happy with that, because they were lost anyway, right? So they had
nothing to do. They were bumming around, they were looking for work.
They'd hired a motorhome, they'd gone out of their way.
Maybe it's like the Hulk, they were like Bruce Banner wandering around going, oh, I need some work. You won't get angry, will you?
So anyway, right, so they taught these monkeys how to ride a horse, right? So they've both got a...
Sorry, you're sure Charlton Heston's not going to pop up? You're sure you weren't watching a video last night and thought it was a documentary?
They've both got a horse each, right? They've been given, like, a little lasso and all that business.
Oh, don't talk shit, Carl.
So, anyway, it's going well, and it carried on for about 2 years, this, right? It's like, you know, rounding up the cattle every night and all that.
Yeah.
So, the two fellas are chatting, going, it's worked out well, hasn't it?
Right, if there's a hostile takeover, and they sort of, like, buy up 51% of the shares or something...
So they said, for this to continue, the monkeys are getting old a bit now, we need a little woman monkey in here to sort of get some kids going for, like, the future farm people,
Forward planning, yeah.
So they get a little woman monkey.
They decided to only hire monkeys from now on.
Why not? It's working. Why mess with something when it's not broke, right? So they get the little woman monkey in. They have kids and all that business, right? But the problem was, right, when they first got the woman monkey in, it was like, well, which one's going to have the woman? Right? So they started sort of fighting a bit and what have you. But because they'd seen the owners of the farm with, like,
don't
guns
tell
and
me the
stuff,
baby monkeys didn't want to go into the family business, went off to be a lawyer.
they had a bit of a shoot-off.
Shut up!
They got two monkeys, right? And
don't stop!
Because they'd seen the owners with guns and what have you.
No, that sounds
So they had a bit of a shoot-off.
Yeah.
That's how they sorted it out.
And who won?
I think it was George. The one called George.
Right.
So I think they had 17 kids. The farm's still running. So that's like the last little monkey news there. Good little
Rick,
happy ending to that one.
If you were to rub your nipple against his lips while I held him down.
Right, come off it now. Come on. No, I'm not doing it.
Bruce Springsteen, Thunder Road, last track on Next FM's with you, Steve. You can check this all out on the webcam.
I've got fingers.
Get his arm out of the way. Get the arm out of the way.
This happened on Scum.
Mary's dress away.
It's the big one. It's what people tune in for. They probably tune in about 10 to these days. For Monkey News. With, Carl Pilkington.
Can we hear the jingle?
Only 4 to go.
Oh, chimpanzee, that Monkey News.
Right, this one's about a It's been emailed into me.
Right.
I haven't really had time to check it out this week.
No, you're joking.
Been busy.
Ooh,
been
I hope
busy.
it's not stupid.
Goes back to 1908, and the person's saying it's it's a good story and that, and they're surprised they haven't picked up on it yet, right? The Olympics, right? In 1908 in London. Apparently, it was meant to happen in Italy, but it was cancelled. Don't know why, right? And it happened in London. Anyway, 400 metres. Right, it was meant to. There was a fella who was going to do the run, right, and the favourite to win it was this Bulgarian guy, right? It was like a newcomer.
Okay, these are the few things it cannot be. One, he injures himself, so a monkey steps in and wins. Two, he does a drugs test. It turns out that he is a monkey. So if it's either of those, right, I'm going to go mad.
So anyway, so the fella, right, this I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to do it. Gonna
Is he hairy? Is this bloke hairy?
So anyway, so the race happens.
Yeah.
And everybody's lined up, ready to run. And, everyone's saying, yeah, he's going to win, he's going to win. Then suddenly, a bit of murmuring going on. People going, oh, what's going on here?
Right. He's eating a banana.
And there's a fella in the lane next to him. Yeah. Right? He's going up. Who's that? He doesn't look familiar.
Oh, Christ, Carl.
Keep going. Right? Doesn't look familiar. Who's he?
Weird.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, what is it? What is it? Or who is it? I mean, not what is it?
So they go in. So they say, well, he might not be that any good. Do you know what I mean? He might not be good. He might. It's just
a bit short,
doesn't matter.
He's only 3'6" and he's hunched over on his knuckles. So
I didn't realise it was fancy dress.
Yeah. So I don't think he's going to be any good.
So the race starts.
Oh, he's putting his finger up his arse. That's weird for runners to do that before a race. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Race starts.
Yeah.
The fella that no one recognises wins it. People go, what's gone on here?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what I mean? We had our money on the favourite. What's gone on? Who is this guy?
Yeah.
Anyway, he stood up there, right? He's looking well happy.
Yeah.
He's lifting the trophy and everything.
Right.
Right?
Long arms. That trophy's higher than...
So anyway...
He's only 3 foot, but the trophy's 9 foot in the air with those long arms. I'm suspicious. Go on.
They had the picture in the paper the next day.
Sure.
And everyone's going, yeah, he was fast and everything, but... quite hairy for a runner.
Oh, I'll tell you
come
what.
on.
Quite hairy for a runner, because normally they shave themselves, don't they, to make them faster. And that. Going, how did he manage it? It's really hairy and that. So anyway, he wins the stuff, he walks away with a cup. The people who are in charge of the running, or like the Olympic Committee, look further into it. Turns out it was a chimp.
Right, keep talking.
No, don't keep talking.
Shut up. This is monkey news. If you can't handle the news...
It's news from 1909 and I haven't heard about a chimp winning the Olympics.
Right, be quiet.
What happened there, then?
400 metres, right? Now,
don't
the thing is...
talk shit.
The annoying thing was,
Ricky.
it took so long for the Olympic Committee, right, to find out that it was a monkey. It was going going manic. It went into loads of races. It was picking up loads of, like...
Oh, shut up!
Right?
It became a celebrity. It was doing endorsements on TV.
Don't talk shit.
It said he managed to win the same race 4 years later in Athens because...
How did he get to
Well,
Athens?
it's a joke. They're winding you up, Carl.
Weird.
It's not weird. It's
isn't
right. I do not believe it.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right, are you familiar with 100th monkey?
Keep talking.
100th monkey?
100th.
Yeah, like as in like one more than 99.
100th.
Yeah.
The 100th monkey.
Yeah, are you familiar with that?
No.
No. Anyway, thanks. That was monkey news.
we'll leave that
Next
then.
week, Adam and Jet. What do you mean you're going to leave that?
Well, I thought it was a popular phrase or something.
What, 100th monkey?
Yeah.
What do you mean a popular phrase? What, why? What? Because you're going to do songs of phrase with it next week. We've said it once before, 100th monkey.
No, it's just it says the expression 100th monkey.
Well, do it anyway. What's the story?
Well, it's from the 1950s, right? And the way they got it because they were following some monkeys about, right? And they started...
Who was? It was
journalists.
Oh, yeah, why?
Oh, yeah.
Just to see what they're up to.
Okay, so they're following some monkeys around, yeah.
What was it? What, a documentary?
Anyway, one of them...
Come on!
One of them washed some potatoes.
Right, okay.
Right, let's leave that, right? Let's leave that one.
Come on! A monkey washing potatoes?
Can we leave that one?
No, you cannot.
You've got to do it now. They're following a... What is it? Sort of like a family. Is it a family of monkeys or...
It was just one chimp and it was washing a potato and they thought, that's a bit odd. right?
Yeah.
And then it turns out that ended up teaching another monkey how to wash a potato.
No, they do it. They go down and wash them in the sea because they like the taste of salt. And
The weird thing is, though, when it got to the 100th monkey, right, even though it hadn't been taught how to wash a potato, it automatically knew. It knew what to do.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It was in them. It was in them that they knew that when they get a potato, they had to wash it. That isn't the monkey news. I'm just saying that's where the expression comes from. But you haven't even heard of that. So
well, there's a couple of things there that it could be another upshot, and you know, an instinct is part of your genetics as anything else.
Washing a potato.
But you can't pass on acquired characteristics. So that's nonsense. If you mean that. Someone was taught they had a child and it knew it. There's no chemical memory as such.
So that wasn't even monkey news.
No, the monkey news. You know, we've covered a lot of stuff. There was sad stuff, wasn't there?
Yeah.
There's some funny stuff in there. You know.
Yeah. Do monkey news.
Robbers and that. Football team.
A monkey football team.
Yeah, in Costa Rica.
Oh yeah.
Got all the team members here, right?
Right.
All the different things. Little goalkeeper. Apparently he's on transfers from some other club. But the bit that got me attention is, apparently he's a holder of PhD of physics. Do you want to have a look at that?
What, the goalkeeper?
Yeah, just the goalkeeper. The others haven't done that much.
The others haven't done that much. Well, I believe that he's got better exam results than you, Carl, but I don't believe he's got a PhD in physics. Obviously.
Right. Do you know what the name of the team is? Coconuts.
Oh! So if the Telegraph are listening, that is the sort of quality entertainment you get.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right. There's this monkey, right?
Yeah.
And it had been, do you know you hear about monkeys being badly treated and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So, anyway, it goes into this home. It's 14, this monkey. It's called, Matty, right? Goes into this home where it's looked after.
What do you mean, home?
Just like, just a little monkey home, right?
Okay, so zoo?
Yeah, kind of, yeah, but they haven't got any other monkeys there, right?
What have they got there?
They've got just other animals and that, but not that many monkeys. But anyway, because he's there on his own, again, you know...
When you say monkey, do you mean a chimpanzee, by the way? Because you usually do.
Yeah.
I can't believe that journalist thought this was scripted.
Amazing.
So anyway, yeah. So it gets sort of pally with the people working there and that, and it's smoking fags. It's having a drink at night and all this, right?
What do you mean it's having a drink at night? How?
It's all here. It's all here, Steve. I mean, we haven't really got time, but
well, don't say it's all here like it's proof. You've got another stupid story that someone has put onto the internet. Someone sitting at home in their bedroom has put onto the internet.
So it's having a fag. It's drinking a lovely glass of Bang Rock Station.
Yeah, the wine that's perfect for a barbecue.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's loving life. It's forgetting about its past and everything, right? When this other monkey comes along.
Oh
no.
Trouble's brewing.
Go on.
Right? That comes in. Something said. Right, forget it then. Forget it. No, forget it. You're going to love this one, Steve, right? Yeah, so last week we were talking about how, like, a lad left his family because there was problems at home and that. He went and lived in the wood. He got airy. Right?
Yes. No.
Leave it there, Rick. We haven't got time to go into
it. So
that's what happened.
And that's what happened. He lived with the monkeys. He went airy.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Looked into some other stuff about, like, airy kids and all that.
Yeah.
Came across this story about a bloke, right, who worked in a zoo.
Oh, dear.
Right? So...
Trouble's brewing.
Loving his job and that, but it's quite a lonely sort of job because you don't see many people. You're just dealing with animals all the time, right? So, anyway, he gets a bit pally with a monkey because it's the closest thing to a human.
Well, that ape is.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't really go that close to apes.
Well,
They're dangerous.
What do you mean? What type was it? Do you
Just
mean
let him tell the story.
Was it a chimpanzee?
I reckon it was a chimp, yeah. Yeah,
You don't even know, so
it was
that's
a
an
chimp.
ape.
It was a chimp. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, does it?
So he
It's a
gets
story.
pally with him.
Right, so he gets pally with
Well,
him.
did they go on holiday together?
Well, no, I mean, it starts
On the pool together.
starts off just checking each other out and, you know, probably sharing lunch and that together.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, this goes on for a while. You know, they're getting on well on that. And then after a while, right, the monkey starts sort of imitating him a bit more and sort of walking upright.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Right? So he thinks, oh, that's a bit weird. Anyway, they get on really better and what have you. So he thinks, he could live at home with me. This because we're getting on the storm, right? So he takes him home, and before
is this the beginning of Beneath the Planet of the Apes? I think it is. I think you've seen this on video.
I'm worried because he's already imitating him, and they're moving in together. I'm thinking it's maybe a bit like Single White Female. Single White Zookeeper.
Oh, brilliant!
Right, so anyway. So it's moving in, and it's getting used to sort of the normal human life. It's having a cup of tea in the morning.
Yeah, PG tips.
He finishes the day off with a
dear.
Finishes the day off with what?
He doesn't have to move a piano at one point, does he?
Finishes the day off with a little brandy.
Yeah.
He pours himself. Is he wearing a smoking jacket?
I'll tell you what, Carl. You're a maniac,
listen,
mate.
no, this is why it attracted me. It's amazing, right? So he's having his brandy and that, loving his life. Next thing you know, he sort of I don't know if he loses it or he gets shaved, but the top half of his body is hairless. Right, apart from his head. Right, so he's got a nice.
So it's the opposite of the kid.
Well,
yeah,
this is what I'm saying.
that would happen.
Right.
Well, hang on, but so you don't know if
you
he
don't
was
even
shaved
know.
or if it
How did it say? Then the hairless. What?
I'll bring it in for you, the story, and then you
All
can
right,
see if I've gone wrong.
Keep going.
So anyway, so this is going on, and he's having a great life. Then the zookeeper starts getting a bit annoyed because he's having a better life than the zookeeper. The zookeeper's in the zoo.
This is such
so the zookeeper's still got to do a day's work. The monkey's at home, he's partying.
Well,
he's
it gets to a point
when
he says there's no point you coming in to the zoo because the whole reason of you being there was because you're being kept there.
Right.
And he didn't want to bring the memories back, so he said, you stay at home. So
you're talking such...
Just let him finish.
God, I don't know if I can sit here and listen to this drivel.
Let me... I'm fascinated.
It's nearly over anyway, right?
It sounds extraordinary, Carl.
So he's walking up, right? He's having a tea in the morning, finishing the day off with brandy. Gets a bit out of hand, only tries it on with the zookeeper's wife.
Make him go away, Steve.
How does he do that?
Well, because he's around humans a lot, he becomes a bit of a charmer. And,
but what is it that he could do to seduce her? Pick fleas out of her?
He didn't say.
He was built.
Yeah, it's well known.
So what about that?
What do you mean, what about it, Carl? It's obviously not true. It's obviously not true.
This wasn't on the internet. This was in a book. So it's not a quick joke and just put it on a website. This is in a book.
I don't understand how.
I love that he becomes a charmer. He's got better taste in brandy.
Exactly.
And he
What was it that he was doing that seduced her?
I don't know. Maybe because he was at home more than the zookeeper was.
But what would he be doing, Carl?
The fact that
he's not going to be talking with her. They're not going to be playing like Trivia Pursuit.
Maybe she liked the silent type. It didn't go into that. It just said that's when the trouble started.
Carl, play a record.
Right.
Is that what Suzanne did when she brought you in?
Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
Chimpanzee that.
Oh yeah, chimpanzee that. Monkey news.
Right. Well, the last one of the year. It's not that good, but this is all that's been going on all week.
Yeah.
Little monkey. What happened is, it's this plane, right? Aeroflot, I think it is, Russian airline. Having a good flight. Everything's going normal and that.
This is gonna be libelous. The pilot. Sorry, I mustn't interrupt my son. How tall was the pilot on this flight?
Okay, listen, we've had a few complaints. People saying don't interrupt Monkey News.
Okay.
Don't interrupt Monkey
I
News.
won't then.
It's like the weather girl complaining whilst Trevor McDonald's doing.
Okay, all right. Go on then.
All right. So, the flight's going well. Food's been served and all the rest of it. Anyway, someone gets upset about not having many nuts.
Right, they've not got enough nuts.
They hand the nuts out and that. One of the sort of passengers is going mental.
What's he saying?
He's just
what
going
language
mad.
is he talking? Is he Russian or English?
So anyway, there's a bit of a fight going on. Fight starts happening. People are going, "What's up with that little fella?" Right?
The little hairy bloke.
So they sort of drag him.
What's wrong with Bob Hoskins? And why is he screaming? Why isn't he talking in his usual Cockney accent? Why is Bob Hoskins screaming and grabbing at nuts?
So, you've ruined it. Right?
Come on.
Forget it. What have I ruined?
Right, Rick, turn his microphone off.
Okay.
We can't interrupt you.
Right. So anyway, there's a fight going on. Nuts are going everywhere, right? So, anyway, they manage to tie him down. They get him on the floor, tie his legs up and that, right?
His little legs.
Get him to the...
Come on.
See you later. Have a good Christmas.
No! Carl, how dare you? Finish the story.
All that happened is they got back. It turned out that he shouldn't have been on the plane anyway.
Why?
His passport wasn't valid.
Right.
And you can't cause problems on planes and that. So he got put in a cell for a bit. Turned out it was a little monkey. All right.
Quick question. How did he complain about the shortage of nuts?
Yeah.
He just was going mental.
Right, he didn't actually call over a stewardess, he just...
Well, how did he get on the plane in the first place? What ticket did he have?
Have a good Christmas and that.
But you know it's rubbish. You must know that's rubbish.
All
You
the
must
best.
know that's rubbish.
All the best.
You must know that's rubbish.
Where was he going?
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Right. Right, they were filming a documentary, right, this telly company.
Yeah.
Doing a documentary.
Who? Which one? Which one? Which one?
Don't know.
No, what was the documentary about?
About monkeys.
Yeah. Where was it? Where was it?
Africa.
Right. When was this?
I haven't got a date.
Okay. Recently, though, since the advent of television, obviously.
Yeah. Actually, a bit of extra monkey news if you want it.
Okay, always.
Do you know the...
Monkey news extra.
Go on.
Do you know the Halfords ads?
Halfords ads? I don't think so, no. What happens?
Halfords, they've they sell nuts and bolts and stuff.
Right.
They were using monkeys in the ads.
Okay. Yeah. And what happened? Don't they sell bikes, Halfords?
Well, mainly.
Bicycles and motorbike stuff in that. Okay, so they're using monkeys in the advert. What happened?
I can't handle it.
What?
I can't do this. Look at him.
What?
Look at him.
I don't care what he's doing.
Well, basically, right, there was a load of hassle because they were using these monkeys in this Halfords advert.
Yes.
Right.
And what happened? Get to the point.
It turned out there wasn't a problem because they were mechanics in the first place.
Well, they were monkey mechanics?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Mental.
What are you talking about? That's not a story.
Right, anyway, listen, let's get back on
They
to...
were mechanics in the first place.
Right, listen. Right, so they're making this documentary. Right? And stumble across a little gang of...
Come on, just... Get on with it, please.
Little gang of monkeys. That's
Yes.
the first time I've ever laughed. I'll hear that.
I know. Well, brilliant. What do you want, a cake? Come on.
Can we play a song?
Oh, I don't understand what is wrong with you, you freak.
It's making me laugh.
Just tell us the story.
All right, then. All right. So anyway, right, so there's this documentary being made. They found a little gang of monkeys.
Right, play a song. I don't know what's going on here. I apologise. It's just if you were looking forward to Monkey.
Got to hide your love away. According to the Beatles on XFM 104.9, I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant. Right, Carl, come on. Monkey news.
Everyone's composed. The jingle, please.
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Excellent. Okay.
Right, where were we?
We would just start again. There's some people making a documentary.
For what? Okay.
Making a documentary in the jungle and that.
Right.
Stumble across a little gang.
Okay, come on.
All right.
A little gang of monkeys.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
So the camera crew are there filming it.
Yes.
Everything's going normal.
It's all fine,
Nothing odd about it.
Okay. They're not running a restaurant. They've not got any barber shops. Nothing.
No.
Just regular monkeys going about their business. Yeah.
So anyway, what normally happens is the monkeys stick with the partner.
They normally do what?
They don't sort of sleep around and that. Once they find the girlfriend or the boyfriend or whatever,
yeah,
they stick with them, right?
Okay.
But anyway, they were watching this one, right? And it's going around a bit, sleeping around.
Oily.
And it was getting fatter. They thought this is a bit odd.
Yeah.
Right. So followed it round and see it having it away. Turns out, little prostitute.
Oh, God!
It's a little monkey prostitute.
It was getting fatter because it was charging them bananas.
What a load of old rubbish.
It's charging them bananas! What was it, a boy or... It was a...
Woman. Little woman monkey.
That's the most extraordinary monkey news I've ever heard.
Oh! That is genius!
Has this documentary been televised?
I don't think it's been on yet.
No.
And that's all the information you've got?
Yeah.
And is that's one banana for everything?
Now, half a banana is for
just oral,
a paw job.
Right.
If you want full-blown monkey sex, it is 2.5 bananas.
Sure.
So,
let's just play a song.
Quickly.
Go on then.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right, it's about a monkey.
2004.
It's about this woman monkey who was born in 1834. Right, half monkey, half woman.
No, not true.
It happened. Apparently, it was
Impossible.
it was in the Daily Mail. Right.
Okay.
The Victorian ape woman was her name.
Yeah, I christen this thing Victorian ape woman. Well, we thought Sandra. No, I'm calling it Victorian ape woman.
She was about 4 foot.
No, didn't happen.
She had lovely, thick black hair on her head and on the back of her legs and her arms.
Yeah.
All right.
So stockings.
Let's have a look.
And she didn't need a bustle because of a huge ape-like arse sticking out the back of her dress.
She was good at reading and sewing.
Well, good because they didn't have opposable thumbs. So
she could speak 3 languages.
Yes.
She was
human, monkey, and monkey-human.
20 offers of marriage. Does that annoy you, Steve?
Absolute twaddle.
All right, well,
that's more rubbish than your soul weighing an ounce.
Let's leave
a
it there,
Victorian monkey
Let's
woman.
leave it there, then.
See you next week with some more twaddle.
I was worried we wouldn't have the old magic in 2004, but we're still talking shit. Merry New Year.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news, yeah.
Well, there isn't. I've been away, haven't I?
Oh, there's been no monkey news. You can't get.
No, but I haven't had a proper chance to sort of,
Carl, your monkey news is of spurious tales from the 17th century sometimes. So let's have one of those.
No,
let's have a monkey who dressed as Zorro and they thought he was a woodsman, but when they took his head off, he was a 4-foot hairy chimp. Let's have one of those ridiculous stories.
Well, we've done that though. But do you want to go back on some of the ones?
Oh, what is the monkey news? There must have been some monkey news this week.
The only thing that sort of stood out, do you know, like they're having problems.
You're just making this up. Where's your information? Where's the piece of paper? Where's the document? What is this?
Because I've been away, so I haven't got anything.
Let's
But it's bad enough when he's reading it, he gets it wrong. When he's just riffing, it's going to be absolute twaddle.
Let's hear it out.
Right. Do you know, like they're having problems getting new people to be policemen?
Oh,
go on.
They've in America, they're taking them on to sort of join the SWAT team.
They've taken what on?
Some little monkeys.
Okay.
Giving them walkie-talkies and all that. And
well, they can't talk.
They're just walkies.
They don't have to...
Yeah, giving them some walkies. What do you mean? What was
being given commands and that? And they
what? So it's one way. They tell them they've got the little thing strapped to them.
They're good at like getting into small small places and that, and sort of cracking stuff and all that. Like I say, it's just half a story I just picked up on.
That's not a story.
Well, what do you want?
Monkey news. Okay, so monkey news, please.
All right, then.
Let's hear the jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right. Now, before
and again.
Go on.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Brilliant.
Right.
Right. Before I went away, I told you about Alfred. He was the monkey where there was a robbery going on in a bank.
And then he nicked the robber's loot and backed out with a gun.
Yeah,
he sort of stole. He robbed the robber, didn't he?
Yeah.
Did he take his gun as well?
He took the weapons. He took all the weapons. There was like a couple of robbers. He managed because they were so amazed that a monkey was coming in. It was like
don't talk shite twice.
Right?
Anyway,
got a follow up to that.
Okay. Now, what was that monkey's name?
Alfred.
That was Alfred.
So anyway, because a lot of people wanted to know, well, what did he do? Did he go off and have a holiday? Did he? No. Right, so the follow-up is, what happened is, the monkey had the guns, had the cash, which was $250,000.
Sure.
Right? It went back to the zoo, Right?
Right, Carl, you're talking such...
Ricky, I get angry with you when you won't let him finish his monkey news.
Right.
Can't we just get out the official
Imagine
thing?
if people were interrupting Trevor McDonald. It wouldn't happen.
I want to make sure I don't get anything wrong.
No, of course not.
So check the internet.
So, the monkey goes back where all the zookeepers come out and go, get him. He's got the guns.
Yeah.
He hands out a couple of guns to his mates.
What? His monkey mates?
His monkey mates, so they've all got a couple of guns each.
Oh, Carl, Steve, I can't, mate. I cannot
Just
stand it. Honestly, I want to scream.
Please, I really get annoyed with you.
They tried to do him a deal. They said, how about if...
I'm going. Tell him that. I'm not going. No, I can't.
Step out for a moment.
Okay, we'll just do it.
Look, don't listen. Step out, and I'll paraphrase what I hear for you when you come back in. Step out now, please. I need to hear the end of this. This is monkey news. This is important stuff.
Right.
Ricky now has left the room. He cannot bear to hear, which is surprising to me.
Right. So anyway, so yeah, they've got the money, and they say to the zookeepers, "How about we give you some cash?"
Yes.
And they go,
"Sorry, hang on. Sorry, the zookeeper said that to the monkeys."
Yeah.
Right.
No. The monkeys who have got the £250,000,
right,
say to the zookeepers, "We'll sort you some money out if you let us go."
Sorry, the monkeys say to the zookeepers, "We'll give you some money."
Yeah.
You don't see any problem with that?
Right, listen.
Okay.
It's nearly finished.
Right, I'm listening out there. This is ridiculous. What do you mean the monkeys say? What do you mean the monkeys say to the zookeeper?
They were probably holding the money out, like, kind of going, look, we'll do you a deal.
Right, okay, come
on. And what happened is, I think they were happy with that. I think they left, and that was that. They wanted to get out of the zoo because they didn't like it in there. There's the thing.
Right, I don't...
Just have a look.
Right, Carl, think. Right, how did they get out in the first place, this one?
Just let Steve have a...
So why did he go... So he went and robbed... He thought... what, he knew there was going to be a robbery that day, did he?
He might have been getting some money before they went to escape, and then that happened, and they had more money. They might have been withdrawing some stuff out.
What do you mean? No.
If he was planning on leaving the zoo, he's going to get his savings.
What are you talking about?
What have you read there, Steve?
I've got a feeling this is a review of one of the Planet of the Apes films. I think it's Escape from the Planet of the Apes. I'm not certain. It could be Beneath the Planet of the Apes.
Right, I mean, Carl, think. Please think, right? So this monkey, right, he leaves the zoo, right? So he leaves the zoo, which he can do, presumably. What, they leave him the keys or what? They're chatting to him, they might as well. He goes to a bank. What's he thinking of doing? Sees a robbery, probably by chance. He probably wasn't tipped off, was he? Or has he got one of those police scanners? Probably got one of those police scanners.
Well, I think he was going to the bank to get a mortgage to build I think he wanted an extension, didn't he, on his cage?
Think of that. And so I love the fact that he hands out the guns and they do a deal. It's honestly, you've got the best mind working on radio today. It's incredible.
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
There's been quite a lot of stuff going on. There was a few bits in that Guinness Book of Records book that cost me 20 quid.
Yeah, well, that's not news, is it? They printed that probably last September.
No,
so
there's one in there.
New music. New monkey news from last September.
You're a lord.
Come on.
Waster.
Please, Ricky. Monkey news.
Right, there was this monkey in a zoo in Brazil.
Right.
And there's a little man monkey, a little woman monkey. And
you're a scientist, aren't you? Go on.
And they said the people in charge were like, "Oh, wouldn't it be good if they had kids?"
Brilliant.
Right. So anyway, the chimps used to stand sort of, they'd have the little caves each, and they used to sort of lean on the fence, having a bit of a chat and stuff with each other. Right? Well,
just gossiping,
the equivalent sort of thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, they were getting on a storm, and like the zookeepers were like,
"Can you hear that cheapest chimps this week?" Okay, it was fascinating. Yeah, just gossiping. I understand.
So, what's any monkey news? I don't know. Let's tune in.
What was monkey news this week?
Come on. It was from last September.
So they were stood there having a chat, and the zookeepers were like, "I wonder if they're ever gonna have kids and that."
Yeah.
Anyway, it went on for ages. This just chatting, no sort of action. So what the zookeepers did was, they said, "I know they'll have kids."
Are we letting that go? They were just chatting. Are we just letting that go?
You know what I mean? Just doing whatever monkeys do.
Okay.
Right? So the zookeepers were like, yeah, I wonder when they're gonna, have some kids.
Yeah.
Anyway, what they decided to do, to sort of do to egg them on, bought one of them a suit, one a wedding dress.
Right.
Keep going.
No, I'm not having it.
Shut up, Gervais. Fade him down if he's going to interrupt. I want to hear the rest of this.
They got married.
So they got married?
Yeah, they got married.
Right.
What? That's the end of it.
That's.
This is why I don't. Right. That's the end of Monkey News. That's the end of Monkey News. Don't do that again. You've got no features left.
Why don't you like that?
Well, it's not a story. It's about two chimps chatting, which doesn't happen. The zookeeper's going, I wonder if they can ever have kids. Egg them on. They got married. That's the end of the story. What are you talking about?
Hang on, just calm down. Let me just check that you didn't make a mistake there and didn't lose out.
What do you mean you didn't make a mistake?
Shh, wait a minute, he may have just left out a fundamental piece of information.
What, the story?
That would have made it into a story.
Right.
Let me just check the facts. So they bought them wedding outfits. They were married. Did they propose to each other, or were they just forcibly
Don't
married?
encourage
Just
him.
forced onto
And
it.
then what was the outcome? Once they got married, what happened? They fell in love?
Yeah.
What?
Whoa.
It's not a marriage, Carl.
Be quiet.
It's not a real marriage. I don't know what you've got in your head. It's like the head of Homer Simpson. I'd go in there and there'd be a wedding reception and there'd be a couple of fights and they'd be talking about stuff.
They got married. They fell in love. Did they have children?
They're not back off the honeymoon yet.
Play a record. You got no features left.
Have you got anything interesting about a monkey or an ape so we can do chimpanzee that?
I know something that a lot of other people will know, but I'll.
Well, let's do it then.
What's it called again?
Where should we do a jingle?
Well, do a little jingle for us then.
Oh, chimpanzee that!
Brilliant. That's great.
Right.
So I look forward to that every week.
Yeah.
And what's
Go on,
your
is this
interesting chimp fact?
Right, it's about this monkey ages ago.
Of course.
Don't know where it happened.
17th century?
I think it was a chimp. Right. Got caught having a fag. Do you know it?
What do you mean, do I know it? Oh, narrow it down. Loads of chimps are caught with woodbines.
Right.
He got caught having a fag.
So it was sent to court. And
Was it underage?
It was.
And it got someone to go into the newsagent forum.
Did he get a bigger gorilla
Yeah,
to
he
go
got a
into the
bigger
newsagent
gorilla.
to get 20 Rothmans?
It ended up doing time. Because it was.
Go back a minute. Wait a minute.
What I mean-
Whoa.
No, I don't know. That's as much as I know. So there's no point questioning.
That is as much as you know, isn't it? Quite literally.
Sorry, but why did he go to prison?
It's against the law to have a monkey having a fag. Wherever it was.
In a built-up area. What are you talking about? It's against the law for a monkey to have a fag. What if it got it himself? Even if it just... What about if it earned it himself, just like moving tyres round or mucking out
honestly,
the zebras?
I don't know the full story.
You don't know the full story, do you?
But do you think...
You never do,
Because
do
I
you?
presume it was a monkey from a zoo, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be fed up, though? Because in a way, it's home from home, isn't it? When I read it, I didn't think it was that bad, because I just
Carl,
thought, well...
they don't put monkeys in prison.
They didn't put the monkey in a prison.
They're overcrowded. They haven't got the space.
Well, I'll find it and give you where I got it from, and you
Chopper Harris was furious because the monkey got the top bunk.
Yeah.
Can I just...
And he did. Okay, then. Oh, chimpanzee that. Another one next week.
I don't think so.
Oh, chimpanzee that! Monkey News!
Right, there's this card game going on, right? in the a big hotel in Vegas,
right?
The Luxor Hotel in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's a major card game. All the big players and that were involved. Right, they're all invited. Anyway, so they all meet up in this dark room at the back of the.
Oh, there we go, dark room. But hairy fella. So it was brilliant at poker.
Like I say, it's a big game, and that everyone's been waiting for it. So it's played in the back room, not in the main entrance bit, right? So anyway, like I say, it's dark in there and what have you, and the players went in. There was already someone sat in there, right?
Right.
But they couldn't quite see
Was he
him.
a short, hairy bloke with slightly longer arms than legs?
Couldn't see him.
Where are his arms slightly longer than his legs,
Couldn't see
strangely
him with
enough?
it being dark.
Was he
and what have you.
holding his hand of cards with his feet?
Anyway. So the cards were dealt, right? Cards were dealt, game's going on.
His cards with his feet!
Game went on for hours, right?
No one's listening. The terrible thing is that not even we're listening to Carl now.
I know.
Literally no one is listening to Carl.
There was a lot of smoking going on.
It's going on.
A lot of eating and nuts going on. That was a bit weird because they don't normally get through as many, but for this night. So, come on, let's just play Bruce.
Goodbye, everybody.
See you maybe at Christmas time. Yeah,
Goodbye.
right.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Okay, monkey-related news from Carl Pilkington.
Right, do you know the monkey that went into space?
Yeah.
Yep.
It happened in 1958.
Right.
Now you know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
What did he do next?
What did the monkey do next?
Yeah.
One appearance on Celebrity Squares and it was like forgotten.
Right.
Yeah, cut a novelty record.
Yeah, just like Rick Waller.
I'll tell you what happened. He got back and all that.
He got back. Heroes welcome.
NASA sort of said, you did a good job. And that's where a lot of people think it all ended.
Sure.
Yeah.
But NASA were like, well, hang on a minute. We spent a lot of time. We've trained him up and stuff. So he's like, he's saying, sure, I've learnt a lot. I've still got it all. I've kept it all. I know what to do. So they said, right, we'll use you. So he turned into like a bit of a trainer at NASA.
We want to send you out on the top of an organ.
yeah. Put on this little bellhop outfit.
Can you smoke fags?
Yeah.
I'll have a go.
So they were getting in new monkeys. The main man at NASA was saying, can you teach us the sound? He's going, of course I can. Do you know what I mean? I remember it all. I know what's going on. I'll tell him what button to press, what to do in emergencies, that sort of thing. It was technically sort of employed by the army.
Right, can I just fit in here? I don't know the story, Carl, and I might embarrass myself here. You've got an army of people out there that will probably send me an equally deranged email from a different website, but I'm pretty sure when they sent the monkey into space, it was to monitor his physiology. He didn't press any buttons or learn to dock or take off. It was just the effects of weightlessness and space on basically a primate. I'm pretty sure he was tied in with electrodes to his head. So, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I could be proved.
But even if that were the case, and he had learnt to press one or two very basic buttons,
definitely not. Definitely
but
not.
even if it were the case, put him back to train up Neil Armstrong.
Right, definitely. Go on.
Going, Neil, what are you going to say when you come out there?
Yeah.
I was thinking of just saying, hello, I'm on the moon.
Hello, it's made of cheese. Don't say that. What about? I've noticed that you got little legs, right? But mankind stepped forward. Well, how could I put that?
I was just going to say, hello, I'm on the moon. It's great to be here. I wish you were here.
I've got to think so.
Hi, Mum.
Yeah, go on.
Anyway, basically he got back. They sorted him out with a nice pension. He was happy. Because of like the rank that he got, he was like, he had loads of medals and stuff. He said, right, we'll make him a colonel. He got that. Like I say, he got a pension. How was it end? He died in 1969. He was buried with his wife. He passed away.
His wife. I'm sure it just goes on to a different website about something completely different. And
you're talking about Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah. His page is missing. Oh dear.
So
well, Carl, if someone could call in. Did they train Leica the dog to sort of like, dock and re-entry?
He never made it back, did he, Leica?
They didn't bother. They didn't even bother.
Didn't bother to bring him back.
They just sent him up there, and they didn't have technology to bring him back. And they just went, yeah, that's brilliant. Well, I can do that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Really?
Yeah. What do you think of that, Carl? Rubbish, isn't it?
Sort of brought it down a bit. But,
but the little monkey made a colonel. Hero. Big hero. What was he in? What craft was he in? Sputnik.
Just hang on a minute. He was in Jupiter AM.
Yeah.
Let me see that piece of paper.
Yeah, I can guarantee there's nothing there about his training other than let's hope he's not sick on the control panel when we shoot him up at 400 Gs. Oh dear. I love the fact that you think that this monkey was a high... Do you know what I mean? When you think of these things that they send the monkey in space, do you think of the Planet of the Apes? Like they're sort of talking, sort of chimps and gorillas, and they're in tunics on horseback with snub-nosed rifles. What do you think of?
Just a little monkey getting on with it. He knows his job. He knows what he's got to do. He gets on with it.
Look, he's pressed the button. Watch him press the button. This takes me back. Do you remember 1965? I think it was.
We're going to use him to train other DJs.
That's it then.
Goodbye.
Thanks. Cheers.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news!
Excellent. So, Monkey News time on XFM. Carl Pilkington, the man in the hot seat. Carl, what have you got for us?
Okay, Monkey News this week. We've covered a lot of stuff.
We have indeed.
Now, do you know, like, there's places where you can go for, like, weekend rests and stuff,
Sure.
and you relax, you sit in a little spa, you might have a swim and stuff. Well, they've got a place done for monkeys.
Of course they have.
Right? They can go there, they relax, forget about all the stuff they've got going on in their head. They can have a manicure.
Right.
Got nice meals.
It's not called a manicure, though. It's called a chimpacure.
Beauty treatments.
Yeah.
Right? They look good and stuff.
Yeah, well, look good, feel good, yeah.
Now, you might think, well, that's pretty normal.
Well.
The bit I haven't told you about is it's actually run by a couple of chimps.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! You're a maniac!
What?
Oh, for Christ! Oh.
Let's just...
It's like coming at chimp.
Let's just...
Of course it's not.
No, it is, because think about it, right?
No, not think about it. What do you mean? Yes, it is. Of course, it's not run by a couple of chimps. What do they do? Get a loan?
Right. If a chimp wants to have a rest, where would you go to? A place that's run by humans that don't know what chimps' needs are?
No. My point is this: how did they get it together? How did the two chimps, Mr. and Mrs. Chimp, went for a loan and said, "I'll tell you what we need: a spa."
I think it started off quite simple, right? Just you know, basic stuff.
But they've expanded over time because it's become so popular.
It's gone mental down there.
Sure.
They've all heard about it. Now, the thing is, the problem is this, right? That isn't even the top and bottom of it, right?
Christ.
The problem is, it's been going on and on and on, right? It's been earning a lot of money and stuff. The monkeys are happy. The monkeys that go there are loving it. They're telling friends and stuff. They're all coming to it. Now, the problem is, it's this little monkey, little man monkey and a little woman monkey, right?
Yeah.
Who are sort of girlfriend and boyfriend.
Sort of. It's an open relationship. They can play around if they want.
Well, the problem is they're not married, right? Now,
trouble brewing.
The lad monkey, fella monkey, he's getting quite old.
Mm.
And the problem is, because it's his name that's down on all the stuff.
All the forms. Let him finish.
I'm getting scared now.
Let him finish.
It's his name on the business, and the problem is his missus is kind of like, what's going to happen?
Sure.
What are you getting this from?
Internet.
Carl, I don't know where to start.
No.
This is the...
can we just hear the end?
Oh, this is ridiculous.
So, the problem is... The
female monkey is worried that the male monkey is going to die.
What's going to happen with the business? What's going to happen?
Of course.
Right? Now...
What do you mean, the business?
The health
There isn't
spa.
a business. It's a joke.
Rick, you're not listening. His name's on the form. The male monkey's name, it's in his name.
Now, the problem is, the woman monkey has got some kids, but because they're not blood relatives, it's not going to be handed down to them. And the courts...
They're kids from a previous monkey marriage?
Yeah.
Right.
So they're not going to get it. Let me just check this out.
Yeah, otherwise you don't want to check the facts, otherwise you could look like a twat spouting shit on the radio. Please check the facts for scientific security.
And they're just a bit worried because they're saying that the people in Ohio, which is where they've got the little health thing going on.
So that makes it more believable that it's Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant it was Berkshire, in which case it would be rubbish.
It looks like the local people are trying to get in there. They've seen the success of it.
Sure.
And they're
They want a
trying to
piece
go
of
in and take it over and stuff.
Yeah.
So...
Give me the piece of paper.
Throw it away. Play a record. That's the worst one I've ever heard. And there's something wrong with you.
Play the jingle.
Okay. Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right.
Come on. Come on.
Should be ready, Carl.
That's amazing, isn't it? It's Nicholas Witchell. The bomb. No, that's not the first. Come on!
No, but it's always difficult, isn't it, to sort of find something that's good each week, right? Last week, we did the chimp.
It is for us, yeah.
We had the chimps who were running a health spa.
Yeah.
Right? We've covered the one who nicked a car to go on to Spain to sort his future out.
All shite.
The hairdresser, I think we've done that one, the little monkey hairdresser. This week we're looking at monkeys that they're using. Do you know, like monkeys? They know how like.
I've lost the will to live, Steve.
Oh, well, I don't want to do it.
Well, come on, come on.
What are monkeys good at?
What are monkeys good at?
Yeah.
Well, running small businesses, cutting people's hair, and driving cars.
Yeah, they love Spain.
Oh, and foiling bank robberies.
Yeah, they're great.
Well, something else they're good at, right, is like weighing up the situation.
Oh God!
If you stick them in like a field with loads of like obstacles on it, right? They're good at sort of, I can get over that, and I climb over that. I'll swing from there to there, that sort of thing, right?
Okay.
So the people in charge of somewhere, I've thought, I've thought we can use that. We can use that skill, right? What? And what they've done is they've got a load of little monkeys, right? They've given them an IQ test.
Yeah.
And the ones that score above 80, right?
Get to produce this show next week.
Join the army.
Right. How do they join the army, and what do they do?
They just what they do is they set little obstacle courses up for them. They do that. They do a cross-country run. They do the IQ
cross-country
test.
run?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once they've done all that, they make them a little uniform, made to measure little uniform.
Slightly longer arms, shorter legs than usual. Yeah.
Yeah. And basically, then they taught how to use a gun and that sort of thing.
Yeah, of course they are. You're talking rubbish again.
This came through literally, pretty late on. So
you've not had a chance to corroborate all the facts as usual.
Just have a look.
Right. It's the bit I'm looking for is, well, A, why are they doing it? Why are they doing it?
Yeah.
Why do we need monkeys in the army? And secondly, why are we giving them guns? I'll just check to see if any of that.
I love the fact we only let gays in recently.
Yeah. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Just have a look.
I can't read it. There's too much pressure.
But it's rubbish.
Just have a.
But it's rubbish. They don't get. It's the way that there are things. There are animal cores, right? There are horses. There are dolphins, sea lions. There are lots and lots of animals in the army, but they don't have to pass an obstacle test as such, and they're not taught to fire guns. You've straight away assumed that there's going to be loads of squads of men and then just one little monkey in the middle. Like, he came second on the test. He's in, boys.
What do you think, Steve? You've read it?
Well, as ever, Carl, this is an arbitrary email sent by one of our listeners. You know what Ricky and I think of them. and so we're not really basing this on hard evidence. We're basing it on the ramblings of one of our listeners.
Rubbish. Once again, lazy, rubbish, uncorroborated, nonsense. The stupid test that you got wrong.
Rick, that sounds like monkey news to me. Let's cue up the jingle.
Hang on. All right.
Perfect.
Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news.
Right. Let's have a look. This one's from some woman, right?
Yeah.
And she was taking part in the London to Brighton bike ride, right? Lovely day, weather's good and everything.
What year?
She's just a couple of months ago. She's done all the training, right? Done all the training and stuff. Got a brand new bike for it. Got a little puncher outfit and stuff, all set for the day, right? It's a nice day. She sets off. They all start pedalling and that on the way to Brighton, right? So she knows the route and that. Got little headphones on, cycling along.
Right, okay, I'm going to stop you now. If a cyclist overtakes her and it's going really fast and it's sort of hunched over, but it's got like lots of cycling gear on and a helmet and goggles, and they can't tell what it is, but they just know it's like a little hairy fella who hasn't bothered shaving his legs, which is weird, isn't it? Because cyclists usually shave their legs, and this bloke had really hairy legs. But and it won. They gave it the medal. It won 3 years running. They gave it the key to the city. It had its own game show, and then someone said, "Hold on, though, this fella's all hunched over and he's only 3'5" and his arms are longer than his body. It's a chimp. If it goes anywhere near that, we're never doing it again."
More monkey news next week.
She's cycling
So
along.
anyway, she's cycling along, right? And this tricycle.
I couldn't predict that.
There's always one element you can never anticipate.
Yeah. A kiddie's tricycle with a little kid on it. Little hairy kid with a helmet. Okay, just go on then.
Well, the tricycle comes
Whizzing past, yeah.
him.
Strong legs, don't they, chimps?
So she's thinking that's... But didn't get a chance to see the face.
Oh, yeah, couldn't quite see the cyclist. Oh, God! You bald mank git. Go on. Yeah, research scientist Carl Pilkington.
So anyway, she gets to the end line, right? And they got talking, that said it was a nice day, nice race and all that. He said, did you see a little thing on a tricycle?
Thing? Well, a person, surely, just a human. Did you see that? No. Did you see that bloke on the tricycle?
So anyway, turns out...
Yeah! Well, what did you say thing? Was there's no suspicious. I mean, what did you say? Did you see that fellow on a tricycle?
Anyway, so it turns out...
Go on.
It was a chimp.
You're joking!
Right.
Well, Christ almighty, there you go. Unbelievable, and it was a chimp all along.
So anyway, right, so the woman's like...
We're never doing this again.
Checking out the news, right? There's nothing on it. She checks out XFM Monkey News.
Right, okay, I'll stop you there again. Right? If it turns out she doesn't lose, right, and the circus goes, we're looking for our chimp, it used to ride this tricycle, and it escaped with police chasing it.
No. So she listened to XFM, see if I'd picked up on the story.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't have it and stuff. So she got in touch with the organisers of the London to Brighton bike ride, said, look, saw a little hairy fella.
Why did she care?
Because she wanted to know. She thought it was a bit odd. Well, Turns out it was a chimp. They weren't happy about it.
Of course not.
Because now the owner of the chimp wants to enter it into the Tour de France.
No! Oh, God! I'm gonna die! Oh, God!
In 2005.
Now, a couple of questions. I trust you'll be able to answer these.
Oh, God! Steve, help me out.
How did it get hold of the tricycle?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. That's not an important point.
Look, that's important. What's the matter with you, Steve? He doesn't know that.
How did it know to... well, firstly, how did it know which way to cycle? But more importantly, how did it know there was a major bike ride on
Just following the crowd, Steve. What's the matter with you?
The owner of it had trained it and stuff.
No, he hadn't!
It had already done the run beforehand, before the big day.
No, it hadn't.
Like I say, it wants to do the Tour de France in 2005.
No, it doesn't.
But there's something about animal rights. If they don't let it enter, they can kick up a bit of a fuss.
No! The animal rights is that it's cruel to make a chimp ride a bicycle.
Not if it wants
that it's
to.
prejudice that it'll go, is it because I is hairy? You idiot!
Right. So...
Wow, that is the worst. That is the worst one yet. Absolute twaddle. Absolute rubbish, Carl.
Have you got a tricycle?
Unbelievable. Oh, chimpanzee, that monkey news, you.
Right. Now, it was back in the 1980s.
Right. So it is quite topical then. Okay. When did this happen then? 1980s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about a Colombian F1 sort of, Formula One driver.
Yeah.
Apparently these races were going on, right? And someone kept winning them.
Right, okay, forget it. Forget it. No, don't do it. Because it's rubbish. Because it's rubbish.
Right, so someone kept winning the races.
So this human that kept winning the races. So this human being that kept winning the races, Carl, what was his name?
His name it's Jimmy something.
Yeah. How tall was he? Just out of interest. No,
let's hear the story. Let's hear the story.
Was he about 4 foot 8?
You might find out if I tell you the story.
Yeah.
Right?
Go on.
So anyway, he kept winning and everyone was like, oh, he's brilliant, this guy, who is he, and all that.
Yeah.
But his gimmick, right?
Was never showing his body or face?
That's right. Never took his helmet off.
You're an idiot.
Never took his helmet off, right?
You know the short trousers he used to wear? You know his trousers were about a foot long, but his shirts, the sleeves were really long.
Anyway, right, so because he wouldn't take his helmet off...
You're an idiot.
He was taking part in, the F3, which is like the lower ranks of Formula 1 and
Just get to it.
Everyone thought it was like a famous driver who was taking part in that.
Get to being a monkey.
Anyway, what happened was, there was a crash one day.
Yeah.
And the car tipped over, everyone's like, oh...
He ran up a tree?
So
They were suspected when he ran away with the ambulance people up a tree and started eating a banana?
So the marshals ran over and the ambulance people were there and they were about to take his helmet off and the marshal was like, don't take his helmet off.
Give away the secret that he's a
Give
monkey.
away the secret and that.
Yeah, chimp. Yeah.
Took his helmet off.
Jimmy Chimpus.
Little monkey under there.
No, definitely not. Okay, let's play Ryan Adams.
Did he survive? Let me just a couple of questions. Did he survive?
Yeah, he did, yeah. He was allowed to keep all the awards that he won.
Sure.
But he wasn't allowed to take part in any other races.
Yeah, didn't happen. This is Ryan Adams. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, let's do monkey news.
Alright.
Play the jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right, there's this monkey, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think his name was number 6 or number 7 or something, right? In this lab, right?
Yeah.
And anyway, it's in there with like the rabbits and little mice and stuff like that. And
the rabbit smoking.
The nurse, right? The nurse, not the nurse, the woman who works in the lab. What would you call her? Is that a nurse?
Depends. What turns out her job was. If she was a lab assistant, you call her a lab assistant.
All right.
I mean, they probably call her by a name.
All right, lab assistant, right?
Kirsty.
So she's.
I think it's probably Kirsty.
Right,
Kirsty Morris.
Well, she's in there, right?
Yeah.
And she don't work with many people and that. She's mainly on her own with, just putting lipstick on rabbits and stuff like that, right?
Chimp fancies her?
So,
Chimp fancies her? He's putting on lipstick, chimp fancies her because she's got hairy legs?
He gets pally, right, with this woman.
Yeah.
Because, it gets to a point when she sees him every day.
The way he sort of tries to string out like it's a narrative love story. Did the chimp put its hand out and grabbed her, and then you thinking that he made a move on her?
So
right, come on,
he's allowed out. He's allowed out.
It's not a story, is it?
He's allowed out the cage and what have you every day. So he's wandering about, and as time goes on, he's watching what she's doing more and more. Yeah. Right. So he notices like the code on the door, right? Right. Whatever, 247 or whatever.
Yeah.
And he goes, right, I've clocked that, I've got that, I'll remember that, right? And then he goes, right, there's a lot of lipstick and that knocking about, a lot of makeup.
Right, okay. No, there's no way.
Finish.
No, because Steve, you know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen.
So he's there.
It's ridiculous.
And he's going, well, if it's there, you know what I mean? So while she's messing about with the rabbit, he gets there, he's in front of the mirror, putting a little bit of lippy on. Right?
I can't. It's gone too far. No, it's gone too far, Steve.
Your mic's off, Rick. He's finishing the story.
So
turn mine off as well.
It's gone too far.
Turn him off. Just let him finish.
Right, so the thing is, right, it's this monkey wandering about. It's got lipstick, it's got mascara on, it's looking pretty good.
I didn't mention the mascara!
It's looking alright, right? So it knows the code on the door, 247, right? So when she's sort of messing about with the rabbit, right, he goes, right, here's my chance. He's looking good. 247, out the door, through the reception man's there. He's like, all right, Kirsty, right?
Don't talk shit! You know what it is now, don't you? Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right. Now, whilst I was in Cornwall, I wasn't online. Right? I didn't have the internet, so it was like, oh, what am I going to do? And I didn't come back till yesterday. I thought there's loads going on that I don't know about in the monkey world and stuff. I was hoping to get some from the zoo that I was meant to be going to. Of course, that didn't happen. So I said to my dad, do you know anything about monkeys? Have you got any stories with monkeys?
Brilliant. This is what Trevor McDonald does.
Turned out...
9:45, he goes, got nothing. Dad, anything happened? You got anything politics? Anything politics, Dad?
This isn't monkey news, I'm just giving you this free.
Yeah, brilliant.
Turned out one of his mates used to have a chimp.
Right.
What do you mean one of his mates used to have a chimp?
Well, two of his mates. Mind you,
sorry, yeah, I was
mate.
thinking it sounds a bit far-fetched living in Manchester, like. But if there was two of them...
He had a chimp, had to thump it in the head.
For doing what? Answering back?
Oh, God!
Tried it on with his wife.
Had to thump it in the head for trying it on with his wife! I love it. It's a proper fist fight in a pub in Manchester. Oh.
I'd call him up, but he's one of them who, like, swears all the time.
Right.
Oh.
I mean, it'd be good to get him on and just...
Let's interview him. Can we not interview him pre-record? We can bleep out the swear, and I'd love to hear his story.
Did a lot of work, that.
Yeah, well, well, we're not scared of work, are
No,
we,
I
Steve?
mean, I'll do it myself if you can't be bothered.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know, so...
have a word, I'll sort it out.
Yeah, try and sort that out
yeah,
next
if you
week.
sort that out, yeah.
Well, don't tell us the rest of the story then. Let's let him say in his own
No,
words.
but there was another one as well.
When you say you can get him on, but he swears a lot, you mean the monkey? I'm assuming he's more coherent than your dad's mate.
But there's him, and there's some other fella he knows who had a funny name. I'll have to find out, because you'll love his name. But he was a drag artist.
Yeah.
And I think he said my dad went round one day, I don't know why, right? Went around there, knocked on the door, chimpanzeed.
Carl, I don't know what you're doing, mate. I don't know where this place you live. Next door, there's an horse in the front room. There's chimps running round.
Mad. Anyway,
chimpanzees.
Is that it? Is that the end of the story? There's a chimpanzee in the door, and that's the end.
You sure it wasn't the drag artist before he'd shaved?
No,
sure it wasn't your gran.
Because I like the really airy ones that decide they can be female impersonators. Yeah, your gran.
Anyway.
Go on then. This is the monkey news. So you got that for free. What's this going to be like,
well,
Steve?
Let's have more jingles.
Okay. Oh, chimpanzee that. Monkey news extra.
Okay.
Right. Another phrase. We've been talking about phrases today.
Yeah, we have,
Don't teach your granny when she's shaving.
Yeah.
Don't teach your granny to suck eggs.
Yeah.
Don't look a horse in the mouth.
Yeah. Don't let the chimp pass the jaw if you're tucking your cock in.
Familiar with the phrase monkey business?
No, never heard that one before, Carl. That's brilliant.
Right, well, it came about. This has been emailed in and I haven't really had a chance to look at it, so I'm just weighing it up now.
God.
Yeah,
it's the biggest shambles on air, isn't it? Really?
Oh, I'm ashamed of it.
I mean, what was Dr. Fox? Dr. Fox must have been really polite. He must have been thinking, I don't know how to put this. He must have wanted to scream and go, you shouldn't be in the radio authority.
My parents listen online. I can't look them in the eye.
Right, I think I've weighed it up. Long time ago, right?
Yeah.
In the
olden days, yeah.
In the Amazon jungle.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Little family of monkeys in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Having a good life.
Good.
Right. Didn't have any predators in there. Right. So they were loving it.
Yeah.
They had a load of food around them. They had loads of banana trees.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I don't think so.
No, they did.
Sorry.
Everything's going great. So they're happy in that. They go to bed.
Okay.
Wake up in the morning, load of bananas gone.
Ooh, hang on, interesting.
Hold on, wait a minute.
So
either your dad's been around or
this isn't the great Amazon banana robbery, is it?
So anyway, turns out it was another load of monkeys from another part of the island, from the rough bit.
From the rough bit! I love it! They went into a middle class area.
Oh, they're the ones with the earrings and the leather jackets.
Oh, that is brilliant! From a rough part of the island.
So the monkeys thought, well, there's no point getting into a fight with them because they're harder than we are.
Yeah, of course, and they carry chains.
So
I love all this conjecture.
They got flip knives and tattoos.
Yeah, go on.
So basically, they said, let's do some business with the bananas.
Let's do some business with the bananas.
This is shit! This is
What are you talking about?
Oh, Christ!
Right, calm down. We haven't got much time left.
Oh, God! What do you mean they said it?
Forget it.
No, don't forget it. Carl, do not press that. Switch the record off. Switch the record off.
Christ.
Switch the record off, Carl.
What are you talking about? What do they do? Oh,
let's do business with the bananas.
Yeah.
So they said, well, rather than them coming robbing them, we'll flog them. So that put a stop to it. Then the monkeys came. They didn't have money. They said, give us some, give us some bananas. And it says
so what, they exchange bananas for bananas?
For berries and nuts. So that's where the phrase monkey business comes from. Little business to set up.
Right, there, record. Carl, you know what the time is? Bong. Monkey news.
Yeah. Right.
Imagine if Trevor McDonald started like this.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of stuff going on that with monkeys.
Oh yeah.
I was mentioning earlier how we're sort of making the feature grow a bit, right? So I'm thinking
Oh, I haven't told you, Steve, either. I've actually been asked to write a thing about monkeys.
A poem?
No, for a magazine called Something Apes.
Right.
They want me to do like a column, 500 words.
About monkeys?
Anything I want on monkeys. Anything.
What are you going to write?
Don't know. Think about it.
Well, give him a typewriter, come up with Shakespeare eventually.
Yeah. You could write about that. Why didn't you write about that? The fact that you don't believe it. You don't believe that an infinite number of monkeys could type because it was Shakespeare.
Because you reckon most of them hadn't read Shakespeare, so they wouldn't know some of the spellings.
Exactly.
It wouldn't happen.
You idiot. Get on with it.
All right.
There's been a few things, but one that springs to mind is they found a load of monkeys somewhere. Right?
This is brilliant.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine this if this was news.
Yeah.
Go on. Where?
I
Somewhere.
think it was in
17th century.
It doesn't matter that bit. Right?
Okay.
Found a load of monkeys
Yeah.
that are having a good chat.
Go on.
They're having a good chat. All right.
What do
They
you
found
mean?
monkeys that can talk.
Yeah.
They've worked out. They've got about 534 different words that they're using to have a chat about stuff.
More than you.
Yeah. What do they chat about then?
Just things that monkeys are worrying about. Just where do you get that from?
Who does your hair?
You going out with her again, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that?
Sorry, you can't just leave that.
No. I'm just intrigued. I'm just intrigued to know what else. Is there any?
No,
were
I mean that.
Were they discussing the humanity? Did you see that program on Channel 5?
Yeah.
He can walk upright.
Yeah.
Good,
But I mean,
Did you see how well
do you mean
hung he
they
was?
taught them? They taught themselves this language.
Yeah.
Where? Where is this? In the wild? Is this? Is it? Not sign language.
It's
but
in some jungle somewhere. They found these monkeys. He heard some explorer was over there, cutting through the woods and that.
And he heard his name, and he thought, "That's what he went. What do you want, Ronnie?" He went, "It wasn't me. I didn't say.
Yeah.
I didn't say. Oh, Snodgrass. Where'd you get that gun?"
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's only me and you here.
Yeah.
It's weird, isn't it?
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right, we've got to be quick.
Go on,
But, this is something that was sent in to me ages ago, and I don't know why I haven't done it yet, because it's brilliant. We were talking about monkeys typing, the Shakespeare theory and all that. Well, this is about a little monkey called Marty, right? Basically, it's in some science lab, right? It's in there. It was wandering about out of its cage, right? The lab fella was busy on the phone or something, right? And
typical.
It's wandering about. It goes up to a PC that's in the corner, a little computer, types down, "My name is Marty," right? So the fella got off the phone, saw this on the screen with the monkey sat there, says to his mate, "Have you done this?"
Right, hold on, Carl.
Let him finish. Before you question, always let him finish.
I don't know what to do.
Time's against us, come on.
He said, "Have you done this?" He says, "Done what?" He said, "This on the screen here saying, 'My name's Marty,' right?" He goes, "What are you talking about?" As he's having an argument with his mate saying, "You're lying, you did it," monkey's sat there typing, "This isn't a practical joke, my name is Marty."
Right, and that's the end of the story?
I'm not coming in next week. I think we need a week off. I actually think we need a week off.
He's doing a web chat or something. You can go online and have a chat with it.
The monkey's doing a web chat?
I don't know.
Has he got his own website yet? His favourite Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Have a look at that, have a look at that.
Right. Do you believe that, Carl?
It's all there.
No, but do you believe it? Do you believe that monkey could type that and then say, "This is not a practical joke," when he's still arguing?
Weird, isn't it?
Oh.
What do you reckon, Steve?
Yeah, well, it's obviously a wind-up.
It's a joke. It's not even... You haven't even got some of the facts wrong. It's just a wind-up.
Have you noticed the date?
Is it April the 1st?
It is April the 1st.
You are joking.
That it was sent.
You're an idiot, Carl.
It was sent on April the 1st, Carl.
So you're saying the monkey knows it's April the 1st, but you don't believe...
doing a wind-up, yes. Yeah, I think the monkey has thought, "I'll do it on April the 1st so that people think that it's a wind-up, but in actual fact I am a monkey that can type and read."
Right, haven't got long. You better give the winner. We got monkey news coming up.
We haven't really got any monkey news.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's nothing going on, seriously.
What do you mean?
The last few weeks, I've
but
keep
don't
telling you.
Right. This really annoys me when you say there's something going on because you call it monkey news, but it's not monkey news. You have stories, dubious stories. But shut up a minute about it's always chimps, which annoys me. You call it monkey because they're apes, right? And it's often from the 18th century, so it's not news anyway. So don't tell me there's no monkey news
what I'm
this
saying
week.
Is, if there's monkey news worth doing, I'll know about it. And there isn't anything, so let's leave it.
Right, okay, you are going to give me some monkey news, right, I'll tell you, I'm telling you, you are going to give me some monkey news, or we're not leaving.
Right, well, my mum sent me some, right? I got a little letter from her doing the usual sort of stuff, telling me what she's been up to and that. It was a little thing about somewhere in Lincolnshire or something.
Right,
good. Do a bit of monkey throwing.
God, what do you mean?
Because some fella got attacked by one once. And sort of to remember him, on this certain day, they go, oh, it was today, wasn't it? And that fella got attacked by a little monkey and that. And something about chucking monkeys about.
That's horrible.
I don't know if they're real. I think it's just like to remember.
All right.
But that's the only sort of stuff that's knocking about out there.
But it's not. That's not.
I've got
monkey
my mum and
news.
dad on it, looking all the time.
There must be more monkey news than that.
There isn't nothing. I mean, there's bits and pieces. There was a bit about Donna Eyre, how when she has a kid, she's going to let a gorilla look after it for a week or something. But apart from that, it's dead out there.
Well, I don't know what that means.
She's well, that's it.
Well,
Apparently,
it's not true. She's not going to let a gorilla look after a child.
No, it is. Apparently, a fella works with them or something, and
this is rubbish.
It's not rubbish.
How can she let a gorilla look after a baby for a week?
Well, forget it.
So, have you ever heard her speak?
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Right, this happened in Pittsburgh, right? There was a rock band, and they've got this studio in Pittsburgh and what have you, and they're laying down tracks and stuff like that. And in the studio that they use, right, there's this monkey works there. Right,
I love the way he throws that in. Like he throws that in. This monkey works there.
No, it's just got a little gig there. He sort of it carries the equipment in, guitars, stuff like that.
It doesn't.
He does.
No, it doesn't.
He just sort of cleans up after the bands.
No, he doesn't.
Emptying the ashtrays.
Doesn't
that
happen.
Sort of stuff. It
Doesn't
does.
happen.
That's the gig it's got. Anyway, right.
Gets women out of the crowd that they want to go visit
with one arm.
drag them back.
So anyway, right. So the band's in the studio, right? And one of the band members brings some A&R fella to the studio to have a listen to the latest track. Right?
Yeah.
So they hit play, and they're all there going, "Yeah, brilliant. This is good."
Oh no.
Anyway. So the fella says, "Yeah, I like the track. I especially like the bass on it." Right?
Right, this is bullshit.
So
this is rubbish.
So
and they hadn't laid down a bass track.
So this is. Have you heard it? So
Carl, please don't do this to
so
me.
So the A&R fella goes, and it's like the band members have stood about, and they're going, "That's good that you liked it." So
this is rubbish. This is absolute rubbish. Where'd you get this from?
Please, because we never get to the end. Let's hear
this. This is absolute nonsense.
So they played it back.
Yeah,
right?
and it's the chimp playing bass. Definitely not.
So they were like, "That's weird. We haven't got a bassist." Anyway, so they go, "Well, whatever." Right? So
we haven't got a bassist.
So
they go, "Whatever. Let's go home."
Forget it.
Play the jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news.
Excellent. A particularly aggressive jingle this week.
Wow.
Yeah, looking forward to this monkey news.
Carl.
Right.
Come on.
So, what's the name?
What?
We've done...
Sorry, what?
Brilliant.
We've done a lot of monkeys who, like, got involved in crime and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? We had the one on the train station, nicking a bag.
Yeah.
We had the one who went into a bank.
Who cares?
Went into a bank. And walked out with the money and stuff.
Yes.
Right?
Didn't happen either. Next.
But the thing is, you never sort of found out what happened to them. If they sort of got worse, got more involved into crime
this
and
monkey
stuff.
news update.
That would be amazing.
Brilliant.
What they found out in India is...
Yeah.
It's got a prison. It's just for monkeys.
You mean wild animals? You mean
A zoo?
Yeah, a zoo or a kennel or something that where it's been gone mental or something.
No, it's a prison.
Yeah,
Prison.
is it? Does it have fraud cases?
It's
mainly sort of animals that are attacked things. And it's mainly violence. I bet that's my
that and theft.
Say it
Making
again.
Stuff. Theft.
Say it again.
Theft.
Say it again.
Robbing.
No, let's go back to that word. We're going to keep doing it. We've got 6
Robbing.
minutes. You're going to say the word right before you go to Hastings.
Well, you say it.
No,
well,
you
no,
say
because
it
then you know how to
first.
say it.
Well, all right, robbing then. It's been caught robbing.
Say it again, though.
So
Who's
anyway.
robbing? Who's robbing?
So they've got this prison, right?
This is extraordinary.
Say it again.
No, you're not going to say it?
No, go on then.
So they got a prison for them, right? And there's 11 of them in there, 11 monkeys.
Right.
That are in there for life. Because that's... I think there's one just got out on parole, right?
No time off for
But
good behaviour?
there's 11... I'll give you the bit of paper because I thought this was...
Weird. Even you thought it was a bit weird.
Now, Carl, what are they in there for then? Because I mean, they're in there for life, so I'm assuming it's murder, is it? Premeditated murder. They're not crime bosses, are they? They're not.
Are they
the prostitution and gambling?
Are you sure they're not just the pawns and the head sort of like orangutans up a tree going, remember, you don't know me. You're on your own.
If I go down, you're all coming with me.
You take some of your gorillas down there and sort him out.
Oh, the great banana robbery.
It's not.
I wonder if they get them.
Right, go on then.
Okay, let me see. Now, I don't know what source this is, as ever.
Is it just the back of a fag packet found in a toilet?
Well, no, I mean, someone's clearly... If this is nonsense, then someone's clearly gone to a lot of effort, because it does open with the headline, Parole Unlikely for Inmates of Monkey Prison.
Yeah.
Officials say 11 inmates at India's only monkey jail. Officials? Now, what kind of people work at a monkey jail? Where do you work? It says officials say 11 inmates at India's only monkey jail are unlikely to ever be released. The prison in Patilia houses monkeys apprehended by game wardens in Punjab state for thieving and attacking people. The Daily Telegraph reports how the monkeys at the prison in Montevideo snarl and glare at visitors from their heavily barred cages. 2 monkeys were released a year ago after exhibiting good behaviour for 18 months in the jail. They have remained out of trouble. Prison can work, that's good.
So
all 11
basically,
monkeys...
they were aggressive wild animals that were taken away from the public for their own good.
And robbing and that.
Wildlife officials believe part of the problem has been caused by thieves training monkeys to help them. Lorry drivers training monkeys as guards for vehicles, and itinerant entertainers using ill-treated monkeys as part of their act.
It's the monkey that takes the rap.
It's a shame, that, isn't it?
That is awful. They didn't know what they were doing, did they?
Oh, so there you go.
What do you think of that, though, Carl? What would if you could visit them, like Lord Longford or something? What would you say to them? You go there and you get a visit a week or something. You know.
So can you get us a video? Alright.
Have we got monkey news? Have we left monkey news behind?
Monkey news, come on!
What happened?
You can't offend monkeys.
I'll tell you what is annoying.
What?
Steve's told me about a film that is about a monkey going off with a woman.
The Charlotte Rampling thing where she...
It's a film called Max Mon Amour. Yeah, she has an affair with a monkey. Go on.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
You wouldn't like
Don't
it.
go, we can't go into
You
it.
wouldn't
We need
like
monkey
it.
news.
You wouldn't like it. It's not like it's weird and you wouldn't... Carl, it's not like a nature programme where he wears a bowler hat and can talk. Okay? The nature programmes that you seem to see.
Yes, I'm trying to think I haven't seen that one.
No! Yeah. Come on, do monkey news.
Well, monkey news this week.
Play the jingle.
Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news, you
Right, it's about this monkey that was knocking about in the 1950s.
Right.
It was known in the sort of LA area, right? And apparently, again, I haven't really checked all this out. I've just picked up bits that look interesting.
Yeah.
Wore a golden mask and like a cape and a leopard skin belt and stuff, right? So people didn't know that he was a monkey.
Of course they didn't know, yeah.
They thought it was this bloke who's going around and he was helping out crime situations and stuff.
Right, you're an idiot. So, this disguise, that you see a 3'6" bloke with arms the length of his body.
No, but that's the funny thing, right? They knew they sort of thought, it's a bit odd, he's stocky, yet extremely flexible.
Yeah, and hairy, because he only wore a white mask and a belt.
And a distinctive jawline and stuff. And then,
right.
apparently, he used to sort of get to his...
Nothing we say gets through, does it? You've decided you can picture this monkey going around solving crimes, and it's...
telling you.
Let him finish the story. Time's running out.
So it sort of get to its crime by, swinging from the trees and stuff.
Of course it would,
right?
yeah.
Well, people just thought it's a normal fella.
Of course.
Then what happened was...
This is the bit that's going to annoy me, isn't it?
He helped some fellas out, and for a reward... They were like, do you want some money? You've helped save our lives during a crime and stuff. Do you want some money in that? And he just went straight for the shopping bags, got a couple of bananas and apples, right? And as he was bent down, looking into the bag, getting the bananas and apples, they pulled his mask off. Little monkey.
So he wasn't allowed to work for the police anymore?
It ended there.
Sure.
Weird, isn't it?
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. Insufficient data to formulate a reply. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined this week by...
Devin.
And...
Steve.
Yeah. So, joined this week. I guess joined every week. By...
I was about to say, I'm Steve, and I'm filling Steve's seat this week.
Yeah.
I'm Devin, filling in for Devin. She's on assignment.
Yeah, yeah. And I've taken over Joe's body. I'm not really Joe. I'm a demon. Yeah, okay. So, let's tackle a mystery. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. This week, we're going to talk about the mysterious death of Huey Long in 1935. Huey Long's a pretty famous guy. Probably most of you have heard of him. Certainly, if you're an older American, you've heard of him. He also was known as the Kingfish. He was governor of Louisiana from 1928 to 1932, and then was elected to the U.S. Senate from Louisiana in 1932. He was assassinated in 1935.
And don't feel bad if you haven't actually heard of him, because I hadn't.
You hadn't heard of him? Yeah.
Had you?
Yeah, I had, but that's because... Was it John Goodman played a role as him in the movie The Kingfish? I think it was John Goodman who played that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the only reason I knew about him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although, you want to know a funny side note?
No.
Okay, so here it is anyway. Joe initially was pitching this story to me a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't remember who Huey Long was, and I got him completely confused with somebody else in American politics, which would be James Garfield.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Who was assassinated.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there going, dude, I don't know how you're going to turn the assassination of James Garfield into a podcast. That doesn't work. The only thing that I know about Garfield is, the disgusting stuff that happened to him after he was shot.
Mm-hmm.
You guys know that, right?
No, actually, I'm kind of ignorant of that. What happened?
So when he was shot in the stomach, and he couldn't eat. So he stayed alive for weeks after the fact. So one of the things they tried to do to keep him alive, this is an actual thing, they gave him what are called nutrient enemas.
Ew.
Yeah.
I think it was peanut butter. They were feeding him rectally, which caused such obscene gas that even the doctors couldn't be in the room with
Yeah, I
him.
bet.
Oh, God.
But I just couldn't figure out how you would turn that into a mystery.
Well, it's time to change the theme of our podcast anyway.
No.
Really gross stuff. Yeah. Because we kind of tapped out all the whole unsolved mysteries. This is the last one, except for this is the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked the internet. There's none left.
Nothing left. Yeah.
Sorry, folks. Okay, back to our mystery. Huey Long.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. We're actually doing a real mystery. Sorry.
Yeah. Even he was popular. Huey Long was popular in Louisiana, but it's also very polarizing. You either loved him or you hated him. His detractors called him, among other things, a dictator, a demagogue, a fascist, and a socialist.
Demagogue is like one of my favorite words.
Yeah, that is a good word.
What is the definition of demagogue? Because I've seen it used, and I've always heard it described in different ways.
Yeah. I guess the best definition is a demagogue is somebody who tells, I think, insightful lies, inciting lies. Like, for example, Al Sharpton. I would call Al Sharpton. Sorry for any Al Sharpton fans out there, but I would say he demagogues a lot of issues by taking an issue that's really, and interpreting it in an unreasonable way.
Do you want the dictionary
Well,
definition?
Yeah, let me have that.
Dictionary.
Yeah, it's a noun. It's for a political leader who seeks support by appealing to popular desires and prejudices rather than using rational arguments.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's probably a better definition than mine. He long achieved his goals generally through intimidation and bribery rather than just persuasion. He was basically a machine politician, and he controlled and appointed people to lots and lots of jobs, and so he was able to dole out favors to his buddies and his cronies and political allies. And
that was pretty common, though, in that day and age in politics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, very much so.
He was the picture of a corrupt politician, essentially.
And to make life hell for his opponents, he would go out of his way to get people fired, and even people who weren't actually speaking out against him. They just happened to be members of the family of somebody who had crossed him. And
I was going to say the family member thing is what I always just shook my head at.
Yeah,
that's vindictive.
Yeah, he was very vindictive. Well, anyway, he long actually campaigned for Roosevelt in 1928. Or excuse me, 1932, I believe it was. But after he was elected to the Senate, he decided to break with the Roosevelt administration, and he started thinking about running for the presidency himself. He was a big critic of the Federal Reserve Bank, and he said that his policies were the real cause of the Great Depression. And in that particular instance, he might have actually had a point, even though I wouldn't agree with Huey Long on a lot of things. But anyway, to move on, he was in the Senate now in 1934, and he introduced his bright idea, which he called Share Our Wealth. So his plan was a very radical one, to cap personal fortunes at $50 million, limit annual incomes to $1 million, and cap inheritances at $5 million, and then spread all the wealth around. That had all been taken by the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
I read this a number of times, and I never quite understood. So if I am making over 50 mil, then anything above that number, the government takes and then uses to distribute.
No, that's not your income. The 50 million is your personal fortune, what you have in assets, bank accounts.
So you can't be personally worth more than $50 million. You can't make more than $1 million a year, and you can't inherit more than $5 million.
Yeah.
$5 million in assets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, total. Yeah.
So then what happens? What would happen if I made 1.1 million? What happens to that 0.1 million? Does the government then take that and use it however it deems fit? Is that how this was going to work?
Apparently, that's how it was going to work. Yeah, and I don't know what. I suppose if you have a fortune of at 50 million. And say you make $1 million that year, I suppose you don't get to keep any of it because otherwise you'd be tacking it onto your personal fortune, and then you'd have $51 million.
From an economic standpoint, this is a terrible idea.
No, I mean, it encourages people to spend what they make instead of saving it. Right? It encourages the spreading of wealth, and it's kind of like the ideal trickle-down economics, right? It's the pinnacle of encouraging people who have to spend back into the economy that maybe fuels other people. I think it's one of those things that in theory it could or could not be a good idea. In practice, there's no way.
I was going to say, in practice, it discourages people from doing things, taking a risk to do something that can make gads of money, because then they're going to be over the limit. And why the hell would I want to take that risk and make all that money just to not get it?
Yeah, exactly.
Just to invest all that time and effort and my capital to then get my capital back, but then get no return on it because now I've got too much money.
Yeah.
And that's an economic theory. There's a whole bunch of stuff there.
No, we're not here to talk about
economics.
We're not here.
Yeah,
or anything
absolutely.
Like that. But obviously his proposal didn't get very far in the Senate. So he started a political organization called the Share Our Wealth Society, which was essentially like a political party, and it had 27,000 clubs, quote unquote, across the country. And by the time Huey Long died, the society had 7.5 million members.
Wow.
So yeah, it was, obviously a lot of people liked that idea. After he went to the Senate, Huey Long continued to dominate Louisiana politics. He went back to Baton Rouge quite often and wrote and lobbied for bills.
He never really left his position as governor.
Not entirely. And he would zip over to Washington for a little bit and then come back. And apparently, the governor who succeeded him would, whenever Huey Long was in town, Huey Long would just take over his office.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that went over really well with him.
Well, he was a supporter, so I'm sure it was one of those things you had to do for the man who got you the job.
Yeah.
But he also he'd walk all over everybody and just yell and point and holler and dictate to people what needed to be done when it was not his position anymore.
Wow. But he still, a lot of people did what he told them to do. He still had lots of influence.
He had lots of power.
Yeah. His consolidation of power continued to grow, even though he was no longer the governor, and opposition got more intense and sometimes even violent. There was actually talk about armed rebellion.
Oh.
And, he, in that summer of 1935, he called 2 more special sessions of the legislature and passed a bunch of bills and got all his cronies in the legislature to pass him a bunch of bills. They consolidated his control over the state by creating several new state agencies.
Wasn't it? Weren't the bills passed kind of like rapid fire, one after another, and there wasn't even they didn't even read the bills before voting on it.
Really
they just said, "Okay, next one, guys."
He wants it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see what new state agencies he created here. A state bond and tax board holding sole authority to approve all loans to parish and municipal governments. A new state printing board, which could withhold quote-unquote official printer status from uncooperative newspapers.
That was aimed to stop people who were bashing along.
Yeah, so essentially, and it's kind
stifle
of
First Amendment stuff.
Pretty much. A new board of election supervisors, which would appoint all poll watchers. Now that's handy to have on election day.
Super handy.
You have control over all the poll watchers across the state, and also a state board of censors. Huey Long controlled all appointments to all these boards.
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
Was it? And do you know? You may or may not know. Was the wording of the new laws specifically "and Huey Long," or was it "and the senator of the state"? Blah 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 blah.
Well, these were in Louisiana only. They weren't through the Senate.
Right, but I'm saying the bill that they passed.
I don't.
Did it say?
I don't think they did, but I think it was. I think everybody just assumed that Huey Long was going to make the appointments, or else he was actually the appointments would have been made by the governor, who I'm sure would do exactly whatever.
Who would rubber stamp what Long told him to do.
Okay. Yeah.
So nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Super.
Yeah. I'm not going to go. There was lots of other stuff that he did. I mean, if you've read up on this guy at all, it's like, oh my God.
He's kind of a jerk.
He was a flaming jerk.
There's a trail of bodies, so to speak, behind this guy.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to find out there's a trail of real bodies. Actually, one of his political opponents actually did die in a convenient train wreck. It was a car train wreck, but that could have been an accident. Yeah.
Could have been.
Yeah, it could have been. Probably not. Yeah.
Those happen.
Yeah. In August of 1935, Long finally announced that he was going to run for president the following year. But a month later, September 8th, 1935, he was at the state capitol ramming through a new law, which is called House Bill Number 1, which was a redistricting plan. One of his opponents was a judge named Henry Pavey, who served in the 16th District Judgeship, and he'd been there since 1910. He was an elected judge.
Long standing.
Yeah, he had been there, yeah. So House Bill Number 1 was specifically meant to change the boundaries of his district to include more Long supporters so that he would be out of a job come next election. That passed about 9:15 the night of September 8th. It was a long session. I forgot one other thing. Apparently Long also told Pavey that he was going to tell everybody in the world that Pavey's family was tainted with, quote, coffee blood, unquote. Coffee blood meaning there was a black person somewhere in the family.
Okay, I was going to say this is a racial slur. I'm assuming for the time.
Yeah, and it's like
and this is Louisiana in the
1930s.
1930s.
So obviously it would be a bigger deal to make that kind of accusation.
Yeah,
at that time.
I can see in context how offensive that would be for an upstanding, for the time, the upstanding white citizen to be accused of that, just knowing how people were at that time.
Yeah, it was a serious thing then. Yeah, obviously. But
in some certain communities it still is. But
probably.
Which is still dumb.
Yeah.
But
Okay, now back to the session. Or actually, let's talk about the assassin, whose name was Dr. Carl Weiss. He was 29 years old. He was Judge Pavey's son-in-law. And he was at the Capitol that day trying to get to speak to Long, but every time he would approach him, he'd get a rude brush off from Long and his bodyguards.
How many were there, by the way, the bodyguards?
I was never able to find out exactly how many. I got a feeling there were at least 4, if not like 6 or 8. I mean, there were a bunch. They were all state troopers.
I remember reading, I can't remember what it was, about something a year or two prior that had caused him to then only travel with bodyguards, but I'd never seen how many there were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Okay.
I'm sure there were. I know there were at least 4.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Well, that's
There might have been
better
more.
than I don't know. So perfect.
I suspect there could have been a whole bunch of them because, and you'll find out this in a second. Yeah. He kept trying to approach Long, and he'd get rudely brushed off.
And this is Wise.
Carl Wise.
Wise, yeah.
Carl Wise. At 9:20 p.m., just after House Bill number 1 had passed, Long exited the legislative chamber, was in the corridor outside, and he was approached by Weiss a third time. Although some accounts of this say that Weiss was actually hiding behind a column in the corridor, and as Long walked by, he popped out. He owned a .32 caliber automatic that he usually kept in his car, but apparently he had it on him. When he tried to talk to Long, he got another insulting brush off, at which point he pulled out the .32 and shot Long from about 4 feet away. Although there's evidence that if he did indeed shoot Long, that he actually shot him from like right up close and personal, actually put the gun to his body. And because apparently there were powder burns on his jacket.
Yeah, no, we've talked about some of that before. You do have to be exceedingly close for the powder burns to transfer.
Oh yeah, definitely. Certainly closer than 4 feet.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of different witnesses and a lot of different accounts of this. The bodyguards returned fire and they shot Weiss 62 times.
Which is reasonable.
Yeah, I know.
He was clearly dangerous.
Yeah.
What was it? It was like 30-some bullets in the torso, 5 or 10 in the head, and the rest in the legs. I mean, it's just like literally riddled with bullets.
Yeah, the
guy was a human colander at that point.
Oh yeah, the thing about it is that whenever the cops, at least this is the way it seems to happen these days in this town, whenever they shoot somebody a bunch of times, usually about half the bullets miss, if not more. So there was a lot of lead flying around that corner.
These guys were crack shots.
Yeah.
That or they just shot like 120 times.
Well, they were automatics.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they had a couple of Tommy guns. I don't know. It could have been that.
I can't say. I remember seeing something about Tommy guns, but that seems really excessive for a bodyguard for a U.S. senator to be packing around. I mean, that's a lot of firepower.
Yeah, it certainly is. I have no idea. Yeah, I think really probably they probably shot him about a dozen times and then just stood over his body and shot him a bunch more times.
Yeah.
So basically, he died.
Oh
but
yeah.
So were they not taking care? They were busy shooting. What was Long doing? Did Long die immediately? He fell to the ground, or
no. He did. He wasn't down the corridor and went down 4 flights of stairs where he met somebody. And the name of this person is unknown, but this person drove him to the Our Lady of the Lake Sanitarium, which is about a quarter mile away.
That person is always referred to as an associate.
Yeah, exactly.
When I read your stuff and I'd read it and I realized I hadn't found it, I kept trying to find that. It's always an associate.
Yeah, so don't ask me.
And did she have a sword for King Arthur?
Our Lady
that's
of the
all
Lake.
I can think of. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I can't hear that without thinking about Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, where are we at here? Oh, yeah.
Our Lady of the Lake.
Yeah, Our Lady. So he was operated on and patched up, but he died anyway about 30 hours later. So Huey Long is dead, assassinated. But was he actually assassinated?
Was he?
Yeah, that's the mystery. Oh, yeah, the other mystery is what kind of medical treatment did he get?
Was it adequate?
Yeah, was it adequate? Seems like maybe not.
I don't know that question is right to ask based on what I've read, but I know we're going to get into it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, a bullet to the gut.
It just depends on what it hits, you know, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Back to Huey. He was, even though he was popular with some people, as I said, he alienated a lot of other people, and even in the medical community, he had alienated people. And so he didn't trust any old doctor to operate on him or treat him. But there was a doctor who happened to be in the hospital at the time who was a long appointee and then therefore considered trustworthy.
Just happened to be there.
Yeah, yeah. His name was Arthur Vidrine, and he was acceptable, even though there were probably far better surgeons out there. You know, the other surgeons maybe wanted to kill Long. So
when I've been shot, I usually don't squabble about who my doctor is.
Yeah, yeah. Arthur Vidrine, Dr. Vidrine, examined Huey Long and decided that the wound was a through-and-through wound, one in the front
to back.
and out to back. Yeah, yeah. And he told Long that surgery was needed, and Long agreed to that, but he requested a couple of well-known surgeons from New Orleans who were summoned. But as his condition was deteriorating so much, it was decided the surgery couldn't wait.
I also remember one of those doctors got weirdly delayed by...
A car accident?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
one of them couldn't make it because, well, he was an fender bender.
Weird.
Yeah.
Which is a conspiracy. I mean, no, it's not. Sorry.
Yeah, the politics is, I think everything in Louisiana at this time, and maybe it's still this way today, I don't know, everything seemed to be politicized. So anyway, Dr. Vidrine became the chief surgeon, and he was assisted by two other surgeons. An anesthesiologist was recruited. His name was Henry McCowan. But he was anti-Long, and he had reportedly said just a couple of days before that if he ever did anesthesia on Huey Long, Huey would never wake up. So he said he would do it, but he stipulated that another doctor had to be right at his side watching his every move.
Smart man.
Yeah, smart move. Oh, and so time for surgery, but what didn't they do before surgery? They didn't take any x-rays.
Do you know why?
No, why?
No, I'm asking. I've never found out why.
I don't know why. I mean, I really can't understand it. It seemed to me you'd want to take an x-ray or two and find out where the bullet is. And maybe that's why they didn't do it, is maybe they felt like the doctor concluded it was a through-and-through wound, so if he had already decided that the bullet was not in the body, maybe they didn't need to take the time to do x-rays. Maybe it was time to rush him into surgery.
6 hours between the time that he arrived and the time he went into surgery, correct?
No, it wasn't that long.
Was it not that? I thought it was it 3, or how long was it then? I thought it was like 6 hours between when he arrived and when the scalpel touched, because he was waiting for those other doctors.
No, actually, it was almost 2 hours.
Okay, well,
started the surgery.
Regardless, 2 hours seems like more than enough time to wheel him into the x-ray bay and at least take a shot.
I don't know if he thought it was a through and through. If there's a hole in the front and a hole in the back, where else is the bullet going to be? Why even bother taking an x-ray? Those things are expensive.
But the thing is that x-rays show things, not just metal, but you do see, I mean, granted, the technology wasn't that great at the time, but it would give you an idea of if there's pooling of blood in areas of the body, because he's going to have to be in a prone position to take this, not as if he can stand up.
That's fair,
probably show you, like, some ribs got chipped or broken.
Exactly.
Like
he's going to have been laying down for a while. So I feel like there would have been some information to be gained from doing the x-ray.
There were some strange decisions made regarding this whole surgery. It was a really peculiar thing.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll get into that.
Yeah.
A guy named Ed Reed wrote a book about this whole thing, about the death of Huey Long. It was called Requiem for a Kingfish, and he said that the surgery was, quote, one of the most bizarre and unreal operating room settings that one could possibly imagine. Spectators, bodyguards, and medical professionals elbowed each other for space in the operating room, unquote.
Well, there goes all the sterilization practices.
I know. Some of them wore surgical gowns, but most were in street clothes. And, just standing right there in the operating room. It's no wonder he died. He did get an infection later.
Yeah, but this makes me think of is whenever it's a big political figure, this kind of garbage happens. I swear it was something like a similar situation when there was the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. That a bunch of people were in the room when he was being treated. JFK was the other one. There was a bunch of Secret Service in the room. It's like, why is it when you're super, super important do we throw out all of the safety rules?
I wonder if the reason that you have a bodyguard in there is to make sure that, your person's going to wake up from anesthesia, right? I mean,
somebody doesn't snuff them.
Yeah.
Take
Well,
the opportunity.
Yeah.
That's the thing is if you're the surgeon or the surgeons in this case, you probably want to have at least one or two of Wong's cronies in there to witness it and
Just
make
to
sure
make
that you
sure.
didn't murder him. You know?
Yeah.
It just sounded like a house party.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It
Like
sounded
they had a
was
keg in
probably-
the corner.
And
it was
again-
probably a little overkill, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think any of these people, if they were in street clothes, I'm sure they didn't scrub or sanitize themselves in
No.
any way. So, Dr. Vadrine was assisted by two other surgeons, one of whom was named Cook. I can't remember his first name. They opened Long up. They found it appeared that he hadn't been damaged too badly. His colon was perforated, so they repaired that, and then they stitched him up. And apparently no bullet was found, but accounts differ on this.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll talk about that in a little bit. And Arthur Vadrine reportedly said that, quote, it was just a perforation of the intestines. But then later on, another doctor arrived at the hospital, and he told that doctor that the right kidney was damaged and bleeding. And he was asked if he'd seen the kidney, and Vadrine said that he had only felt it. That really doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, you've determined that the kidney is damaged, but you don't bother doing any repairs before you close them up.
Or looking at it.
Or looking at it, yeah.
Yeah, I've got the wrinkled eyebrow thing going like, what?
Yeah.
I know. Well, I don't get it either. But like I said, this is a strange medical situation. And I read a really long, very scholarly article on this. I don't know if you guys read that.
Oh, I went through that thing.
It's quite good, actually.
It's well laid out.
Yeah, and he says it's apparent that medical practice was tainted by politics in this case.
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah. Huey Long's condition deteriorated. It was apparent he was losing blood, so that meant he was bleeding internally. And 6 hours after surgery, a blood count was done. It showed signs that he had an infection.
Surprising.
Yeah, big surprise, huh? Hopefully the surgeon scrubbed in at least before,
Yeah, please. At least one person in this.
Yeah. But the doctors felt that Long was too weak to withstand another surgery, so they just gave him drugs and blood transfusion. And eventually, 30 hours after he was shot, he died.
Yeah, that's not going to keep, not for too long, unless you can stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
I understand I'm not a doctor, and I understand that when someone is desperately, desperately ill, the trauma of cutting them back open and rooting around in their insides is going to do more harm than good.
Yeah, it's the shock. It's a real huge shock to your system.
But if this guy has already got an incision where they've gone in once, that's not really a new trauma to cut the stitches.
Well,
and if all you're going in to do is say, I know the kidney's got a perforation, let's stitch it up real quick. I don't see how. Then again, practices at the time are not what they are now. It used to be you shoved your hands in there and did everything and juggled all the guts around, whereas now they've got better tools, so they're not doing all of that. But it just amazes me. It's like, yeah, you've had 3 transfusions today, and we're just not going to do anything.
Well, I don't think. I do think that an incision like that begins to heal much more quickly than I think you might think it does. It's not, I don't think it is a matter of just like stitches and then, it's just an opening that's like still there. I think that, it's starting to scab, hopefully, ideally, right? It's starting to scab over, it's starting to heal itself.
You're really
and
grossing me out here.
To re-damage that, I'm sorry, but to
Just
re-damage
kidding.
that is probably going to do like way more shock than it would have been to even cut him open.
He's
new.
going to have an
Again,
awesome
I'm not
scar.
a doctor.
Chicks dig that.
Yeah, well, if we have any surgeons out there, why don't you guys
Let us
send us some
know.
emails and let us know. There's probably some guy doing open heart surgery right now while he's listening to our
to us,
podcast.
yeah.
Don't you think?
Yelling, no!
Sir,
What?
please
You never
pay
saw
attention to what
Jaws?
you're doing.
Devin never saw Jaws? That's just BS. Okay, where were we?
Off topic.
Yeah, wait, amazing.
I think we're at theories.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Not quite the theories.
He died.
One last interesting little thing here. No autopsy was done. Yeah, seriously, no autopsy was done. That would have been actually really helpful.
Super helpful.
I would agree.
Yeah, but apparently Huey Long's wife didn't want an autopsy done, so they didn't do it. So I guess unless we go to Louisiana and dig up his body and check for bullets in it.
Well, even then, I think it's probably pretty far gone, right?
Yeah.
Body.
Actually, Dr. Carl Weiss's body was exhumed in 1991.
Why?
Yeah, interesting. Well, apparently they were
counting the bullets.
No, they didn't need to count
Yeah,
the bullets
geez.
so much. I think they wanted to do like blood and tissue samples or whatever they could, and find out if there was any evidence of anything in his brain that could have caused him to go around the bend and shoot, because he really wasn't a violent person. And even though he had somewhat of a motive, it wasn't a strong motive, really.
Not for murder.
Not for murder, yeah. And so they thought, well, was it drugs, or was it some sort of mental condition, or brain tumor, or what caused? And so they dug his body up. And even though I found a couple of articles on them exhuming the body, I was not able to ever find anything about what results they came up with, if anything.
That usually means there was no results of any note.
That most likely is what it means, yeah. So, but yeah, Huey's not been dug up as far as I know. He's buried at the state capitol in Louisiana, by the way.
He is.
Yeah,
Well, hey,
He's not cryogenically frozen in.
Let's jump in your car. I got a couple of shovels. We'll go find out.
Actually, sledgehammers. I think he's in like a marble or granite crypt.
Oh, I just bought a new 4-pound hammer. Perfect.
Yeah,
we can put that thing to use.
Yeah. I guess it's time to move into our theories.
If it's gonna be a dirty look, I'll shut up.
Yeah, we're doing theories now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't break into graves too often. All right, theories. Number one theory: he was assassinated by Carl Weiss, who he did have a good documented motive to not like him,
because he was going to put his father-in-law out of a job,
and because he was going to slander the family. And so yeah. Well, that is an issue, because Pavey was Judge Pavey was 60 years old at the time of Huey Long's murder, and he was about to actually turn 61. So it's not, if it would put him out of a job, it wouldn't be for that long before his retirement anyway.
Aren't judges also paid forever?
I don't know if
are they like Congress and
I don't know if at that time if they had
I don't
pensions.
believe in that municipality. That kind of judge would be. I know that in higher courts they are, but those are usually really high, kind of federal level courts.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah. And of course, this wasn't going to necessarily put him into poverty, because the guy's still a lawyer. He can still practice law.
Yeah.
So I mean, that wasn't the end of the world necessarily for Pavey.
So
that's the official explanation. Is that Weiss did it? Actually, I read the Louisiana State Police reopened the case, and because some interesting evidence was found, and so they reopened it and just went over all the evidence again and concluded that Carl Weiss was the shooter. So that's what the official version is.
I know
there are
that
people
when
who dispute that.
I know that when you take tours through that courthouse where all of this went down, one of the things the tour guides always do is they always point to a pockmark in the column and say that's where the bullet that killed Huey Long hit the column, and then somebody actually investigated it. It's not actually a fracture; it's just a dark spot in the marble.
It's just an imperfection in the marble.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. You would think there'd be some bullet holes, unless of course if the state troopers, bodyguards were really, really accurate.
They're marksmen,
and they didn't miss a single shot. But you would think there'd be a lot of pockmarks in the walls.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
You really would.
Yeah. Okay. So much for that theory. Theory number 2.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Carl Weiss was an assassin for the International Zionist Conspiracy. FDR, actually Franklin Roosevelt, and/or his cabinet was involved also. I got this from the guys over at Jew Watch, which is a website that I stumbled across while researching this story.
This is a fantastic, please note sarcasm website.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Just a bunch of paranoid, anti-Semitic ravings. But back to these guys. According to Jew Watch, quote, Long was assassinated because he was one of the most charismatic leaders of the 1930s, and he was going to run for president. He could easily have defeated Roosevelt and would have put international Jewry back 200 years.
I don't understand.
End quote. That's what these guys are saying.
Yeah,
I don't know how. I mean, I guess because Huey Long was going to attack Capitol. That's what he was doing.
And he was going to spread the money around.
Yeah,
take it out of the decentralize it.
Yeah, and so since of course, according to people like this, I'm not saying this, of course, but according to the people at Jew Watch, since the Jews have all the money, then obviously they don't want to have it taken from them.
And it sets them back 200 years.
So many terrible, terrible things. And
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to hold my tongue and just say, ugh.
Yeah. I'm just throwing this one in for fun, just because, and just so our listeners know, I don't actually regularly patronize this website.
Joe is not on the moderator on their forums.
No, but also they claim that Dr. Arthur Vedrine, you remember him, the guy who operated on Huey Long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they claim he was also Jewish and that he deliberately botched the operation.
Well,
so this is a pretty amazingly well-run operation that apparently these Zionist conspirators put together. Yeah, amazing. It's like, I mean, if you want to talk, it's interesting. These guys that run websites like this and say stuff like this, they apparently don't like Jews because they think they're an inferior race, apparently. And yet at the same time, it's like, wow, those Jews, is there anything they can't do?
Yeah, there is a bit of a juxtaposition.
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, before we move on from that theory, I just want to reiterate that, no, I don't think that the Zionists or the Jews were behind the murder of Huey Long. You guys disagree with me?
Not at all. I'm in complete agreement that... What?
I'm shocked this has even made the show. To be honest, that's how silly I think this is.
Well, I like. Yeah, it is absurd. But
yeah, I appreciate Joe following our guideline of we will talk about any theory,
That's fair.
No matter how ridiculous it is.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's loony. Yeah.
What's next?
Oh, next theory. Huey Long was killed by his bodyguards.
I'll get on board with this one right off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, after all, there were a lot of bullets flying around. Some versions of this story say that Weiss did not even have his gun on him, and he just punched Long in the face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Huey Long did have a split lip when he showed up at the hospital.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also, if he had a bullet wound in the front and the back, he was shot by a .32 ACP.
No.
That's a pretty anemic round. I mean, maybe it could have made it all the way through and out the backside.
What is I don't know my guns that well. Can you give another gun that caliber would be equivalent to? I mean, is that like a 9mm? Just
it's
slightly different?
Much smaller than a 9mm.
So it's like a 22?
Oh, it's bigger than a 22, bigger than a 25.
Slightly.
So it's slightly bigger than a 22.
Yeah.
Simply put.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's
okay.
It's a deadly round. I mean, everything, but it's not. I mean,
I've shot hay bales with a 22 that have popped out the other side, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hay bales.
A hay bale. That's I mean, it
not
can.
Not a human body.
I'm sorry. When was the last time you dealt with a hay bale? Those things are packed super, super tight.
Mm-hmm.
A machine packs a hay bale. That's dense material.
I just shot an arrow through a hay bale this weekend, so.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
She-Hulk.
I'm just saying, like you.
What is it? You guys hate hay bales? What the hell?
Yeah, sorry, hay bale hate over here.
Nah.
No, I mean I think that the point is that a 32 is not. It's
not a huge caliber.
It's not
gun.
likely to go all the way through a human body, particularly from 4 feet away, right?
No, yeah, or
maybe.
But at point blank,
maybe at point blank.
It doesn't lose that in the 4 feet between the muzzle and the body. It's not going to lose that much velocity. It's really just hardly anything. And so I'm kind of doubtful that it could have actually overpenetrated.
Overpenetrated means go through and through, right?
Yeah, that's what it means. I don't
mean,
know.
how frequently do handgun caliber kind of bullets go through a body? It's not a super common occurrence, is it?
Small caliber?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smaller
9mm even.
Yeah, 9mm even. I don't think go all the way through that often.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously back in these days, this was before the invention of hollow points, and so there would have been a full-jacketed bullet, would have traveled further, but I still doubt that it would have gone all the way through. Maybe it did, but as no bullet was found in the operation, overpenetration is the most likely possibility, except one of the assisting surgeons did say that a small caliber bullet was removed during surgery.
Do you want to talk about that now?
A little bit. Well, and then somebody else said that an object was found, but it was actually fecal matter.
I heard that it was a blood clot, or read that it was one place it was actually a blood clot.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of different versions to this. The same doctor supposedly removed another bullet from Long's body at the funeral home after he died. His body was taken to a funeral home, and apparently he took a bullet out then.
Wasn't there something about this guy, he had a safe deposit box and his family owned it and said that the bullet was in there and the investigators somehow got into it and discovered it wasn't even from a 38. Does this sound familiar to you?
Well, no, it was.
Or is that somewhere later on?
Yeah, I think what you're thinking about is there was the Louisiana State Bureau of Criminal Investigation. The head of it at this time was a guy named General L.F. Gare, and he apparently had a bunch of this evidence, including the gun and the bullet, and a bullet and 6 cartridges in his possession, along with some files and photos and other stuff. His daughter eventually inherited it or something and wound up in a safe deposit box. And eventually, when it turned up, there was a big custody battle between Carl Weiss's son and her over who got to keep the pistol.
Okay.
Yeah, in which Carl Weiss won. Carl Weiss Jr. won, so he got the gun. But anyway, of course they analyzed the gun and the bullet. There was a single fired slug found with it, along with the 6 unfired cartridges. And they tested the gun and the slug, and they didn't match. So, so who knows where that fired bullet came from? It's a puzzle.
It is.
Yeah. Arthur Vidrine, the surgeon, later said that Long actually had 2 bullets in him, one of which was a 38, which is strange because he didn't say anything about finding a bullet at the time. So there's a lot of disagreement on this. Even if he found a single bullet, obviously it eliminates overpenetration. Obviously, he would have had to have been shot twice.
Yeah.
The bullet had been found in him, right?
Isn't it possible, though, if, let's run on the theory that it's point blank, that Weiss could have pulled the trigger? If it's an automatic, he could have gotten 2 shots off. If it's a point blank, it's essentially going to be 1 entry wound. If they're in rapid succession, one over penetrates or goes through, and the other one bounces around and lodges somewhere. I mean, isn't that a possible scenario?
So you're saying 2 shots, but 1 bullet hole, one entry wound?
1 entry wound, because
that seems unlikely, but I guess it's it's theoretically possible.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you walk up to a guy and you jam it into his gut and you pull the trigger and it automatically fires 2 rounds in a row, they're going to be almost identical locations for entry.
Yeah, well, according
perfect theory, it is not. I get that.
Yeah.
But I know people are going to say, well, but it could have all come through 1 location.
I guess technically, I don't know if... I don't think an automatic handgun is the same. I mean, I don't think you think of it as a... It's not just going to, like, fire multiple rounds.
No, it's not fully
semi-automatic.
It's a semi-auto. But if you pull it fast enough, they damn near go off at the same time if you can get a quick squeeze on.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah. But he supposedly, according to one biography of Huey Long, which was pretty exhaustively researched, apparently he did get off 2 shots. This guy claims, but one of the bullets hit one of Huey Long's bodyguards in the wristwatch. Apparently, the wristwatch stopped the bullet, or at least slowed it down.
Okay.
Yeah, and so since they found a pistol with the gun with 6 cartridges in it, and the gun only holds 7 in the magazine.
Oh, okay.
Assuming he had...
he didn't have one chambered, assuming
he had... If he had one chambered, then he would...
That makes 8.
Then he got off... Yeah, he got off 2 rounds, one of which hit this guy in the wrist, the other one which hit Huey Long. Of course, I'm not even convinced that the gun had 8 rounds in it. And with all the bullets flying, it's entirely possible that the guy got hit in the wrist by somebody else's bullet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would not be at all surprised by that. So, but at the most, he got off 2 rounds.
The very most, yeah.
Not a lot, really. He should have. Well, anyway, I'll talk about that later. Another possibility is that Carl Weiss did shoot him, but just once, and then the other bullet hole in the back was courtesy of one of the security guards, one of the bodyguards.
So they weren't entirely accurate, like we've been presuming they were.
So there were 2 entry wounds and 2 bullets in him, which could have been causing some internal bleeding that they didn't find necessarily. After the first exploratory surgery.
Yeah, 2 entry wounds. You presume one of them has got to be the exit wound, so you track between them to try to find the bullet. That would make sense.
Yeah.
Apparently, there actually is evidence that Weiss didn't have the gun on him. A guy named Donald Pavey was the nephew of Judge Pavey, which would make him, I guess, Carl Weiss's cousin or something. Yeah, he wrote a book about this, laying out his theory that the bodyguards did it. And he said the gun was taken from Weiss's car and put at the murder scene after the shooting by the state troopers. And he interviewed Tom Ed Weiss, who was Carl Weiss's brother, who had gone down to the legislature when he heard about the brouhaha going down there and going on down there, and he saw Carl Weiss's car parked there. It was locked. And he looked in the window and he saw that the gun was in the glove box. Apparently, didn't have the door shut or something. And maybe glove boxes in those days didn't have little doors on them.
Yeah, some of them didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently he was in the habit of keeping it in a sock in his glove box of his car.
That's not uncommon.
No, who doesn't do that?
Well, no, keeping a gun in a sock is something that you do to keep them oiled. Yeah,
absolutely, keep them from getting all scratched up.
Yeah.
But apparently he went back later to the car, and the car had been moved, and apparently had been broken into, ransacked, and the gun was missing. Yeah.
That could have been random, but
yeah,
okay.
It could have been random too. But apparently all of his theories are built on interviews and affidavits he got from people who were either at the Capitol or in the hospital that night. So there was a nurse who was in the operating room when Long was brought in, and she said that the senator had a lacerated lip. And she said that a doctor asked, what is that on your lip? And Long answered, oh, that's where he hit me, which sort of buttresses the theory that Carl Weiss hit him and didn't shoot him.
Yeah.
Do we know Wise was, I'm presuming, right-handed?
I don't know.
And, Long was shot in the left side?
He was shot in the right side.
The right side.
Yeah, which doesn't necessarily make Weiss.
Well, yeah, no, that kind of makes sense when you think about from left to right. It's almost like shaking hands. You would hit somebody on that side. So, okay. I wonder, do we know what side of the face the abrasion was on his lip, or the? Okay,
it was not an abrasion. It was like it was split and swollen.
Right, the split lip. I mean, was it on his left or his right? Because what I'm trying to figure out is, was it a matter of? Well, this is conjecture, but I'm just trying to figure it out. Did Wise walk up and take a swing at him and sock him in the lip, and then pull out a gun to add insult to injury and shoot him in the gut, or? Okay, well, if he was right-handed and then he hits him in the face and it ends up on the left half of his face, you know where I'm going here?
Yeah, see,
I'm trying to corroborate this in human factors.
Yeah, I don't think he would have had time. I mean, the bodyguards are right there. He wouldn't have had time to punch him in the face and then pull the gun.
I agree with that entirely.
Are you talking about punching him and then while holding a gun in the other hand?
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so you've got the gun in one hand, you sock him and shoot him.
Yeah, that's possible, but it's also possible that he just biffed him in the face, and the bodyguards were angry, and one of them shot him. And
yeah,
then the
I can see that entirely as well.
Their guns had started blazing away too.
Yeah.
And shoot 61 times, ask questions later.
Yeah, I mean, and I know it's unheard of for cops to shoot innocent people multiple times and then lie about it later.
Very unheard of.
Yeah, it's never
happens.
I think the anecdotal evidence would suggest that he would have just hit him in the face.
Well,
really, I mean, more than that's a punishment more befitting the crime. I think is a punch to the face, not 2 shots to the gut. But
yeah, I know, no, not 1 or 2 shots to the gut.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what other evidence does this Pavi guy put out here? He has an affidavit from a guy named Francis Grevenberg, who was superintendent of state police in the 1950s in Louisiana. He told of a story when he was with 4 state troopers. He said, and he actually wrote about this in his memoirs because he wrote a book. He served in World War II, and then he spent a bunch of time battling crime syndicates in Louisiana, so he wrote a memoir about this.
Okay.
And so he repeated that in there also. He said that these troopers were talking about how Weiss's gun had been taken from his car after the shooting. And then he said, this is a quote from his book, and then I made a mistake, Gravenberg said. I said, it appears to me that all the actions following the shooting were a conspiracy to cover up the accidental death of Senator Long and the killing of Dr. Weiss. Continuous quote. After I made that unfortunate statement, the bodyguards became very quiet. So, interesting story, if true. Well, although some people have put out the theory that those guys were just repeating a story that had been circulated by anti-Long politicians, that his bodyguards had killed him and got in the book. So it's kind of up in the air.
The party line, so to speak.
Yeah. There was also one of the bodyguards was named Delmas Sharp, and his son, Delmas Sharp Jr., said his dad once talked about Long's death prior to a meeting that the two of them had with another bodyguard whose name was Joe Messina. And after the meeting, his dad said to him, well, that's Joe Messina, the killer. Donald Pavey, again the author of this book, said he also spoke to members of the Murphy Roden family. Murphy Roden was one of the bodyguards also.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of bodyguards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course he's long since passed on, but they said that their understanding is that Roden accidentally shot Long. And he also got some testimony from the son of a reporter who was an eyewitness to the shooting, who apparently said the same thing. So it looks like maybe a cover-up. I don't know. So my verdict on this is that Donald Pavey is probably right. At the time, as I've already said this, Judge Pavey was really kind of nearing retirement age anyway. He
wasn't truly a career killer at that point.
No, it wasn't a career killer.
I just want to talk nostalgically for a second about the days at which 61 was retirement age.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't intend to ever retire because there's not going to be no retirement system.
Yeah.
No, there ain't. But, yeah, I mean, 61, I don't know, was retirement age.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, but, by the time you retire, it's going to be about 80.
90.
Yeah.
90.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
Yeah. Generally, in those days, you didn't necessarily retire. You just worked till you died.
Which was 60.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, the people who lived at those old ages were the ones who worked until they died.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so...
But the other reason I doubt this is that obviously it'd be suicidal to pull a gun and shoot Huey Long when he's surrounded by a bunch of guys that are armed to the teeth. Don't you
Insane,
think?
yeah.
He
That
also
does seem a bit off.
Yeah, he had a wife and he had a very young infant son. So obviously he had plenty to live for. Doesn't really make sense when you think about it. Of course, again, if there was a brain tumor or something like that involved, maybe, I guess.
Something that altered his rational thinking.
Yeah, but when they dug his body up, they didn't find any evidence of that. Of course, after all these years, who knows how much would be left to look at. But the other thing I find kind of kills it for me, for him being the shooter, is that he was shooting a semi-automatic gun, and if he had to drop on Long, and if he really intended to kill him, why did he fire once and possibly twice when he could have emptied the gun into him in about a second?
Also, why did he aim at his gut?
Yeah.
Not his head or chest.
I think that he.
People overestimate the killing power of guns all the time.
Yeah,
though.
but 4 feet isn't that far away. I mean, it's a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You're aiming in the general direction. It's going to hit in the general direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, fine. You're not aiming for the head, but at least like the upper chest area, right? Not the I'm going to shoot you in the stomach.
Uh-huh.
That'll kill you.
People tend to misjudge things like that. I mean, a handgun is very, very subjective to angle the angle that it's being held at. But have you ever goofing around grabbed a water pistol and squirted somebody and you're like, I'm going to shoot him in the face, and then you shoot him in the knee?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a good shot.
Yeah.
Well, this is not take your time, draw, and hold. It's just like pull it up and start squeezing the trigger. People do this. I mean, there's all kinds of videos of people like, I'm going to totally just draw really fast and I'm going to shoot that target. And instead they shoot the ground 2 feet in front of them.
Or their foot.
Well,
no, I understand that. That's fair, but I think Joe's point is also fair. Like, why wouldn't you just... Joe said that, right? Why wouldn't you empty the...
No. That totally makes sense.
There was some note in the files of the Louisiana State Police that one of the bodyguards knocked the gun down. It was originally pointed towards Long's chest. Huey Long's chest, and he knocked it down, and so he shot him in the gut instead. But I still, I still don't see why he didn't shoot him a couple more times.
Or if a bodyguard was that close, how 62 bullets went into him?
Well, one of them went into the bodyguard who was right there, into his watch.
Yeah.
Could be that's where the watch shot came from.
It's incredible aim, though.
The 61 rounds are incredible in general.
Yeah,
they, apparently, I think the bodyguard was Murphy Roden, if I'm not incorrect. He managed to wrestle him away from Long and shove him up against the wall. And I guess at that point he backed away from him enough so that everybody else could open fire on him and ventilate him. Yeah.
Ventilate him?
Yeah. They aired him out pretty good.
Okay.
I think, and my only other theory would be that maybe it was an assassination after all, and one or two of Huey's bodyguards shot him.
When I did the reading into the medical research that's been done on this case, the one thing that I found that was really intriguing is in your gut. Your gut has cavities inside of it. It's not as if all of your organs and everything are pushed into one giant solid mass. There are
there's
gaps
just like the
between
areas
things.
where there's like styrofoam packing peanuts, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, the styrofoam packing peanut area.
I think
of
we
your
call that
intestines.
fat.
Yeah.
Usually. Yeah.
No, but there's voids where there is not an organ. And those voids, based on how, where you are in the lower regions of the abdomen, there can be folds in it. One of the things that I found is, I cannot remember the name of the interior lining of the gut. Not your stomach or your intestine, but just your interior abdomen wall, the lining of that.
Is that like the peritoneum or something
Thank
like
you.
that?
That's the word. I knew it
Yeah.
started with a P.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's possible that can have folds on itself. And some of this research said that when Long was shot, he was actually shot through an area that had a fold. And here's the easy way to think about it. Take a piece of paper and fold it in half and poke a hole in it. Unfold it, and you've got an entry and an exit wound. Take a new piece of paper, fold it in half, and then fold it on in half again on itself, and then poke a hole through it. And unfold it, and now you've got 4 holes. So the doctors may have seen what they considered the entry and the exit wound, so they dealt with those, but these other 2 holes are not necessarily gonna be where they're looking, and so those are perforations, which would then cause blood loss, which would cause internal bleeding.
Yeah.
So that's completely plausible because, it's not a straight line inside of you.
No,
It's not a solid surface.
Obviously, they either missed something that was bleeding. They missed it big, or maybe the repair to the intestines just didn't quite hold. I don't know. And also,
That's completely abnormal to stitch up intestines.
Yeah.
And intestines are like tissue paper.
Yeah.
They're not strong. For all the crap that they hold, pun intended, they're not all that strong.
You probably can't use sutures. You probably got to use duct tape on them.
Glue. I think they use glue now.
Yeah, I think they do actually.
No,
use glue.
super glue.
Yeah. The other thing about the surgery, I forgot to mention this at the time, but apparently, as always, when you get shot in the colon, a certain amount of fecal matter gets spread around the inside of your guts. Right, and apparently there's not much evidence that they actually irrigated. In other words, that they
which
flushed
would have
out
caused
the guts.
infection.
That could easily cause an infection.
Yeah.
Huh.
So his medical care was probably not the most competent, but
Yeah, but also I don't know that Weiss shot him.
Yeah, I was going to say the medical care may not have been perfect, but if you have 20 crazy harried bodyguards and political consultants breathing down your neck,
it's going to make
watching
you nervous,
what
huh?
you do.
Yeah.
When was the last time you had somebody sitting at your desk while you were working and you kept screwing up because somebody was watching you? Think about that when you now have a scalpel and sutures and somebody's life is in your hand.
Yeah.
And you're
Talk
not a
about
very good
nerve-wracking.
doctor to begin with.
Yeah, Dr. Vidrine was like, I'm not going to call him incompetent, but I don't think he was really qualified for this kind of surgery.
No,
at all,
I don't think he'd ever done this kind of surgery before.
I don't think he had any gunshot wound
I don't think he ever did
experience.
again.
Yeah.
With good reason.
Yeah. No, I agree. So yeah, just unfortunate for old Huey, but I think he was, and I really, it is possible that maybe some anti-Long guys had gotten a mole into his phalanx of bodyguards, and the guy was just waiting for the opportunity when some big hassle came up, something came up where he gave him an opportunity to pull his gun and shoot Huey a few times. Maybe that's what happened.
Now Joe's making filler.
Yeah,
for
he
theories.
is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're done here.
I think
More
we
likely
might be
it's-
kind of done.
Yeah.
You guys want to take a vote? What do you think?
I think Huey Long died.
Yeah. Do you think he died of an accidental shooting, or do you think he was assassinated by Carl Weiss?
Both.
Really?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I think it was an accidental shooting by his bodyguard. It was. I think his bodyguard did it, not Weiss.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think.
I don't know if it was
Yeah.
accidental or not, but
The split lip kind of indicates that Weiss
Like Weiss
socked
hit
him in the mouth
Yeah.
And then the
for
guard-
being a jerk to him.
Yeah, and then the guards went nuts and shot him. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's kind of what I'm thinking too. Too bad for Weiss. Really.
Oh, yeah.
And his wife and his kid and his family.
No, his family more
Yeah.
than anybody. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Terrible thing. And obviously his son Carl Weiss and other family members and relatives are still trying to clear his name. it's hard to say it. I think more people are convinced that Weiss was innocent than not. Personally,
but the official line is that Weiss did it. So
yeah, that's the official line.
That's really hard to change.
It is really hard to change
without the smoking bullet, your smoking gun.
Yeah, I think so too. But I after all the reading I've done on this, I'm pretty certain that Weiss did not shoot Huey Long. Anyway, that's about it. Do you guys have any more thoughts on this?
No,
I do not.
So ends another successfully solved mystery. Yeah. Hey, so you probably want to know more about us. You can check us out at our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com, where you can leave comments, check links. You can also listen to episodes from there. If you're probably more likely getting us from iTunes. So if you are indeed doing that, if you haven't done this already, please subscribe and give us a review, preferably a good review. We like those a lot better. As far as streaming us, you can stream us from God knows how many websites these days, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Tons of them.
Stop counting.
Yeah. We're on Facebook. What are we? We're Thinking Sideways Podcast on Facebook, right?
Just
Thinking Sideways.
Search Thinking Sideways Podcast on Facebook. You'll find the page and the group.
Oh yeah, don't forget the group.
The group is insane right now.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Super busy.
Insane.
They're going nuts over.
Over the story that we released this week, which is great.
Yeah, we like that.
There's a lot of awesome discussion.
Yeah.
I love the group because we don't really have to do so much sometimes. Is we can just watch all this stuff happen and then just go in, make a comment, and then just watch everybody it's like we're not even there.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's fantastic to see how much work these people do and how into it they are.
Yeah,
I know. Pretty soon they're going to be having like a few more years. All these people are going to get together and they're going to start having conventions and stuff. It'll be like Comic-Con. Yeah, Thinking Sideways a con.
Yeah, they'll be selling my scalp, the plastic version of my bald head, with a little bit of fuzz on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and there will be action figures.
Speaking of selling stuff, the website also has the merchandise on it.
Oh, yes, we've got merch on there. I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's a little picture now that says merchandise on it.
Little link so you can go out and buy merch on Zazzle, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. What else do we got? Twitter. We are on Twitter. We are Thinking Sideways. That's without the G. And last of all, if you want to send us an email, then you can send us one at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And that's about it for all the information. Any last thoughts, you guys? All right, no?
I'm exhausted this one.
Yeah, I know. So we've been, just as a heads up, we've been talking a lot about death and murder lately, so we're going to change it up a little bit probably and talk about, I don't know what, the Tooth Fairy probably?
Yeah.
Something
salamanders.
Like that. Yeah.
I've seen some really cool salamanders this week, so we're going to talk about salamanders.
Yeah,
cool. That works for me.
Cool.
All right, well, so that's it for this week. So long, everybody. See you in a week.
We'll talk to you next week, guys.
Bye, guys.
On this crazy episode, we're going to discuss what you guys have all been asking for. Mick, what is it? What's the crazy... What about it?
Slippy.
Thank you for listening.
This has been good. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget to donate to the Patreon.
Give us $100 for this great episode. Thank you. Fuck you.
Slippy shirts coming soon.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch of bullshitter.
Welcome to Sleepycast. I'm Tomar. I'm here with
Jaxie.
Zachariah, Zach boy.
Krista. Boo. And Mick, actually, there are a few questions if you want to start with a few questions from the patrons.
Now, these questions, if I'm correct, Mick, and feel free to correct me.
I will.
These people, these fine folks, these freaks, donate money to us, to our Patreon.
Yeah.
They fund us our work and so forth, and they get to ask these special questions.
They do. They get to ask questions like, why does Zach's voice sound all fucked up?
Stop it!
I'm not kidding. That is.
There's a joke and there's a fucking real line.
There it is.
All right.
From Pale Hound.
Pale Hound, take your money. I don't fucking want it. All right. This isn't a joke even.
Okay, I have a...
I don't even want to do it anymore.
No, shut up. Here's a real one. And I'm actually curious, too, what the answer to this is for all of us here. Nathan Brown asks, when was the last time any of you sexy men, women, went on a vacation, and where did you go? When was the last fucking vacation?
Ooh, like you. Okay, let me asterisk this with. Let's clarify a vacation as someplace you go and do zero work and you go there just to relax, right?
I'm on vacation right now.
Yeah, that's true. I guess this is it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Jaxie and I are here on vacation in Philly because we just wanted to see our buddies so much.
For those who don't know, these two, Tomar is a voice actor, Jaxie's an animator. They're married, sorry boys. And they visited us for a thing called Pico Day.
Yeah.
Which is Tom Pope, a very scary man who runs Newgrounds. He hosts an event yearly.
Yeah. Goes on webcam.
He goes to webcam and lays back and just moaning and jacking off. It's very creepy.
But you guys might know them as Jaximoto, which is kind of like the Brangelina.
Oh yeah.
They like morph their names together. Yeah,
that's the thing we did. Because I used to be Tomomoto. Nobody calls me that anymore.
I do.
I just go by Tomar.
I always thought it was like a weird spelling of tomato. I just called you Tomato Man for a long time.
The story behind my online name is stupid, and I'm not going to tell it.
Does it have to do with tomatoes?
It has nothing to do with tomatoes.
I'm curious.
It's some anime character, right?
You can't just leave it now.
All right. No, okay. There was a Sega GT ad. This was in Dreamcast magazine, just to date it. Okay. That magazine, I think, ran for less than 2 years, So sometime in like 2000, I thought this was a really funny ad, and it featured a character named Benimoto, who was just this really stereotypical Japanese man who was like, "Oh, Benimoto, go kiki fast!"
I thought Benimoto was a chef. I thought there was a restaurant.
There might actually also be another Benimoto, but this was for a Sega GT ad.
Right.
And I just thought that was a funny ad, and so I went by Benimoto for a year, and I was like, everyone's gonna think my name's Benny. Right. So somehow I'll be Tomamoto. That it's stupid. I told you it's a stupid story, but that's how I came up with my name.
That's a better story than some of us.
Story. Yeah.
You're a room full of stupid usernames.
So that's
Jaxie.
That's Tomamoto. I like my.
Yeah, where did Jaxie come from?
Yeah, where did Jaxie come from?
Nowhere. It's just.
It was the name of the character that you designed, right?
No,
it wasn't.
Okay. It was Adrian gave it to me, my best friend from middle school, and then it just kind of graduated.
I was kidding.
To Jaxie.
I didn't think it was a bad username.
Well,
I thought it was one of the better ones.
It's easy. It's
Psychic Pebble.
Yeah. No, when I have to sign my username, I usually just like I'm fucked because it's 14 characters. His is 4, yours is like 5 or 6. Rice, Nick, you're in the same kind of boat as me because your name is like
dude, mine is so stupid. I had no idea when I signed up to my account that was going to be the name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That got associated with everything.
Well, where did Rice Pirate come from?
It was because I'm half Chinese, half my name means rice. Me is rice, and Mika is my name, and then I was into pirates at the time.
Well, that makes sense.
Right.
I know, but I don't know. I'm not.
Rice Pirate's a pretty cool name.
It's fine.
I know.
Okay. So enough about the names. Back to the vacation. But Zach, what's interesting is you said you had to specify where a vacation is where you do no work. Another thing that I think is important to specify is I feel like a lot of times when we go on vacation, especially with family, there is nothing relaxing about
because you're thinking about work the whole time.
No, not work.
Because it's family.
Yeah, it's family stress.
Family, yeah.
You're like the obligation of going. It's like, okay, it's dinner time, or we get up. It's already noon. It's like,
it's very by the books kind of. It's very clinical. It's like, okay, now we have to get up and have fun.
Right.
4 o'clock is fun time.
Right.
Yeah.
You better have fun at that time.
And it's almost like every time there's a quote unquote vacation, I need 3 days to relax to work that out of my system just because of the stress of my quote unquote vacation.
Vacations, to me, honestly, as gay as it sounds, I like the little moments where you're driving and you have an hour to yourself or something. You just put the radio on that's
Zach, are you saying that every time you get in your car and go for a long ride, you call that a little mini vacation for Zach?
I would say that.
Gay.
Gay.
Stop it.
Fucking. Yeah, last time I went on vacation was to New York with my parents, and that was years and years ago.
How relaxing was it?
Not.
Yeah.
Because they're like, let's go see the Statue of Liberty. It's cool. No one else does that.
Yeah.
Let's go see the Empire State Building. It's cool.
I don't blame them. Look, they're big things.
No, I know. But
that's not your vacation.
I just played GTA 4. I already saw it all.
Chris O'Neill.
I swear.
The last vacation I quote unquote went on, I guess MagFest was kind of a vacation. I mean, it's a little stressful, but at the same time, again, it's like friends. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you guys coming out for Pico Day, essentially. You know what I mean? It's you spend time, and this one especially. I feel like the more times we go to these cons, like the less we just end up spending more time with each other.
Yeah.
I feel rather than like.
Well,
seeing
I think that is kind of what the point of a vacation is, to kind of be around people that you like, rather than say a beach or whatever. The stereotypical, let's go to the beach. I've had way more fun with people that I know, like in a shitty apartment, than I have at like a beach or something.
You know, and the last beach I went to was the same thing. You'd imagine it'd be really relaxing, go out on a sunny beach, just lie, soak up the sun, but it's not. It's like, all right, we're gonna go snorkeling, we're gonna go do this thing, and it's like, God, I just want to fucking lay.
You go to a beach, it's like, oh, there's no place to lay. Okay,
beach.
I don't love the beach. I know this.
It's always like, oh, let's go sunbathing. You sit in the sand, and little bugs jump all over you, and then the wind blows your shit in your face. Then your sandwich gets covered in sand, and you have to chew through the sand.
Chris,
sand is not a fun thing inherently.
That's what happened to you. That's what happened to you.
Hate the beach.
Did you guys went to Thailand, right?
Yeah, and we're going back again.
Yeah. Were there a lot of beaches you guys went to? Or you stayed mainly in the city.
We stayed in Bangkok most of the time. There was just honestly, that was just an eating trip, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Are you guys gonna try to do Phuket?
Of really good, really cheap food.
Yeah, Phuket is really cool. It's a very nice place. It's very beautiful beaches everywhere. The only problem was the last time I went to Phuket, it was like 2005. And they had the tsunami that had hit not so long before that, so you could see the water damage line on all the buildings, a lot of them were still like a lot of the buildings were still kind of abandoned, and they got hit really hard.
You can see the silhouettes of kids that drowned.
Yeah, like burned into the walls. The water. And then the one thing that bummed me out, I think the most was not that I'm trying to be a downer. It's a beautiful place, but the one thing that bummed me out was like you see all these really overweight, really grotesque, like from like a Sin City movie, like just very grotesque figures that are like very pale, and then they have like these 13-year-old girls like rubbing oil all over their back and like tanning lotion.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about all the pervs that go to Bangkok for like sex tours.
Well, right, but this is in Phuket though. So this is on the island,
or to Thailand in general, I guess.
Yeah, so it's like here are these people who just got all their shit swept off into the ocean. Then their children are fucking, getting like these pedophiles who fucking rub lotion all over their bodies. That was like the most.
In fairness, Mick.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a 13-year-old lotion on you? Don't knock it till you try it.
When you do it, I close my eyes and imagine it. It works pretty well.
That's a different subject.
I know. That doesn't count.
Nick, someone said about something like burn children into the walls. There was a joke, but have you ever seen those like Hiroshima and Nagasaki like shadows?
Yes. That was the Chris set it up. That was the reference. Yes, that's what he was referencing.
Oh, I see.
But I was joking because it's water.
Oh, I see.
And they all drowned. They didn't get burned.
Those shadows burned into the ground by the Nagasaki guys, and they're doing like shapes with their hands to make animals and stuff.
Yeah, there's like thumbs up.
Do you think there were any shadows that were like totally an accident? Like there was
a perfect silhouette of
it looks like someone sucking somebody off, but it was just because of the distance. Like one was closer and one was further, and they were facing each other, or something like that.
A guy was scratching his asshole like a park bench, and now it's stuck in this.
It would be really hard to get a perfect silhouette of you scratching your asshole.
Just like this, your leg up like
It would look like you were shoving your thumb up your ass or something.
It would have to be right on.
Like you were fisting your butt.
Nick, I've always said this isn't like a jokey thought. I seriously thought about this.
Yeah.
Statistically, at least one person farted like 1 second before the bomb went off.
And then,
could you imagine the horror of like farting and having a bomb? Like, holy fuck!
Yeah.
The actual horror that you would experience if that happened. Oh! Imagine you're home working, you fart, you hear a big fucking bomb go off. You would freak out, dude. That would terrify you. You'd be traumatized.
It would almost be as traumatizing.
You'd have PTSD every time you farted.
It would almost be as traumatizing as when Nikki was lying on the couch at the office and she was sleeping and you bent over and literally farted into her mouth. She woke up immediately screaming.
Let me give some context because I'm going to I'm a psycho right about now, okay?
You weren't. That was the fucking sociopathic.
Wait, were you drunk?
No.
He was horny, dude. He had a boner. He walked over to my desk and was like, hey, check this out. He walked over and he just spread his ass. So like,
here's what really happened. Here's what really happened. It was 11:30 a.m. and she was wasted.
Okay.
She was wasted, and then she passed on the couch, and Mick was like, we were screaming in her face. She was a rock. She was dead. She was passed out, blacked out, and I was like, oh, she looks cold.
So this was an act of sympathy on your part.
Wait. I did not fart to warm her up. That is false. But I did get her a blanket. Nick saw it.
This is
It was a good act.
Yes.
And I thought, wow, she's really dead asleep. And I looked at Mick and I was like, check this out. And I farted. I put my ass right about close to her face. It wasn't even a big exposed fart. It was a little cute toot.
Yeah, but it was 1 inch from her mouth.
And then she rose like a fucking like Nosferatu. She rose like a vampire.
We said it was True Love's fart.
And I
just fucking like woke her up.
She seriously, her eyes shot open and she crossed her arms like a vampire and sat up. And I was crying, laughing. She kept hitting me. And the harder she hit me, the harder I laughed. And the harder I laughed, the harder she hit me.
And the harder she hit you, the harder you farted.
Yes, exactly. I was gonna say that.
And that's so don't make accusations that I farting.
Oh my
All right?
God.
I'm a good Christian boy.
Jaxie,
That's terrible.
you are a renowned farter. Tell us about your past. Your
I've been
journey to
farting
the
this
top.
whole time, actually.
Tell us what the journey to the fart. That's what we're asking about, dude.
Is it just a constant ripple?
The legend. Tell us the legend.
The legend of Jaxie's fart, 2012.
I don't know. what do you think? I've been
Jaxie
farting this
was a
whole
duck.
time. You guys don't even know it.
Tell us about the time that you were in the dark dungeon late at night, all those years ago, and you just put your legs behind your back, and you farted, and it sent a big ripple through the dungeon, and all the goblins and trolls died. They felt like flies in the winter. And you said, "Victory!"
No, but then she needed to escape, so she found a torch, and then she lit the torch with her ass.
Mick, stop it.
Tomar was there. Yeah.
Zolfact, yeah.
Actually, no, I can't put my legs
He was the
behind my
goblin that fell in love.
Yeah, he was the surviving
No,
goblin.
it's true. I used to be a goblin.
That's how we met. Yeah. I farted on him.
True love's fart. Another example.
I found him.
It cured me of my goblinism.
Yeah.
That's a good religion. Goblinism.
This is the origin story of
goblinism?
Yeah, Jaxie was the Big Bang with the fucking origin story of goblinism.
You started goblinism.
Tomo's Jesus, the goblin version.
Yeah.
Tomo's the
More
goblin
like
Jesus.
I cured goblins.
Biggest religion in the world. Third, Scientology.
Do you think?
Second, Christianity.
Do you think people would still be Christians if Jesus was a goblin? Like that was the only thing different in the whole Christianity, just that Jesus was a goblin?
You can't prove he wasn't a goblin.
He could have been a goblin. That's a good theory. Take this to the scientists.
The scientists?
Goblin Jesus?
Was Jesus a goblin? Question mark. Look it up.
I hope spirit science proves it wrong.
Some say when he got poked on the cross, his little goblin tongue stuck out like a snake and he hissed.
Laugh now, but I will return one day.
And he turned into ashes and flew in the wind.
Why do all of our stories
like a spiral,
have
like
the wind?
Dude, if they had it in the Bible, if they had like an amendment at the front page like Jesus is a goblin, I would totally be a Christian if Jesus was a goblin now.
There could be like a hidden passage somewhere in the Bible no one pays attention to.
Yeah, like on page 40, because everyone gets tired of like
and
page
our Lord
6.
the Goblin
And Jesus
went
scratched
forward.
his forked tongue and like, you know,
Jesus laid back and scratched his goblin titty and said, "Whoa, what? What does that mean?"
All of our loyal listeners, look through the Bible, find goblin clues.
Control F the PDF of the Bible and type in goblin, you'll find some shit.
We'll take any evidence.
Of all the words that are in the Bible, do you think one of them is the word goblin?
No.
You don't think the word goblin shows up once in the whole
Maybe
Bible?
goblets.
There might be a gremlin or two.
I'd be surprised if there was a goblin. There's definitely witches in the Bible, but I don't know about goblins.
Witches.
Oh, witches.
Yeah, witches.
With
like I think David went to see a witch at some point to like talk to one of the old dead kings because he's like, I don't know what to do being the king of Israel, and he went and he talked to a witch, and she revived like the ghost of Saul, the original king of Israel, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to talk to witches. Jewish dude.
Knock it off.
You got no help from that. Yeah.
Did we all answer our vacation questions?
Oh yeah.
Zach's gay answer doesn't count. When did you go somewhere?
The answer is never.
I think the last time I seriously went on vacation was when I went to Florida when I was like 13, 14, I think.
Yeah.
Did you see the crocodiles?
I saw the crocodile hunter.
That's how he became an orphan.
Chris, I killed the crocodile hunter. It was me in an outfit, swimming around.
You were the stingray?
Yeah, it was me. I did it, guys. Sorry. It's been long enough. I have to tell you, that's my big confession.
If we go back and watch that video when we pause just right, if they look at the stingray, will we see your face in the mouth of it?
It's
like
me with the cardboard. It's me with the cardboard.
See Zach's head sticking out of the water going,
get out of my way.
He's just...
He had it coming. He was fucking with me.
Where did you get the poison?
I just licked him.
Oh.
I just poked him with my tongue.
That's all natural, baby.
You do look kind of cold-blooded.
Speaking of poison, we have another question. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for this one?
Oh,
It's poison related?
No. So X64 asks, if you could invent a new flavor of Pop-Tart / toaster strudel, what flavor would that be?
Pop-Tart flavor.
Pop-Tart flavored toaster strudel?
Yeah. Or toaster
Inception is
flavored
like fucking Pop-Tart Inception.
Just make a Pop-Tart that tastes like the burnt inside
You know what?
of a
I make a
toaster.
meat one. I make a meat pie Pop-Tart. What?
I don't like that.
Why
I
not?
don't like meat and pastries.
You're fucking Irish. Isn't that all your pastries have meat in them?
Maybe I've ate too much when I was little.
What? I would do like a human flesh one, just not tell anybody it's not human flesh. I would
Just throw it out there?
Bacon.
Yeah, it's like bacon, but like it's human flesh flavor. There's gotta be at least a couple psychos who would buy that and be like, oh, okay. And then you feed them.
I always wondered if someone put like human flesh down in front of you and you ate it, would you taste like? Would you be like,
But would you mean unless it was like how Hannibal did it, where he was just like he did that telling you, and they're like, oh, this is tender. Oh.
Yeah. I just feel like if you ate it, the first time I ate human flesh, I would not want to add like any kind of sauce or anything because I want to know what it tasted like on its own.
Yeah, dude, the way to get mad if you were fucking dumping A1 all over, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd get pissed off. I'd get pissed off if I got killed and somebody ate me and they put A1 all over me. Taste me for what I was.
Like, who would you eat first, Jaxie or Tomar?
Same time.
Tomar.
Both.
Oh, like a little double? That's like a club sandwich.
Club
you get
sandwich.
like turkey
Yeah,
and
turkey,
ham
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
together.
I'll have some mixed sauce and crisp pickles. Nice sandwich right there.
I think I'll be a little more marbled.
Yeah.
Like I'll.
You'd have a better breast to eat. No, it's because he's got more.
I'm insulted.
No, listen.
Go on, Chris.
He's got more
You
of
dug yourself in a hole here.
He's got more of a chew.
You say he's chewy? Why is chewy be good?
It's chewy gooey. You know what I'm saying?
Chris, you feel stringy.
I've said it a bunch of times, and I'll stick to it. That when I die, I wanted my friends to consume my flesh.
I call you titty.
Yeah, not like whole steaks, and I don't think I'd taste that bad. It'd be a tiny little.
You work
bit.
out too much.
You could
Yeah, you work.
Just do some like pulled
You'd be
mick
like steak. You'd
and
be
just
like-
kind of put it on a sandwich.
Fuck off, Mick.
What's that?
Some pulled mick.
I'd be
Yeah,
I'd be all blubber.
I mean, you could do a whole bunch of different stuff, right? You could do like
See
nice
that?
slices. You could do pulled meat. You could do a whole bunch of bacon slices.
Yeah.
You can do anything with it. I just figured if I'm gonna go into the ground and I'm gonna fucking die, I don't know. Maybe it's a romanticism of cannibalism.
Do you really
have
mean?
some
Is that real?
bacon.
Not a lot. Not while I'm alive, but after I'm dead.
Really?
What are you gonna do? Burn me or bury me? It's just
Bury you.
such a
That ain't
waste.
you.
I don't
dead.
believe in waste. Okay, that's
Very
what it is.
true. We saw how you finished that. What was that?
It was the
Yellowtail
yellowtail collar, yeah.
Damn.
Oh yeah, your fish at the
Damn.
karaoke place.
Oh yeah, he fucking put down my Vietnamese food a couple of weeks ago.
No, but she's talking about the fish bones.
Like
literally,
he ate every last edible bit of the
he's like a
fish.
You know what the cartoons when the fish takes or when the cat takes a fish and it sticks it in its mouth and it pulls out just the skeleton?
Yeah.
That's how I eat.
That's you in real life.
Yeah,
That's
that's
based
what
on
they
you.
did. It's actually
That's a documentary on you.
What do you think is the
Very
grossest
cool.
taste in the body?
What do I would say maybe the
Like the toes or something.
eyes. I think the eyes would probably taste really gross because the eyes of most animals taste
What
pretty
about the
gross.
webbing of your fingers?
I think that would be fine. I don't think there would be much flavor
Oh,
there.
stop
As you
it.
cook it.
What
Yeah.
about
Toes, dude. Big fucking fingernails and toenails.
what
That'd be
about the
disgusting.
lower intestine?
Oh god, that would be so good.
That'd be probably good, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It'd probably be like
I love how you were not into this at all, but now you're like, oh no, that would be awesome, dude.
Because it's like full of kind of like shitty bits.
yeah,
No, but
they have
you
like a little
clean
fecal
it.
matter.
You clean it. I don't want anyone to eat my shit.
Have some
I
dude
thought
feces in it.
intestines do kind of taste earthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you eat a sausage, that's
People-
wrapped in intestines.
People
and then,
like seafood, and that tastes like sea poo. So
yeah, do you like
Seafood's
You
seafood?
don't like seafood?
Seafood
yeah, no,
is
that's what I'm
good.
saying. Everyone likes it, and it's just full of poo.
I like your logic though. Explain your logic why you don't like seafood.
What are you talking about?
Because it's full of
Well,
poo.
most crustaceans are bottom feeders. They eat a lot of poo.
Yeah.
I was eating
be
crab,
fair.
and Chris looked repulsed with me because I was eating crab legs, and he was like, "That was all over the ocean." That was like he thinks it's, like you were actually repulsed by it.
A shark rubbed that crab up its butthole. You know?
I just think it's funny that when you look at a crab, when you look at somebody eating a crab, you think of a crab like a
I
nasty
just don't like
crab.
the ocean.
yeah, we know.
I think the ocean's full of
Have you ever
gross.
eaten
Yeah.
a crab?
No, yeah, a little
like
bit.
it?
What convert you though? You like calamari, you like
I like calamari.
you like
I like sushi.
you like yeah, you're
I
getting
don't
it.
like fish by itself.
Chris, if you were stranded on a raft in the middle of the ocean, you had one bullet and a gun, would you just blow your brains out, or would you sit it out for like the possible chance of being rescued?
I'd probably just wait it out.
I'd like shoot an overflying airplane and crash into the ocean and eat their food.
Just eat all the passengers.
This will last a while.
I love it with like one bullet on your raft. You're like, there's a plane.
You're gonna shoot through the airplane, hit the pilot in the brain.
Yeah. No, you see him through the window.
You'd have to hit the pilot and the co-pilot if it was a commercial airliner.
Yeah, I just imagine it just getting hit and then going completely vertical down, just like 90 degrees.
Because he would literally have to turn his airplane like a fucking jet fighter for you to hit him in the head like that.
Okay, so first you wave, and he's like, "What is that?" He turns his plane.
He
to
turns-
look down.
he turns-
You
he
start
gets
waving at you, and you shoot him.
He flies like 1 foot from the raft. He's like, "What is that guy? What's he doing?" And you shoot him in the face.
1 foot.
Yeah, because like immediately.
That would kill you just from the wind. Blow you 20 miles away.
So you guys don't have any toaster strudel flavors? That
I was gonna say I wanted to get.
What would you
I wanted to get your reaction. How would you feel about a durian flavored Pop Tart?
Okay, here's the thing. There's no way it would actually taste like durian. It would have to be like what they do with like green apple candy. You know, like that doesn't taste like green apple.
No, it's
or grape candy.
It's just a really
It has like grape candy has its own
because there is
sugar.
durian. Yeah, there is durian flavored stuff. But if it tasted anything like an actual like a durian fig Newton, I would barf. I would
Those
barf.
are two gross things.
You know, it is kind of like. They say the description of it, if you look it up, of a durian, and it's very accurate, is that it tastes like a sweaty sock filled with old yogurt.
Smells like
Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
And in Malaysia, there were signs. There were like big X's, like at the movie theater.
Oh, yeah, the no
There's, like,
durian
Yeah,
sign.
no
Yeah,
durians.
it's illegal in a lot of places.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's so stinky.
What would you do again? Meat.
Meat?
What? Would you
Yeah, I
eat
would
it?
do a meat Pop-Tart for sure.
What would you do?
I said human flavor, but
Okay.
I said it wouldn't be human. It'd be like bacon or something. What would you do?
Finger webbing.
Finger webbing Pop Tart.
Yeah.
So specific.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, but
You ever lick between your fingers?
Ew, come on.
I'm kidding.
You wouldn't actually eat that, though.
No!
Crust Pop-Tart.
I still have my finger webbing, see?
What would you actually eat in a Pop-Tart?
Apple pie.
Ooh, do they have one apple pie?
I feel like
So that's a very
That's a really
legitimate
interesting-
response.
good.
You know what would be cool is if they did like some Asian ones, like a green tea and or like a red bean
That'd be
Pop-Tart.
good.
I think red bean would actually make a lot of sense.
There's surely an apple Pop Tart, no?
Yeah, there is an apple.
Oh,
Pop-Tart,
okay,
yeah.
but apple pie is just apple, right?
Kinda.
Well, then I'm wrong.
If it had the little like
But no, it had,
actual
like,
bits of
cinnamon,
apple in it,
yeah,
or
right.
cinnamon
Yeah.
over the top.
Yeah, it's a little bit more specific.
And what about you, Tamara?
I don't know. The durian thing was just
Oh,
like
yeah, you're right, sorry.
I was trying. No, but I wouldn't really want that. I don't like durian. I was thinking like something outrageous, like a Starburst flavored Pop Tart.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
you're crazy. Get out of here.
Like you just got a
Get
rainbow
outta
of
here.
all the main Starburst flavors, and it's just Starburst
Yeah,
in
we
there.
just mix them all together. There's a lot of flavors in Starburst.
Just
It's like,
layer
yeah,
them
just
in there.
Starburst.
Can I read the next
Start
question?
salivating.
Yeah, actually, yeah, absolutely.
But
But you know what's interesting because of that drink, the Skittle, is that what it's called? The Skittle
What?
drink?
Oh, yeah, I love
I don't
that
know.
drink.
Yeah, but what Skittle is the flavor?
you
Because
guys
there's
are making
lots of
fucking
Skittles.
mouthwater by saying.
All Skittles kind of taste the
Skittle
same.
drink.
There's a shot that people make that you add these ingredients and it's called the Skittle.
Yeah.
And it tastes like a Skittle, and I've had it, and it does taste like a Skittle, but I can't remember which flavored Skittle.
All
Are you
Skittles
sure it
taste the
doesn't
same,
just
they have
taste
hints
like
of
when you
flavor.
have them all mixed together in your mouth?
I guess that's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to do that. I'd
me
mash
too.
them into a big ball.
Oh yeah, and then take it out and look at it.
Yes!
And it's just this big white glob. at that point.
Skittles? I used to do this. I used to make Skittle sandwiches. I take like 3 or 4 and smash them.
Yeah.
Disc.
Why?
Because I was an
Did you
idiot.
ever decapitate gummy bears and then add them to different bodies?
Yeah.
Yeah,
All the time.
absolutely.
I did that.
I think all boys squeeze candy together when they're younger. Because I did that with you.
I had a friend who we saw.
Squeezing wieners together.
I saw The Exorcist of Emily Rose in theaters, but I was a teenager, so I was a little bit. My buddy was scared by it, and he bought Skittles. And by the end of the movie, there was a fucking bar of Skittles because he squeezed it so hard because he was so scared. It was a whole solid bar of Skittles. That's not
That movie's
sad.
not even scary.
But he was like, he was younger.
I don't care. It's not scary.
It wasn't scary at all.
Well,
You should have kicked his butt.
I kissed him.
That would have
I
been
made him
scary.
insecure about that. Yeah,
was a
that's
date?
right. No,
You're on a
but I made
date.
him feel stupid about himself. I said, "Yeah, what do you think about that?" I'm such a good kisser.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one or any of these.
That's great.
Whoa. Okay, wait. Okay, this is a good one.
All right.
Come on, you oaf.
We got another question.
From Dave Cummings. If you could live in any TV/movie universe, what would it be and why?
Ooh, I'm Dave. Ooh, I'm such a smart ass. Dave. Dave.
You want to live in Dave's world?
Dave. I'm gonna go to Dave's world and kill him and become the Dave.
That's not a movie.
Dave's world.
Dave's world.
I don't know. I'd like the Twilight Zone universe.
You would
actually know?
There's so many different universes.
Only if I was Rod Serling, though.
okay.
Oh yeah.
I could bounce around.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
That's a good. All right.
Don't worry. You and Nick should have a Rod Sterling off. Do your best Rod impression.
I don't think I can do a good Rod Serling
Yeah, I don't
in
even
the first
know.
place.
Hans can do it really good.
Yeah, Hans is a good Rod.
He's good at a lot of voices.
He has a weird lip thing. Rod does.
What's the phrase he says?
It's like you're now entering a dimension not only of sight and of sound, but of mind.
A portrait of a man. Welcome to
That's not that bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty.
You got a speech pattern down.
This is the Twilight Zone.
Oh, you got it.
Is he like that?
Yeah.
But he kind of does that weird thing, and he's got a cigarette inside of him.
He's talking about how he's got the hair lip from his military. He got hit by a grenade or something.
What's that last line?
In the war. This is a real thing.
So he got hit in the face with a grenade, and he just got a hair lip
like a piece of
That's the
shrapnel or
worst episode
something.
of Twilight Zone.
Isn't that a real thing? Or did someone make that up?
Oh, that's why he
Hans
does
told
it.
me that.
Okay.
Hans was telling us how he lost his upper lip
He lost him.
in the war.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not.
I know. I do know that he fought. A lot of those guys did. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Rod Serling, J.R.R. Tolkien, didn't Walt Disney? I think.
Jimmy Stewart did.
Jimmy Stewart. Yep.
I was gonna say I'm so fucking used to. I almost said Jimmy Neutron. that was an almost real answer for a second.
See, you're actually rotting your brain
I know.
away.
This is killing me every day.
Every time you
rewriting
think
your
about Jimmy
memory
Neutron,
with
other
fucking
shit gets
fiction.
pushed out.
Oh man, imagine Jimmy Neutron and Jimmy Stewart.
Fucking Sonic was in World War II.
Imagine Jimmy Neutron. Give me the filibuster at the end of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. This is a free country. Oh.
So, what TV movie universe? What you got?
I'd go to Family Guy's world and kiss. I'd kiss Meg. I'd love her and be her real husband.
No, you wouldn't.
I want to live.
I'd go to Homer Griffin's world and kiss Lisa.
Zach, you know what? You would actually probably be an amazing Family Guy character.
Hey guys, what the heck is this? I'll be Peter's friend. Hey Peter, let's go surfboarding.
You'd be Steve from American Dad.
Yeah, or you look a little bit like him. But you don't have the voice.
I go to Sonic the Hedgehog's world, eat chili dogs with him.
Salute the American flag. Hang out with Obama.
Dude,
I would go. You know how to really go? For real? You guys want to reel it?
Yes, for real.
Rocket power.
I was literally about to say that.
I would be friend Tito. I'd be Tito's best friend. He could be all kinds of crazy advice. Yo, hey Tito, what do I
You'd
do
be
with
the new
this?
Squid, Zach. You know that, right?
Dude, Squid
You'd be
style.
the new Squid.
Squid discovered Squid style in that episode.
Because you're pissing me off.
Do you ever see that episode where they're like, "Come on, Squid, you're not a retard. Do it." He's like, "I can't do the skateboard," and they're like, "Do it." And he gets on it and he goes down.
breaks his leg.
He fucking does a flip by accident. They're like, "What do you call it?" He's like, "Squid style." It came up on screen.
Thank you. Thank you for the history lesson, Chris.
That's all I remember. I remember Tony Hawk looking like a yellow leukemia patient. And that's about it.
Yeah, he had like corpse skin. He was like, "Hey guys," they all scream and run away. I don't like this sport.
What about you, Chris?
Oh shit. Okay, so he stole rocket power from me. I would live in the world of that Tubby Wubby Pony Waifu video.
Oh my god, stop it.
No one knows what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I would live in the world of Chris Chan.
He's not a cartoon.
That's
Wait,
the real world.
Wait, did it say TV show or cartoon? What did it say?
You
TV
mean in
show.
like
Well, because you said Twilight Zone, I guess.
No, I don't want to live with Chris Chan. Okay, one more. I get one more.
TV
gold
or
ticket.
movie?
Okay, I
Or
would.
movie. You could do movie too.
Trying to
Go to
think.
Lord of the Rings and become a
No,
Be Gollum, dude.
I was thinking Lord of the Rings would live, but no, Harry Potter, obviously.
Oh.
Okay.
I would
Really?
say Lumos, and I'd find my keys.
Would
Well,
you?
what if-
Yeah. What if you weren't a magician?
Yeah,
what if you weren't
were
magic?
Chris, you'd be like a
School.
janitor
If I
or
was
something.
I would be
That'd
like
be your luck.
I'd be a squib.
What if you were a dirty muggle?
Yeah.
No, Muggles don't even know about. I wouldn't care.
What if you were a dirty Moogle?
He could be. He already is.
From
Kind
fucking
of.
Final Fantasy.
If I was a,
You wouldn't be any worse off, I guess.
if I was a Muggle, I wouldn't know about the magic world anyway. It would be the exact same world. But if I was a squib, I'd know about the magic, and I would be able to perform magic.
Chris,
What?
you should be ashamed of yourself for knowing that many words.
I'm gonna go home and drink a butterbeer.
I want to know this. I think you
Some
would
pumpkin
know.
juice, bro.
Is it possible for someone who doesn't inherently have magic skills to learn magic?
In the Harry Potter world?
Yes.
I don't think so.
No way.
Wait, what about Hermione? Wasn't she?
They saw her midichlorians and they're like, "We'll bring you in."
Shut up.
I was gonna say Star Wars. See?
Well, yeah.
The original Star Wars universe is very cool.
Yeah, you'd get killed by Jar Jar.
There's so many different. There's so many different plans. I always wanted to be a smuggler in like the Star Wars world, like doing spice runs, having adventures. It's just like a pirate.
Yeah.
But
Spice runs. That's what Dune.
Would you make the castle run in less than 1 million?
Spice is what they call like drugs in the Star Wars universe.
Did they? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Spices?
Yeah, that's what Han Solo used to do.
Isn't that
He does
a
the
real
castle
drug
run.
world?
Yeah, well, yeah, but he's smuggling weapons and spices, right?
Yeah,
that's what he does.
So who are you, Hans or Chewie?
Chewie, obviously.
Do it, do the thing.
Yeah, there you go. Got a voice actor.
Chris can do a really good Han Solo. He does the face and everything.
Hello.
Oh shit!
Star Wars, Star Wars. That's his catchphrase.
Hello, Chewie. Welcome.
Chris, do the Han Solo smile.
What about you, Jaxie? What TV, movie, fictional world would you like to live in?
I don't know. I was thinking Dragon Ball Z because you can't
Why
die.
didn't I think of that?
Oh,
Because like you just can't die.
If you were in the
die
Dragon Ball
twice.
universe, you'd
You
be a
have to die
human.
after you're dead. To
I'd be
die.
what?
You'd be a human.
A human?
Yeah, the Saiyans would come to your planet and blow it up.
Great.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't die. I'd just come back.
Oh yeah.
I just get
But then you'd be
wished
stuck
back.
in that creepy office with the big guy. He'd be
Or
like,
the Home for Infinite Losers.
Yeah.
yeah.
And you can fly.
Yeah.
You just have to learn how.
Yeah, anyone can. You don't have to have
Yeah.
some midichlorians
Yeah.
or Harry Potter.
but
knowledge.
anybody can learn how to fly.
They use chi.
You just have to try really, really hard.
You just have to use your chi.
Tien is the
levels.
ultimate tryhard. He even grew a third eye.
If I was to go Chris Roll and make him fall